Chapter 1, The Legacy. Sorry, Naruto. You failed again, came the voice of Irika Yumino. What? How? I tried my best, Naruto shouted, his voice trembling with frustration. Naruto, Irika snapped, unable to hold back his frustration anymore. He was fed up with Naruto's impulsive, overconfident behavior. Naruto froze. This wasn't just another scolding. This was different. There was something in Irika's tone that made his heart sink. Disappointment. Real, deep disappointment. It hit harder than any lecture or punishment ever had. Wake up, Naruto, Irika continued, his voice stern. This isn't child's play. You're overconfident in abilities you don't actually have. Your chakra control is 0. Your theory knowledge is non-existent. You barely pay attention in class. When you bother to show up at all, you don't work hard, but you expect everything to just be handed to you. If you keep going like this, you won't become a genin. Forget even dreaming about being Hokage. Naruto's face twisted in frustration. Hey, I will become Hokage, he yelled back, his pride wounded. Humph, Irika scoffed. No one wants a Hokage who lacks discipline, skills, and self-awareness. You won't even graduate if this keeps up. Naruto's defiance faded, and he lowered his head, disappointment flooding his chest. Then Irika's tone softened. Naruto, he said gently, try to understand why I'm saying this. No ninja becomes strong without training and hard work. And right now, you're lacking both. Naruto clenched his fists. But others like Sasuke, they do it so easily. Why can't I? Because he trains, really trains. He doesn't sit around pretending he's already strong. He puts in the effort when no one's watching. Others do the same, Irika explained. They don't let dreams replace hard work. So, if I train, can I become strong? Naruto asked, hope breaking through the frustration in his voice. Irika smiled slightly, his tone firm but encouraging. Definitely, Naruto. You have a 6-month break now. Use it. Think about yourself, your behavior, your choices. Do you even understand the repercussions of your actions? He paused, letting the words sink in. Everything is graded, not just your jutsu or test scores, but your attitude, your discipline. In class, you're loud and disruptive. You act before thinking. I know why you do it. But you have to start thinking about others. Put yourself in their shoes. How do you think they feel when you're reckless and loud? When you don't take anything seriously? Naruto looked down, the weight of Irika's words starting to settle in. Even if you graduate later, Irika continued, you won't be promoted if this continues. The council watches everything. They help decide promotions, along with the Hokage and even other Kage when the time comes. Wait. Isn't it the Hokage who does the promotions? Naruto asked, confused. Not alone, Irika replied. The council has a say too, especially for higher missions and ranks. Your record follows you. So, what should I do now? Naruto asked more quietly this time. Irika looked him in the eyes. Think about yourself. Your behavior. Think before you act. I know why you try to get attention, but all it brings is negativity. In the future, even if you do great things, people will still remember the bad if you don't change. That reputation can stick with you. He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. And most importantly, train. Don't think you can become Hokage without working harder than anyone else. Naruto nodded solemnly. Yes, sensei, he said, and turned to leave deep in thought. This is the situation of our blonde-haired ninja, who had tried to graduate before his peers, hoping it would bring him closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. He took the exam with seniors, aiming to prove himself. But he failed utterly. He couldn't even perform a basic clone jutsu or replacement technique. The gap between his dream and his reality had never felt wider. But for the first time, he understood that it wasn't about talent. It was about effort. Good. Now go home, Naruto, Irika said, his tone stern and unwavering. Think, and really reflect, on yourself during these 6 months. I know you haven't even opened the scrolls the other teachers gave you. He paused, his eyes serious. Use this time to learn what you lack. If you want help, you can come to me. I will help you. But if you don't change, if you keep acting the same way. Irika's voice lowered, almost like a warning. Then don't expect anything from me. Yes, sensei, Naruto said quietly and left the academy. As he walked home, Naruto once again felt the cold, hateful stares from the villagers. Their eyes were sharp, full of resentment. He didn't understand why. He never had. Some even muttered under their breath. That boy, he's the reason the fourth is dead. The death of the Yondaime. Naruto didn't know what they meant. How could he be responsible for the death of his hero? Before he could process it, something struck his back. A rock, then another. A stick hit his shoulder. He turned around and saw a few villagers forming a small mob, glaring, shouting. Get out of here, demon! You think we've forgotten? Naruto didn't wait. He turned and ran, fast. He didn't want to be beaten again. Didn't want to feel the pain, the fear. And if there was one thing Naruto could do well, it was run. Not even the ANBU could catch him when he vandalized the Hokage monument. Well, except for the fourth's face. He never touched that one. He couldn't. The Yondaime was his idol, his dream. Naruto wanted to be just like him. The greatest Hokage who ever lived. He finally reached his apartment, slammed the door behind him, and collapsed on his bed, breathing heavily. Phew! That's enough for today, he muttered to himself. But his mind wasn't at peace. Irika's words echoed in his head, refusing to fade. He stood up and went to the corner where he had tossed a pile of untouched scrolls from his time at the academy. Dust-covered, forgotten. Until now. He picked up the one from Kido-sensei, one of his instructors. He unrolled it quickly. Blank. Naruto blinked in disbelief. He opened another, then another. Blank. All of them. He scrambled, frantically tearing through the box. Out of nearly 50 scrolls from various instructors, almost all were completely empty. Only the scrolls from Irika had actual content, and even those were just theory, history, chakra basics, nothing practical. Naruto sat down, frozen. The realization hit him hard. The hatred he'd felt in the village. It wasn't just out there. It had crept into the academy, too. The cold looks, the dismissive tones from instructors. He had always thought it was because of his behavior. But now he saw the truth. They hated him, just like the villagers did. They hadn't ignored him because he was loud or silly. They had sabotaged him. The anguish, the pain, the betrayal. It all hit Naruto at once. He clenched the empty scrolls in his fists, his body trembling. Something wet slid down his cheeks. He touched his face, tears. He was crying. He didn't even know when it started, but now he couldn't stop. Deep, aching sobs racked his small body, tears falling freely. All the hatred, all the lies, all the isolation. He curled up on his bed, arms wrapped tightly around himself, trying to hold together the pieces of his heart that had shattered. Why me? He whispered through the tears. What did I ever do? Slowly, the exhaustion overtook him. His sobs quieted. His breathing steadied. Darkness began to pull him into sleep. But just before the void fully claimed him, something strange happened. A faint chime echoed in the silence of his room. A glowing notification appeared in front of him, a screen of light hovering in the air. Legacy system activated. User, Uzumaki Naruto. Status, rejected by society, emotionally fractured, potential untapped. You have been chosen by the legacy system. Do you want to become strong? Yes. No. Naruto's half-conscious mind barely registered what he was seeing. Was he dreaming? Was this some kind of genjutsu? His hand twitched. His heart, broken and bleeding, whispered what his lips didn't say. Yes. He didn't even realize he had touched the screen, but a final soft chime sounded as it faded into him. Acknowledged. Welcome, Naruto. Your legacy begins now. And then nothing. Naruto drifted into sleep, unaware that his world had just begun to change forever. Naruto stirred, his body aching, his mind foggy. He began to wake slowly, until he heard two voices in the distance, calm, warm, and strangely familiar. "Look, Kushina, he really is a mini-me," a cheerful male voice said with a hint of pride. "Yeah," a softer, loving female voice replied. "He's grown so well." Naruto's eyes fluttered open. But this wasn't his apartment. He was in a vast space with no clear walls, no floor, just endless light and soft, swirling yellow clouds stretching out forever in every direction. He heard the voices behind him again. Slowly, cautiously, he turned around and froze. Standing before him were two people. A tall man with spiky blonde hair and kind blue eyes, dressed in a white cloak with red flames. And beside him, a woman with long, flowing red hair and vibrant violet eyes. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. "Yo. Yandeme-sama?" he said, his voice trembling with disbelief. Before he could process anything further, the red-haired woman rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him in a tight, overwhelming hug. Naruto stiffened. Excuse me, ma'am?" he asked awkwardly, not sure how to react. Kushina pulled back slightly, seeing the confusion and tension on his face. "What's wrong, Naruto?" she asked softly, her eyes full of concern. "Why are you so tense?" Naruto looked away, his voice barely above a whisper. "Because no one's ever hugged me like that before. No one's ever shown me any affection. Not since I was a baby. Only Gigi, the third Hokage, and Tuchi and Ayam at Ichiraka Ramen ever treated me like a real person." Both Minato and Kushina went completely still. Their eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean?" Kushina asked, her voice shaking. Naruto looked at them, his eyes full of pain. "I don't know why, but the whole village hates me. They glare at me. Some even throw rocks at me. I've heard people whisper that I'm the reason the fourth Hokage died. Do you hate me too? Because I caused your deaths." Kushina's eyes filled with tears. Minato stepped forward, his expression serious. "No, Naruto. We don't hate you. We could never hate you," he said firmly. He knelt down so they were eye to eye. "And as for why the village treats you like that, I think it's time you knew the truth." Minato took a deep breath. "Do you know about the Nine-Tails attack? The night the Kyuubi attacked the village?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, everyone knows that story. You defeated it by sacrificing yourself. Right?" Minato's expression darkened slightly. "Not exactly, Naruto. The Kyuubi can't be killed. It's a living mass of chakra, a force of nature. You can't destroy something like that. You can only seal it." Naruto's eyes widened. Minato looked down. "And I sealed it inside you." Took a moment for the words to truly sink in. And when they did, they hit Naruto like a bolt of lightning. His breathing quickened. His hands trembled. Then came the anger. You, he stammered, voice shaking. "You destroyed my life." His words came fast, tumbling out, loaded with pain. "You're the reason the village hates me. You're the reason I've been alone all these years. No one loves me. No one even sees me as human." His fists clenched, tears streaming down his cheeks as his voice rose in anguish. "I looked up to you. You were my hero. But the one I admired the most, the one I wanted to be like, was the one who ruined my life." Each word struck like a blade, and Minato flinched as if physically hit. His lips parted, but no sound came out. His eyes shimmered, tears threatening to fall. Because of you they call me a monster, a demon," Naruto screamed. Minato took a step forward, trying to speak. But nothing came. The pain in his son's voice stole the breath from his lungs. Before the silence could stretch any further, Kushina moved quickly between them. Her voice was soft, but firm, gentle, yet unwavering. "Don't speak to your father like that, Naruto." Naruto froze. "Father?" he echoed, stunned. Kushina nodded, her eyes filled with both sorrow and love. Yes, Minato Namikaze is your father, and I'm your mother. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto stood in place, eyes wide, disbelief written all over his face. I have parents. Kushina stepped closer, tears spilling freely now. Yes, baby, you were never unloved. We loved you more than anything. We dreamed of watching you grow up, seeing your first steps, hearing your first words, walking you to your first day at the academy. Her voice broke, but she kept going. We wanted to be there when you graduated, when you wore your headband for the first time, but we weren't, and for that we're so sorry. She reached out, cupping his cheek gently. But even from afar, even in death, we've always been proud of you. Naruto's lips trembled. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know if he should feel anger, grief, or joy. All he knew was, for the first time in his life, someone had called him baby, and meant it. Are you really my parents? Naruto asked, his voice trembling, eyes wide with hope and uncertainty. Minato stepped forward, his voice soft but steady. Yes, Naruto, we are. Kushina nodded, kneeling beside him. We dreamed of you long before you were born. You were more precious to us than anything in the world. We didn't even hesitate to give our lives, so you could live. Naruto stared at them, the warmth in their eyes, the sincerity in their voices. It all felt real. There was no trace of betrayal. No deception. Only truth and love. It broke something in him, but not in a painful way. This time it was the weight lifting, the years of loneliness and despair finally crumbling. He began to cry, not out of anger, not from sorrow, but from the overwhelming realization that he was loved. He didn't speak. He didn't have to. Minato and Kushina said nothing either. They simply let him cry, standing by his side, holding him with the quiet understanding that sometimes tears are freedom. Minutes passed in silence. And then, finally, Naruto looked up, his face still wet with tears, but lighter, brighter. He took a breath, and in a voice small but full of emotion, he whispered, Kasan, Tusan. Minato and Kushina's eyes widened. Those words, so simple yet so sacred. They had dreamt of hearing them their whole lives. They rushed to him, wrapping their arms around him. Naruto didn't resist. He threw his arms around both of them, burying his face between their shoulders, sobbing once more, but now in pure joy. Tears rolled down all three of their faces, but this time, they were healing. For those few moments, the world outside didn't matter. There was no village, no kibi, no legacy. Only a family finally united. They slowly broke the embrace, though the warmth of it lingered in their hearts. Kushina smiled, brushing her fingers through Naruto's hair. We're so proud of you, Naruto. You've grown so well, even when you had no one by your side. Naruto's expression faltered. His smile faded. He looked down. But, will you still be proud of me even after knowing I failed the academy? He asked quietly. Twice. Kushina blinked in surprise. Minato raised an eyebrow. Failed? What do you mean, Naruto? With your potential, you should have passed easily. Naruto's voice cracked slightly as he responded. I don't know. I can't even do simple jutsu. My clone technique, when I try, they look like corpses. I can't do a proper replacement jutsu either. There's a whole list of things I can't do. He sighed, his shoulders slumping. I'm talentless. Everyone else gets it so easily. I thought things would just happen for me, but nothing ever does. Minato placed a hand gently on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, listen to me. It's okay to fail. What matters is that you keep trying. We're proud of you not because you succeed, but because even after everything, you're still trying. But how can you be proud of someone who's not good at anything? Naruto asked, his voice barely a whisper. Kushina stepped in beside him, resting her hand on his other shoulder. Because you're you, Naruto, our son. That's all that matters to us. Naruto looked up, eyes wide and full of emotion. Minato gently asked, "Why didn't you ask your teachers for help?" Naruto hesitated before answering. "I did, or at least I tried. Iruka-sensei's the only one who's ever truly helped me. I opened the scrolls the other teachers gave me, but almost all of them were blank. Only Iruka's had anything useful in them." Minato and Kushina froze. Their expressions darkened. Sabotage. It was something neither of them ever expected to hear in the Ninja Academy, especially against their own son. Anger flickered in their eyes. They wanted to storm the village and demand answers, but they couldn't. Not from here. Minato took a calming breath, then looked Naruto straight in the eyes. "Don't worry, Naruto. That ends now." "We're here," Kushina added, her voice firm with resolve. "We'll train you ourselves. We'll help you reach your true potential." "You're not alone anymore," Minato said. "From this moment on, we'll guide you, every step of the way." Kushina grinned, that old fiery spark in her gaze. "Sochi, in the coming years, you're going to become a shinobi the whole world will fear and respect." "Thanks, Kasan, Tusan," Naruto said quietly, the warmth of the words still unfamiliar on his tongue. Then something clicked in his mind. "Wait, if you're the fourth Hokage, that means the third Gigi knew who you were, right? I asked him so many times about my parents. He always just said they were great shinobi who died for the village." Minato's smile faded slightly. His voice became thoughtful, edged with regret. "Naruto, don't blame Hiruzen. We asked him to keep your identity a secret. Your mother and I made a lot of enemies, dangerous ones. If anyone found out you were our son, they'd come after you without hesitation." Kushina nodded in agreement, though her tone was more firm. "Still, he should have told you the truth when the time was right. You deserved to know. Keeping you safe shouldn't have meant keeping you in the dark." Naruto nodded slowly, finally understanding the weight of the decision, but the pain of loneliness still lingered. Then, suddenly, a soft chime echoed around them. A glowing screen shimmered into existence before Naruto. Status window, legacy system. Name, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Status, civilian. Chakra level, near infinite. Chakra control, non-existent. Intelligence, 5. Strength, 6. Speed, 10. Agility, 8. Reflexes, 7. Taijutsu, 3. Ninjutsu, 2. Genjutsu, 0. Fuinjutsu, ceiling, 0. Naruto stared at it, blinking. "Whoa," he whispered. "This is me?" Minato folded his arms, examining the screen with a nod. "See, Naruto? You have incredible chakra, your potential is off the charts. But your control, your skills, they need a lot of work. And that's okay," Kushina added, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Because now you're not alone. We'll help you train. We'll build you up from the ground." Naruto clenched his fists, a renewed fire burning in his eyes. "I promise, I won't slack anymore. I'll train hard every day. I'll improve. I'll become someone worthy of being your son." He looked up, conviction shining in his gaze. "That's my ninja way." Minato smiled proudly. "Good. That's what I like to hear." Just then, another window appeared beside the status screen. Health and Nutrition Scan, Legacy System. Name, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Health, Max, sustained by Kyuubi's regenerative chakra. Nutrition, undernourished. Lacks essential nutrients. Diet consists almost entirely of instant ramen. Recommendation: balanced diet required for optimal chakra development. Warning: over-reliance on Kyuubi healing masks physical deficiencies. Minato knelt beside Naruto, his expression serious. "Naruto, if you want to become strong, your training can't just be physical or chakra-based. Your body needs to be taken care of. Right now, you're severely undernourished. Naruto scratched his head, sheepish. But I love ramen. Kushina laughed warmly, then ruffled his hair. We love ramen too, Sochi, but even we didn't eat it every day. You're not in trouble for loving ramen, she added gently. But if that's all you eat, your body won't grow properly. Even the QB can't fix malnutrition. A soft chime sounded, and the system interface displayed a new message. Nutritional upgrade unlocked. Daily recommended intake calculated. New mission. Build a balanced diet plan. Reward. 1 chakra control, 1 vitality, new passive skill. Efficient digestion. The system will now help you with a diet plan, Kushina explained. It'll tell you what to eat and when. You don't have to give up ramen completely. Just balance it with real food. Naruto nodded slowly, then frowned. But the villagers don't sell me anything decent. They either ignore me or sell me spoiled stuff for triple the price. Minato's eyes darkened. His hand clenched, but he kept his tone calm. That's not right. You shouldn't have to suffer like that. He glanced at Kushina. She crossed her arms. Then don't rely on the shops. You're a shinobi in training. Start thinking like one. Minato nodded. Why not use the transformation jutsu, Naruto? The henge. It can help you blend in and avoid those shopkeepers' prejudice. Naruto slapped his forehead. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Kushina smirked. And if that doesn't work, or if you don't want to deal with people at all, go hunting. Hunting? Naruto blinked. Yes, she said. It's an essential shinobi skill. On long missions, you'll often need to forage or hunt to survive. Learning it now will help you later. Naruto nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. Right? I can find food in the forest, and maybe learn to cook too. Exactly, Minato said with a proud smile. Learn to cook, preserve meat, forage for herbs. All that will help your body and your chakra system develop properly. Naruto, Minato said firmly, from now on, during these 6 months, you'll follow a structured routine. A system screen appeared beside him, displaying a glowing timetable. Each morning, you'll follow the physical training plan set by the system. It's designed to build your strength, stamina, speed, and chakra flow. Kushina stepped beside him, arms crossed but smiling proudly. At noon, we'll begin your chakra theory lessons, starting from the very basics. Chakra nature, molding, control exercises, hand seals, all of it. And I'll be teaching you Fuinjutsu, along with Bojutsu and possibly Kenjutsu, if you're ready. Naruto blinked. Fuinjutsu? What's that? Kushina's eyes lit up with pride. The art of sealing. It's one of the most powerful and versatile ninja skills out there. With it, you can seal chakra, people, weapons, even time or space under the right conditions. Our clan, she added, was feared across the nations for our mastery of sealing. It was one of the reasons they destroyed us. Naruto's eyebrows rose. Wait, clan? You mean the Uzumaki clan? Kushina nodded solemnly. Yes, we came from a village called Yuzushiogakure, the village hidden by whirling tides. It was once a powerful ally of Konoha. Then, why am I in Konoha? Kushina's voice softened. Our clan was wiped out years ago. Only a handful of survivors remained. I was sent to Konoha to become the next Jinchuriki, just like my grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, if Mito was the first Hokage's wife, and you're her granddaughter, doesn't that mean you're kinda royalty? Kushina chuckled, but Minato stepped in with a firmer tone. Technically, yes, and that means you are too. But don't let it get to your head, Naruto. Pride can quickly turn into arrogance, and that would be your downfall. Naruto nodded seriously. Understood, Dad. Good. Kushina grinned. Now, as for taijutsu, we'll both train you in Uzumaki style, which uses flexibility, chain techniques, and enhanced chakra flow. And your father has his own style, built around speed, unpredictability, and momentum shifts and ninjutsu we will teach you based on your affinity. It will take time. If you have strong foundation, you can quickly learn ninjutsu. Sounds awesome, Naruto beamed. Then Minato's tone shifted once again. Naruto, you must promise. Never tell anyone about the system or that you've met us. Not even Hiruzen. I promise, Dad. I won't tell anyone. Not even Gigi. Minato and Kushina both smiled and nodded. Good. We're trusting you with this, Naruto, Kushina said. So, how do I find you again when I wake up? Naruto asked. It's simple, Minato explained. Just think about me or your mother. Focus on us with intention, and the system will bring you back into this inner realm. And after 6 months? Minato looked thoughtful. We'll plan for that when the time comes. For now, focus on rebuilding yourself. Kushina added gently, Don't worry, Sochi. We're with you now. You won't be alone again. Naruto's eyes welled up, but this time it wasn't pain. It was gratitude. The morning sunlight streamed through the cracks in the blinds, landing directly on Naruto's face. He stirred, groaning softly as he rubbed his eyes and sat up groggily. Ugh! What time is it? He mumbled, still half asleep. Then it hit him all at once. The dream, his parents, the truth, the system. Was it real? As if in answer, a blue glowing screen appeared in front of him. Welcome, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Day 1 of Legacy System Training. Physical exercise task list. 100 push-ups.
100 sit-ups.
100 squats. 100 crunches. 1 full lap around Konoha. Naruto's jaw dropped. 1 lap around the whole village. I'll die before I finish that. As if the system anticipated his whining, another screen appeared. Warning: failure to complete physical training by 12 p.m. will result in penalty quest. 10 hours of endurance drills. Naruto shuddered. Nope, nope, nope. I'm not doing that punishment. Okay. First, food. Right on cue, another screen popped up. Nutritional plan activated. Breakfast. 3 eggs, boiled or fried. 2 strips of bacon. Whole wheat bread. Fresh sprouts. Lunch, bento, rice, chicken curry, veggies. Dinner. Grilled chicken, rice, leafy greens, cutlet. Note: for the next few days, meals will be provided directly via system storage until the user develops hunting and cooking skills. Naruto blinked. Wha? Food delivered by the system? He turned his head and sure enough, a steaming hot plate of food now sat neatly on his old, dusty dining table. Oh man, real food. He bolted to the bathroom, brushed his teeth like a speedster, took the fastest shower of his life, and practically flew back to the table. Ida de Kamasu, he yelled, digging in with joy. After finishing his breakfast, Naruto stood up, stretched his arms, and looked at the task list again. All right, I'll do the push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, and squats right here in the apartment. He dropped to the floor and began.
9:00 a.m. 10 push-ups.
30. 10 a.m. sit-ups finished. Legs shaking, sweat pouring. 11 a.m. squats and crunches done. Arms like jelly. By the time he finally stood up, his body aching all over, the clock read 10:02 a.m. His eyes widened in horror. What? It's already 10. I only have 2 hours left for the lap around Konoha. Panic surged through him. Without a second thought, he grabbed his jacket, opened the window, and leapt out of his apartment, landing on the roof below and then bolting toward the edge of the village. He ran. He passed the marketplace, the academy, the Hokage monument, and the training grounds. 11:30 a.m. Sweat drenched his clothes, his breathing ragged, and he still had half the village left to circle. No! Come on, Naruto! Move! He growled to himself, pushing his legs harder. His vision blurred. His throat burned. Every part of him screamed to stop. 11:55 a.m., he was nearly there. Just one final stretch left. But time was merciless. 12 p.m. Naruto's foot landed near the border of the training ground, still a quarter lap away from completion. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed him, and then he vanished. Suddenly, Naruto appeared in the middle of a dense forest. The trees towered over him, their shadows long and eerie under a gray sky. A glowing red notification blinked before him. Penalty round activated. Failure to complete mandatory task on time detected. Task: dodge an endless barrage of kunai and shuriken. Duration 10 hours. Rules: one hit does not kill, but too many will. Pain is real. Objective: survive, learn, endure. Penalty ends upon countdown completion. Before Naruto could even finish reading, a sharp whistle tore through the air. He instinctively ducked as a kunai embedded itself into the tree behind him. Tsh, this is real? He spun on his heel, another shuriken, this time from the left. He dodged again. For the first hour, Naruto found it manageable. Only 1 or 2 projectiles came at a time. He leaped, ducked, rolled, laughing even. Heh, this isn't so bad. WOH. By the 4th hour, the pace had doubled. 10 shuriken at once. Some grazed his arms, one cut across his cheek. Sweat poured from his brow. By the 8th hour, Naruto was battered, bruised, and bleeding. His shirt was torn. A kunai had embedded into his shoulder. He pulled it out with a cry. The forest echoed with the shrill hiss of steel, kunai and shuriken raining down like a storm from every direction. I can't move anymore, he gasped, stumbling behind a tree. He looked up at the sky. No sun, no moon, just the clock floating overhead. 30 seconds remaining. But the final seconds felt like torture. Every second dragged, each one feeling like an eternity.
Small you stupid clock.
Move, Naruto shouted, ducking a spinning shuriken that clipped his leg. He limped, gritted his teeth, dove again. Just a little more. Come on. Come on. Come on. The last wave came, a massive wall of kunai. He raised his arms in defense, bracing for the worst. Midnight. A flash of light. Naruto suddenly collapsed on a dirt road in Konoha, panting, bloodied, but alive. It was night. He groaned, dragging himself to his feet. His limbs ached like hell, but something in him had changed. Not strength yet, but resolve. He limped back to his apartment, each step slow and painful. When he entered, he paused. His dining table had 2 neatly arranged bento boxes, still warm. One labeled lunch, the other dinner. Naruto blinked. His vision blurred again. Not from exhaustion, but from the tears he didn't let fall in the forest. Thanks, Kasen-Tusan, he whispered, sitting down. He didn't rush. He ate slowly, thoughtfully, because he had earned every bite. He went to sleep not bothering to take a bath. He thogeth of his parents, he entered his system. Kasen-Tusan called Naruto. They saw the bruises. Naruto, what happened? Asked Kushina with concern. Naruto chuckled. I failed to do the daily task, so it punished me for 10 hours. It made me to dodge kunai and shuriken, said Naruto. So that's the reason you didn't come today, said Minato, but don't worry, you can do it tomorrow. Naruto nodded. Rest, Naruto, you earned it, said Kushina. He woke up again. He saw the clock at 6 in morning. Okay, I need to be quick. He saw his wounds are healed. Okay, I need to be more fast. He went to bathroom, brushed his teeth, showered, and ate his breakfast. He saw the clock at 7 o'clock. Okay, I need to finish these exercises by 9, said Naruto, seeing the screen. Welcome, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Legacy System Training. Physical Exercise Task List. 100 push-ups.
100 sit-ups.
100 squats. 100 crunches. 1 full lap around Konoha. Warning: failure to complete physical training by 12 p.m. will result in penalty quest. 10 hours of endurance drills. Without wasting a second, Naruto jumped into his morning routine. Push-ups.
Sit-ups.
Squats. Crunches. His body still ached from yesterday's penalty, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. By 9 a.m., he was drenched in sweat, but every set was complete. He gulped down some water, rested for a few minutes, then glanced at the clock.
9:30 am.
Time for the run. Without hesitation, he took off, running across rooftops, streets, and alleys, circling the hidden leaf village. His muscles screamed. The memories of kunai storms haunted him, but his will was stronger. By the time the sun was nearing its peak, 11:55 a.m., he reached his starting point. Lap complete. A screen appeared before him, glowing softly. Congratulations, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Daily physical training complete. Status, replenished to full health. Reward, 5 stat points. Bonus, speed increased from 10-12. Would you like to distribute your stat points? Status window, legacy system. Name, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Status, civilian. Chakra level, near infinite. Chakra control, non-existent. Intelligence, 5. Strength, 6. Speed, 12. Agility, 8. Reflexes, 7. Taijutsu, 3. Ninjutsu, 2. Genjutsu, 0. Fuinjutsu, ceiling, 0. Naruto stood still for a moment, gazing at the glowing status screen. 5 stat points, huh? Should I put them in speed? Strength? Maybe chakra control? He scratched his head, then smiled. Maybe I should ask Kasan and Tusen first. They'd know what's best. With that thought, he mentally dismissed the screen. The stats faded from view, but the sense of progress remained. He made his way back home, his muscles aching but his heart lighter. As he opened the door to his apartment, the familiar warm aroma hit his nose. There it was, his lunch neatly placed on the table. Rice, curry, grilled chicken, a side of warm miso soup. Naruto blinked, smiling as he stepped inside. Looks like the system's keeping its word. He sat down, closed his eyes briefly, and whispered, "Thanks, Kasen, Tusan." Then he dug in, this time not just to feed his stomach, but to fuel his future. After finishing his lunch, Naruto pushed the empty plate aside and sat down cross-legged in the middle of his room. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused. In an instant, he was back in his mindscape. The yellow-clouded space greeted him with calm stillness. Standing before him were his parents. "So you finally arrived," said Minato, arms crossed with a small smile. Naruto gave a sheepish grin. "Yeah, I really don't want to get showered in kunai and shuriken again." Minato chuckled lightly, while Kushina rolled her eyes playfully. "Then let's make sure it doesn't happen again." From noon till evening, Naruto sat with his parents in the glowing mental space, absorbing everything he could. Chakra theory, what it is, how it flows, how to control it. The fundamentals of being a shinobi. Discipline, mindset, strategy. By the time they finished, the invisible clock in the system read 5 p.m. "Okay, Naruto," said Kushina, wiping imaginary chalk off her hands. "You've learned enough theory for today. Now it's time for something practical. Go to the forest and learn to hunt," she said seriously. "Survival is part of being a shinobi too." Naruto stood and nodded. "Got it, Kasan." With that, he mentally exited the space and opened his eyes. There was still daylight as Naruto headed into the nearby forest. He followed the system's step-by-step instructions carefully. How to remain silent, how to observe tracks, and how to approach prey without alerting it. After an hour of patience and stealth, he finally caught a rabbit. He followed the next part of the tutorial, humanely ended it. Skinned and cleaned the carcass. Fried part of the meat for dinner. Stored the rest using system-suggested preservation techniques. Disposed of the entrails far away to avoid attracting predators. The system gave him a quiet ding of approval, and Naruto smiled with pride. "Not bad for my first time. Chapter 2, training and whipping in shape." Naruto woke up from his sleep and rushed to the bathroom to brush his teeth and shower before beginning his training. He quickly made breakfast for himself. It had been a week since his new training routine began. Without wasting time, he started his daily exercises. By the end of the week, Naruto was able to finish his morning exercises by 11 o'clock. After taking an hour-long break, he would prepare his own meals. He brought back the meat he hunted and cooked it himself. When he needed groceries, he used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself and buy the necessary items. Even though he had changed his eating habits to be healthier, his love for ramen remained the same. He still enjoyed a bowl before dinner every day. After completing his morning training, Naruto closed his eyes to enter a meditative state and begin a mental training session with his parents. It had been a week, and they hadn't yet started any physical training like taijutsu or ninjutsu. Minato was focusing on teaching Naruto the foundational knowledge he had missed over the years. He quickly realized that Naruto had inherited Kushina's short attention span, which made keeping him focused a challenge. "Come on, Tusan. I'm bored with all this theory," Naruto whined. "Basics are just as important as physical training, Naruto. We'll finish the theory in a week. I'm not even going beyond the academy curriculum because of your attention span. And even in the academy, you used to doze off," Minato replied with a sigh. "But theory is boring," Naruto complained. "Listen to your Tusan, Naruto," Kushina chimed in. "I didn't like theory either, but if you want to become Hokage, you need to know everything. A Hokage must be someone the people can trust and follow. They're not chosen only for their strength, but also for their wisdom and ability to lead." Naruto sighed. "Okay, fine. But please hurry up. I'm really bored." Minato smiled a little and said, "All right, Naruto, we'll stop for today. But tomorrow you have to learn the double." "No. No, don't skip today," Naruto interrupted quickly. Minato chuckled, then resumed the lesson, glad to see his son's enthusiasm return. After finishing the basics, there was still some free time left in the day. "Kazan, Tusan?" Naruto asked eagerly. "When will we start my ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other cool stuff?" Minato glanced at the status window legacy system hovering beside him. Name: Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Status: Civilian. Chakra level: Near infinite. Chakra control: Non-existent. Intelligence: 10. Strength: 8. Speed: 15. Agility: 11. Reflexes: 10. Taijutsu: 3. Ninjutsu: 2. Genjutsu: 0. Fuinjutsu: 0. Stat points available: 10. "You're improving rapidly, Naruto. Don't worry," Minato said with a soft smile. "Remember, it's not about how quickly you learn, but how perfectly you master it." Naruto nodded, trying to hide his eagerness. Kushina smiled warmly. "So, Naruto, what do you usually do in your free time?" Naruto shrugged. "Well, nothing special. Sometimes I play pranks." Kushina raised an eyebrow. "Don't you have any friends to hang out with?" Naruto's smile faded. "No. Whenever I go to the park, the other parents take their kids away from me." Both Kushina and Minato felt a sharp pang in their hearts. "I see," Kushina murmured, sadness in her voice. Minato tried to keep his tone calm. "What kind of pranks do you play?" Naruto perked up again. "Well, like switching shampoo with color-changing dye, messing with groceries in restaurants. Oh, one time, I painted the Hokage monument except for yours." "You painted the Hokage monument?" Minato asked, stunned. "Yeah," Naruto grinned proudly. "I left yours untouched." Minato blinked. "Why'd you leave mine?" Naruto looked at him with shining eyes. "Because you've been my hero for as long as I can remember. My dream is to surpass you one day." Minato's breath caught. Kushina smiled tearfully. "You will, Naruto," they both said, voices full of pride. "But wait," Kushina asked. "You painted the monument in broad daylight? Didn't the ANBU catch you?" Naruto laughed. "Nope, I did it in the middle of the day, and still none of the ANBU caught me. Only when Gigi found me later, He scolded me and said, "Don't do it again." Minato and Kushina exchanged a shocked look. "The ANBU couldn't catch you?" Minato repeated, now genuinely impressed. Naruto beamed. "Nope, not even once." Kushina whistled softly. "You're already sneaky like your dad. Maybe even sneakier." Minato chuckled, but his eyes held a thoughtful gleam. "Looks like you've already got talent for infiltration and evasion. That's high-level shinobi instinct." Kushina leaned in. "Just promise us something, Naruto." "What?" "Use that talent to protect people, not just prank them," she said gently. Naruto nodded with a wide grin. "I will. I'll become a Hokage everyone loves. And I'll make sure no one feels alone like I did." Minato and Kushina smiled, their hearts full. Just as promised, a week later, Naruto stood in the training field, ready to begin his taijutsu lessons under Kushina's guidance. But before the physical training could start, there was something else to do. "Before we begin," Kushina said, holding out a small piece of special chakra paper, "we need to check your elemental affinities." Naruto took the paper curiously. "Channel your chakra into it," Kushina instructed. Naruto nodded and focused his chakra. The paper reacted instantly, splitting in half with one half soaking through with moisture. "What does that mean?" Naruto asked, wide-eyed. Kushina smiled. "It means you have two natural elemental affinities, wind and water. You'll be able to learn jutsu from those elements much more easily than others." "So, I can't learn the other elements?" Naruto asked, slightly disappointed. "You can," she assured him. "But these two are your natural strengths. Once you master them, learning other elements later will be much easier." Naruto perked up. "Okay, but what does that have to do with taijutsu?" "Good question, Naruto," Kushina said with a proud grin. "Affinities aren't just about ninjutsu, they also affect your taijutsu. Wind-style fighters are aggressive and precise, delivering fast and slicing blows. Water-style, though, is both offensive and defensive. It adapts, flows, counters, and restrains. You've got the perfect combo for the Uzumaki taijutsu style." She continued, now pacing as she explained further. "Each element has strengths and weaknesses in battle. Fire beats wind, but is weak against water. Wind beats lightning, but is weak against fire. Lightning beats earth, but is weak against wind. Earth beats water, but is weak against lightning. Water beats fire, but is weak against earth. We can also combine elements," she added. "For example, earth-water makes mud release. The first Hokage had a unique Kekii Genkai. He used earth and water together to create wood release." Naruto tilted his head. "Kekii Genkai? What's that?" Kushina smiled. "It's a bloodline limit, a rare power passed down in certain clans, like the Uchiha Sharingan or the Yuki clan's ice release. Only those born with it can use it." Naruto's eyes sparkled. "So, if I mix wind and water, can I make ice?" "It's possible," Kushina said thoughtfully, "but ice release is usually a Kekii Genkai. We won't know for sure unless we try. Still, wind and water are perfect for our style. We'll start with the first form of the Uzumaki taijutsu today. Later, we can introduce a second Uzumaki style, and eventually your father's unique technique." Naruto blinked. "Why do I need to learn multiple taijutsu styles?" Kushina looked serious. "Because versatility gives you the upper hand. If your opponent learns your movements, switching styles can throw them off completely. It also helps if you ever fight a Sharingan user, like the Uchiha. They can read and copy your fighting patterns, so changing styles is key." "But," Naruto hesitated, "aren't the Uchiha gone?" Kushina and Minato, who had just walked over, froze. "What did you say?" Minato asked. Naruto looked at the ground. "From what I've heard, Itachi Uchiha killed the whole clan. Only his little brother Sasuke survived." Kushina's eyes widened with shock. "Mikoto," she whispered, heart heavy for her old friend. There was a long silence. Minato sighed. "So much has changed, too much." Kushina placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and pushed a small, sad smile. "All the more reason to get stronger, Naruto." Naruto looked up, his gaze now filled with determination. Then let's start, Kazan. Kushina's eyes narrowed with focus. All right, first I'll teach you the Uzumaki stance. Our taijutsu is built on power, speed, and relentless pressure. She stepped back, demonstrating a sharp, grounded stance, her arms up, legs slightly spread, one foot angled. Memorize this form, she instructed. Then we'll move to basic movement drills and pressure point strikes. Naruto mimicked the pose, slightly wobbly. Back straight, Kushina corrected. Lower your stance. That's it. And with that, Naruto's real physical training began. From that day onward, Naruto diligently practiced everything he had learned from his parents. Every morning and evening, he would train outside, repeating the stances, movements, and techniques until they were perfect. Over the course of a month, his strength, speed, reflexes, and agility improved dramatically. One evening, as he finished his dinner, a notification popped up from the system. System notification. To improve further, the player will now wear weighted clothing.
5 Kilogramm undasiert. 2 Kilogramm Shinobi Sandals.
Naruto frowned, confused. He didn't understand what the weighted clothing was for. So after dinner, he retreated into his Mindscape to ask his parents. Kazan, Tusan, what's the use of weighted clothing? Naruto asked. Minato smiled gently. Weighted clothing helps improve your physical training. By carrying extra weight during your exercises, your body gets stronger and faster when you remove it. Naruto nodded slowly. The system said I'm going to get a 5 kilograms undershirt and 2 kilograms shinobi sandals. That's right, Kushina added. It might feel uncomfortable at first, but it's very effective. Minato leaned forward, sharing a tip. At the beginning, it will slow you down, so use a little chakra to support your movements and get used to it. Once you feel your speed returns to normal with the weights on, stop using chakra. That's when your body has adapted. Got it, Tusan, Naruto said determinedly. They smiled warmly, and the conversation shifted naturally. Minato and Kushina began sharing stories from their own battles, lessons learned and techniques honed over years of experience. Naruto listened intently, inspired and motivated to push himself harder. The next morning, Naruto woke up feeling more energized than usual. As he stretched and rubbed his eyes, he noticed something different at the foot of his bed. A black undershirt and a pair of shinobi sandals. Curious, he reached for the shirt and immediately felt the weight. Whoa! This must be the weighted gear the system mentioned, he muttered. After a quick shower, Naruto dressed in the 5 kilograms undershirt and slipped on the 2 kilograms shinobi sandals. The difference in weight was immediate, every movement felt slightly sluggish. Still, he grinned. Let's do this. He scarfed down breakfast, said goodbye to the empty room out of habit, and rushed out to start his physical workout. What usually took him 2 hours now stretched by an additional 45 minutes. His body was slower, every movement heavier, his balance challenged. Once he was done with his drills, Naruto began his daily run around Konoha. As soon as he started running, he realized just how different it was. It felt exactly like his first day of training, clumsy, exhausting, and frustrating. Man, I can barely move with these on, he groaned, dragging his feet through the village paths. Then suddenly everything changed. Without warning, Naruto vanished from the path. In a blink, he found himself standing in a vast, sun-scorched desert. The heat hit him like a wave, and the heavy clothing made it even worse. Where am I now? He gasped, looking around. Before he could react, he felt it. A malicious, suffocating chakra rising around him. He turned instinctively and froze. Standing before him was a massive tanuki, its body made entirely of swirling sand, with a jagged grin and fierce eyes. Naruto's jaw dropped. A raccoon made of sand? The creature growled, its deep voice echoing across the dunes. Who dares mock the mighty tanuki? I am Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Prepare to be crushed, vermin. Without another word, Shikaku charged up a blast of chakra in its mouth. Just then, a system notification blinked in Naruto's vision. Mission activated. Survive for 3 hours. Failure equals death. Naruto's eyes widened. What the hell? He ran. At first, he thought, how hard could this be? But it didn't take long to realize he had severely underestimated the beast. The desert was Shikaku's domain. Spikes of sand shot up from the ground without warning. Entire pits opened beneath Naruto's feet, trying to swallow him whole. Waves of sand lashed out at him, chasing his every move, and every few minutes, a tailed beast bomb would explode in the distance, shaking the very sky. Naruto dodged, ducked, rolled, and leapt for dear life, sweat pouring from his body, lungs burning with effort. His weighted clothing only made things worse, slowing him down just enough to keep the threat constantly at his heels. But he didn't give up. He remembered what his father had said. When it gets hard, push harder. He gritted his teeth. I'm not gonna die in some giant raccoon sandbox. Finally, after what felt like forever, the ground beneath him shimmered. The desert vanished. The heat, the sand, the monster, all gone. Naruto blinked and found himself back on the road to Konoha. And then faceplant. He groaned, lying on the ground, dust swirling around him. Okay. Note to self. No more underestimating system missions. Groaning, Naruto slowly lifted his head off the dirt road, only to come face to face with a girl kneeling in front of him, her face glowing a bright, tomato-red blush.
Oh, Hinata.
How are you? Naruto asked, flashing his usual grin. Eep, Hinata squeaked and fainted on the spot. Whoa, Hinata? Hey, Hinata, wake up! Naruto panicked, gently shaking her shoulder. After a few seconds, she blinked awake, eyes fluttering open. As she realized how close Naruto's face was, she whispered to herself in a panic, "Don't faint, don't faint, don't faint." She sat up, mustering every ounce of courage she had. Her lavender eyes met his, still flushed but steady. "And then Naruto-kun, what happened? Why you're bruised all over?" She stammered, eyes full of concern. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. "Heh, I'm training. I want to get stronger so I can become Hokage one day. That way, I can protect everyone precious to me." Hinata's heart skipped a beat. Before she could say anything else, Naruto stood up. "Anyway, thanks for checking on me. I gotta go finish my run. Bye, Hinata." And just like that, he dashed off down the path, kicking up a small cloud of dust behind him. Hinata stood there in silence, watching him disappear in awe. Naruto is training hard, even during the holidays, she thought to herself, her hands clenched into small fists. I want to become strong too. I don't want to seem weak in front of him. Determined, she whispered aloud. From now on, I'll train hard too. Someday when Naruto sees me, I want him to see someone strong. Her eyes glowed with resolve as she turned back toward the Hyuga compound, ready to begin her own journey. After cooking lunch for himself, Naruto went to meditate, ready to resume his training with his parents. By now, he had mastered the basic stance of the Uzumaki fist taijutsu style. Under Kushina's strict guidance, he had been made to repeat each kata until he could perform it with near-perfect precision and accuracy. It had been 2 months since his training began. Naruto had gotten used to the weighted gear they made him wear. Even without chakra enhancement, he had regained the speed he had at the very beginning of his training. His stamina had improved, and his movements were becoming sharper by the day. By the 3rd month, Minato and Kushina began introducing him to the basics of chakra control. The first exercise was the leaf balancing technique, placing a leaf on his forehead and keeping it from falling using only chakra flow. "To-san," Naruto called out, looking at Minato with curiosity. Minato approached him and said with a serious tone, "Naruto, I'm going to show you a dangerous jutsu, but you must promise me, that you won't teach it to anyone with low chakra reserves. Understand?" Naruto nodded solemnly. "What is this jutsu?"
Shadow clone technique, Minato replied.
Naruto's eyes widened. "A clone? My greatest enemy," he said. thinking back to his academy days and the struggles he had with the regular clone jutsu. Minato smiled slightly. Not a normal clone. This one's different and dangerous. It creates real, physical clones by splitting your chakra evenly among them. That's why it's forbidden for most. The risk of severe chakra depletion is too high. But you're different. Because of Kyuubi? Minato nodded. Yes, thanks to the Nine Tails, your chakra reserves are near limitless. You can use this jutsu without much risk. It's commonly used for spying and reconnaissance. Why spying? Naruto asked, tilting his head. Because shadow clones can share their memories, Minato said, a hint of pride in his voice. Everything they see and experience, you'll know the moment they dispel. Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement and curiosity. That's awesome. Then a screen appeared, giving details about the shadow clone technique. It can create solid clones of the user by dividing the chakra based on the number of clones. It shares memories and experience, and Naruto saw the hand signs. What does it mean, share experience? Asked Naruto. Minato and Kushina grinned. Well, you noticed it, Minato said. While experimenting when I was alive, I noticed how I got the memories even though it's a known fact. One day, I made clones to train with myself. Then I noticed my flaws in my taijutsu, and that's when I realized it. So basically, you can do years of training in months with shadow clones. What? Really? Then why didn't you show me on the first day? Asked Naruto. Naruto, the clones don't help in physical things, only with muscle memory. So with it, you can gain mastery over chakra control and learn things quickly, said Minato. Okay, now I know the trick. See, I'll surpass you in years, said Naruto. Minato chuckled. Well, why don't you try it? Said Kushina. Then Naruto performed the hand seals. After practicing for a few minutes, Naruto pumped as much chakra as he could. A poof of smoke appeared. There stood 1,000 Naruto clones. Even Minato and Kushina's jaws dropped. Now say, who is awesome? Asked the main Naruto. The clones said in unison, we are awesome. Kushina chuckled funnily. Dear, it seems he went overboard. Well, knowing his reserves, it's no wonder, said Minato. Naruto, called Minato. What, Tusan? Be careful. Don't make more than 100 while training. And when dispelling, dispel them in batches like 5 at once. And after a minute or two, the next 5, said Minato. Naruto nodded. With his newfound determination, Naruto began to fully utilize the shadow clone jutsu. First, he mastered every kata of the taijutsu style he was learning. While it normally would take months, Naruto, using his clones, learned an entire style in just a few days. He sparred daily with both his mother and father, honing his instincts and refining his movements. Meanwhile, his clones practiced chakra control, starting with the classic leaf balancing exercise. Under Minato and Kushina's watchful eyes, they pushed him hard. Soon, Naruto could not only balance a leaf, but rotate it around his body with precision. Eventually, he advanced to balancing multiple leaves simultaneously, on his fingertips, his forehead, and even while moving. With the help of shadow clones, this once challenging task took mere hours. By the 4th month of his training, Naruto began learning Fuinjutsu. As Minato and Kushina had predicted, their son was a natural, a prodigy thanks in part to his lineage. Alongside his sealing arts training, his physical regimen intensified. Now, every day Naruto had to perform 200 push-ups, 200 squats,
200 sit-ups,
200 crunches, 3 full laps around Konoha, all while wearing a 10 kilograms weighted undershirt and 5 kilograms weighted shinobi sandals. Currently, Naruto was on his 3rd lap around the village. Sweat drenched his body, his golden hair clinging to his forehead. Every step was heavy, every breath slightly ragged, but his eyes burned with resolve. As he ran along the adjacent road, he passed by Hinata Hyuga, who was walking nearby. Her eyes widened when she saw him. Watching his dedication ignited a spark of determination in her heart. Naruto-kun, she thought, clenching her fists. Further down the road, Shikamaru and Choji were sitting near the training field, relaxing. Is that Naruto? Choji asked, blinking as the blonde blur sped past them. Troublesome. Yeah, it is, Shikamaru muttered, shading his eyes as he looked toward him. Why's he running like that? Probably training. Choji munched on a chip thoughtfully. You realize we haven't seen any pranks from him in months? Shikamaru sighed and leaned back. Yeah, I noticed, but it's too troublesome to care. As long as he doesn't interrupt my cloud watching, I'm good. Or maybe he is planning something big, said Choji. Troublesome, muttered Shikamaru. Now into his 5th month of training, Naruto began learning his second taijutsu style, an advanced Uzumaki clan form. As usual, he followed his parents' advice and made full use of the shadow clone jutsu. He created 100 clones, each one drilling the stance and flow of the style. Within a few days, he'd learned the form, and in just a few more, he had polished it to near perfection. There was one thing Naruto had come to understand about his parents. When it came to training, they showed no mercy. Every mistake was corrected not through scolding, but through relentless, focused practice. And Naruto didn't resent it. In fact, he appreciated it. For the first time, he wasn't alone. He was loved, guided, and being shaped into someone strong by the very people who meant the most to him. At the start of the 5th month, Naruto began learning his father Minato's personal taijutsu style. Simultaneously, he took up a new interest, fuinjutsu-based explosive tags. Creating them felt exciting, almost artistic. One day he had an idea. What if I sold these? He brought it up with his parents. Try it, they encouraged, curious to see where his creativity would lead. Now, in the warm light of the late afternoon, Naruto found himself sparring once again with his mother, Kushina. He launched a quick right hook. She calmly swatted it aside and jabbed him in the shoulder. He retaliated with a high kick aimed at her head. She blocked with her forearm and countered with a solid punch to his gut, knocking the air from his lungs. Naruto stumbled, but quickly recovered, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. He landed a few, but most were deflected, and he took more hits than he gave. Each impact taught him something. Enough for today, Kushina said, stepping back. Breathing hard, Naruto nodded and dropped into a seated position on the grass. Did you observe anything? She asked, looking at him with an evaluating gaze. Yes, Naruto panted. You're faster than me, and more precise. I still lack that kind of control in the moment. Kushina smiled, wiping sweat from her brow. Exactly, but don't worry, that'll come with time. What you're missing, Naruto, is experience. Strength and skill alone aren't everything. She walked over and sat beside him. There's a saying, even a rookie genin can kill a Kage. Do you know what that means? Naruto nodded. It means we should never let our guard down, and not to overestimate ourselves. Right? She said, ruffling his damp hair. Too many good ninja died because they let their pride get in the way. Remember that, always. Naruto clenched his fist, a thoughtful look in his eyes. I will, Kazan. I promise. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, his steps light but his heart heavy. He was on his way to another weapon shop. Most of them had turned him away without a second thought, the villagers' hatred still clouding their judgment, even now. But today he stood outside a shop he hadn't tried before, Higurashi Weapons. Please let this one be different, he thought as he pushed open the door. Welcome to Higurashi Weapons, came a cheerful male voice from inside. A tall man with a scruffy beard looked up from behind the counter. His expression shifted slightly as he noticed Naruto, specifically, the lack of a forehead protector. Sorry, kid, the man said, his tone turning flat. I can't sell weapons to civilians. Come back after you graduate. Naruto blinked, confused. Wait, what does graduation have to do with buying weapons? The man crossed his arms. Because you're not a ninja, and I don't sell weapons to children. Rules are rules. Naruto hesitated, then quickly explained, I'm not here to buy weapons. I came to sell something, explosive tags. I know basic fuinjutsu, and I've been making my own tags. They're not fake, you can test them yourself. I can even give a few for free. If you're satisfied, maybe we could make a deal. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued but still cautious. Tell me, boy, what made you think I'd be interested? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I don't know. I guess I just needed to try. I'm an orphan. The monthly stipend from the Hokage's office barely covers my rent and food. I've been training hard and I need to eat properly. So, I figured I could earn a little by doing what I'm good at. There was a long pause. The man finally sighed and gave a small nod. All right, come with me. We'll test them out. I'm Higurashi, by the way. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said with a grin. Together, they walked to the back of the shop where a small open testing area had been set up. Higurashi examined the tags Naruto had brought. His trained eyes widened slightly. Who taught you how to make these? Higurashi asked. I taught myself, Naruto replied. Why? Are they bad? Is something wrong? The man let out a low whistle.
No, kid.
These are good. Really good. The craftsmanship is clean. The chakra distribution is precise. It's like they were made by a master. Naruto smiled, proud. Thanks. I don't stop until I get things right. Higurashi placed one of the tags onto a test dummy, then activated it. Boom! The blast echoed loudly. Dust and smoke filled the air before clearing away to reveal a shredded target. Wonderful, Higurashi said, clearly impressed. These hit harder than most of what I've got on the shelves. So, does that mean you'll buy? Naruto asked, hope glimmering in his voice. Higurashi nodded. Yes, I want 50 sets by the end of next week. If they sell well, I'll order more. Here's an advance. He handed Naruto a small pouch of Ryo. Naruto bowed gratefully. Thanks. Can I buy some sealing paper too? I ran out. Come on, Higurashi said with a grin. Let's get you what you need. Back inside the shop, Naruto picked up sealing paper, ink, and a few essential materials. With his supplies restocked and money in his pocket, he left the shop and returned to his apartment, ready to get to work. For the first time in a long while, Naruto didn't just feel like a burden. He felt useful. It was the 6th month of his new training routine. The number of laps had increased to 5, and now Naruto was training with his Kazan and Tusan to switch fighting styles mid-battle. He was just beginning to scratch the surface of the technique. After hours of grueling training, Naruto finally plopped down on the grass to catch his breath. Kushina sat beside him, a soft smile on her face. So, Naruto, do you have a girlfriend? Naruto blinked and looked away.
No.
Do you like anyone? She asked, her tone casual but curious. Yeah. Her name's Sakura, Naruto replied, a hint of pink on his cheeks. Kushina raised an eyebrow. Did you ask her out? Yeah. A lot of times, Naruto said, his voice dropping. But she always rejects me, and punches me too, says I'm annoying. Kushina's smile faded, her eyes narrowing slightly. Rejecting you is one thing, but hitting you? That's not okay. Why would she do that? Naruto rubbed the back of his head, sheepishly. Maybe I asked her too many times, and she's got her eyes on Sasuke team. I don't get it. He always broods like the world's ending or something. Minato, who had been silently listening, finally spoke. Naruto, I think it's time to let her go. Naruto looked shocked. But I like her. Minato's voice was gentle but firm. Tell me, has she ever acknowledged you? Treated you kindly? Naruto looked down and slowly shook his head.
No.
But maybe it's because I was weak, the dead last in class. I'm getting stronger now. Maybe she'll notice me. Kushina reached over and ruffled his hair. Naruto, you should be loved for who you are, not for your power or potential. You shouldn't have to earn love by proving your worth. Naruto fell silent, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Don't worry, Kushina said warmly. There are so many girls out there who would love someone like you. You're kind, strong, and even after everything you've been through, the hate, the loneliness, you never gave in to darkness. That's what makes you special, Naruto. Besides, you're still too young to worry about finding a wife. Minato gave a small chuckle and said, speaking of growing up, I think it's time we had the talk. Naruto blinked. The what now? Several awkward, educational, and long hours later, Minato finally wrapped up what was possibly the most uncomfortable discussion of his life. Naruto's face was flushed, and Kushina looked both amused and exasperated. With that, Naruto left his mindscape, feeling tired but a little wiser. Tomorrow was another day, and he was ready to face it. Status Window Legacy System Chapter 3 Back to Academy. Finally, the 6-month break had come to an end. Starting tomorrow, Naruto would be resuming the academy. During the break, he had trained hard and improved by leaps and bounds. Ka-san Tu-san. From tomorrow, the academy reopens. So, how are you planning my training? Naruto asked eagerly. Minato smiled, glancing at Kushina. I was thinking of sending a shadow clone to the academy while I continue to train or learn new techniques with you. Kushina shook her head firmly.
No.
You're not allowed to do that. If anyone finds out, it'll cause a lot of problems. They'll keep questioning you until you're forced to reveal the truth. And more importantly, you should be there yourself, not a clone. Fine, fine, Naruto said with a sigh. But what about my training? Just then, a screen popped. System notification. Due to the resumption of the academy, the user must complete the following daily exercise before the end of each day. 200 push-ups. 200 squats.
200 sit-ups.
200 crunches. 4 full laps around Konoha. Note: all exercises must be completed while wearing a 12 kilograms weighted undershirt and 5 kilograms weighted shinobi sandals. Naruto muttered under his breath. Looks like I'll have to wake up early in the morning to finish all that. The next day, Naruto woke up at 5 a.m. sharp. He immediately began his exercises, and by 6 a.m., he started his first lap around Konoha. As he ran, many of the early risers preparing to open their shops gave him cold, judgmental stares. Naruto noticed them but didn't let it bother him. He understood their distrust to a point, but blaming him for something beyond his control, calling him a monster without even knowing him, felt deeply unfair. Shaking off the thoughts, he pressed forward, pushing his legs harder against the weight of his training gear. Suddenly, 2 green blurs sped past him, shouting, "Flames of youth!" at the top of their lungs. Naruto blinked. What the? They're faster than me? Who even are they? By the time Naruto completed his first lap, about 45 minutes later, he was already starting on his second when he heard loud voices nearby. Look, Gai-sensei, it seems someone else's youth is burning bright. Yes, Lee, you're right. Another voice responded enthusiastically. Naruto turned to see 2 figures running beside him. On the right, a tall man in green spandex with a shiny bowl cut and thick eyebrows, and on the left, a younger version of the same look. My friend, your flames of youth are invigorating mine, the younger boy shouted. What is your name? Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto replied, still a bit breathless. Good to meet you, Naruto. I am Rock Lee, and this is my sensei, Mato Gai. Gai gave him a thumbs up so bright it nearly sparkled in the sunlight. So, how many laps do you do daily? Lee asked curiously. 4, Naruto answered. This is my second lap. Only 4? I run 100 laps, Lee declared proudly. Naruto stopped mid-run, shocked. Did you just say 100? Lee nodded enthusiastically. Naruto sighed, impressed. I've been training for 6 months, and now I can manage 4 laps at full speed. What do you mean by full speed? Do you use weights? Gai asked. Yes, a 12 kilograms weighted undershirt and 5 kilograms sandals, Naruto replied. Gai's face lit up. Lee, you were right. His flames of youth are burning bright. With a smile, Naruto continued his run. They went their separate ways, the 2 green blurs vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. By 7:30 a.m., Naruto finished his second lap. He decided to head home, clean up, and get ready for the academy. He created a shadow clone to make breakfast while he took a quick bath. By 7:50, he was ready. Stashing his weights into a ceiling scroll, He leapt across Konoha's rooftops, heading toward the academy, his next step forward as a shinobi. Naruto arrived at the academy a little early, slipping into the classroom before the instructor arrived. He looked around and spotted an empty seat near the middle of the room. With a casual stride, he walked over and sat down. Curious, he turned to see who was sitting next to him, and to his surprise, he found Hinata Hyuga seated beside him. Her face was flushed bright red, and she looked like she was trying to hide behind her collar.
Oh, Hinata.
"How are you?" Naruto asked casually. That's when he really noticed her face, bright red and steaming. "Hinata, are you okay? Your face is red. Are you sick?" "Eep." Hinata squeaked, and then, thud. She fainted right in her seat. "Hinata?" Naruto panicked. He leaned over, gently shaking her by the shoulders. "Hey, Hinata, wake up." He looked around the classroom. No one seemed to have noticed. Everyone was busy chatting with friends or dozing off. The teacher hadn't arrived yet. I don't know what to do," he muttered, trying not to freak out. Desperate, he did the only thing that came to mind. He closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. "Ka-san, Tu-san," Naruto shouted into the quiet of his inner world, panic written all over his face. Kushina turned around, surprised. "Naruto, what happened? Aren't you supposed to be at the academy? And why do you sound panicked?" "It's Hinata." I sat next to her and said hi. Her face turned red, and when I asked if she was sick, she fainted. I tried waking her up, but she won't respond. What should I do? Minato raised a calming hand. "Relax, Naruto. Take a deep breath." Kushina gently placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "She's fine, Sochi. Don't worry. Just let her rest for a bit. She'll wake up soon. Trust me." "But what if she really is sick? What if she gets worse? Even though she always acts a bit strange around me, Hinata's one of the few people who's ever been kind to me. I don't want to just ignore it." Kushina smiled warmly. "She's not sick, Naruto. I promise, give her a moment. She'll be fine." With that, Naruto left his mindscape. After a moment, Kushina chuckled, muttering softly, "Like father, like son." Minato tilted his head with a faint smile. "It seems this girl, Hinata, likes our Naruto. Isn't that obvious?" Kushina grinned. "But just like his dad, he's too dense to notice." Minato's sweat dropped. Naruto returned to the real world just as Iruka-sensei entered the classroom, calling for everyone to settle down. He glanced to his side, and sure enough, Hinata was awake, her face still pink but trying to look composed. She avoided eye contact, fidgeting with her fingers under the desk. Relieved, Naruto smiled to himself. She's okay. The rest of the class continued as usual, with Iruka-sensei delivering the day's lesson on chakra control and basic ninjutsu theory. As he spoke, he casually scanned the classroom, making sure everyone was paying attention. Then his gaze landed on Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka blinked. Naruto wasn't goofing off. He wasn't doodling, snoring, or causing a distraction. In fact, he was sitting upright, focused, and listening intently. "He's paying attention?" Iruka was genuinely shocked. Usually, by this point in the class, he would have had to yell at Naruto at least twice, maybe more. But now, Naruto looked like a completely different student. It wasn't just Iruka who noticed. Several students who were used to Naruto's usual loud, chaotic energy glanced at him in disbelief. The classroom felt strangely quieter without his constant interruptions. Iruka allowed himself a small smile. "So, he really took my words to heart. Good job, Naruto." Hinata, who sat beside him, couldn't help but sneak glances at him every now and then. She had always known Naruto trained hard, but this was beyond what she had imagined. His focus, his posture, even the aura around him, everything about him felt stronger, more mature. She clutched her fingers together nervously under the desk, her heart pounding. He's changed so much. And yet, he was still him. The same boy who smiled at her, who never gave up, who always stood tall no matter how others treated him. That warmth, that fire, it hadn't gone anywhere. It had only grown brighter. Hinata's blush deepened, but this time, she didn't faint. She just smiled softly to herself, proud of the boy beside her. Too shy to say anything, but quietly cheering for him with all her heart. Even Sasuke Uchiha noticed the change. He sat at the far end of the classroom, arms crossed, expression calm, but his sharp, onyx eyes missed nothing. From his seat, he casually observed Naruto. To everyone else, Sasuke looked like he wasn't paying attention, like he was above it all as usual. But in truth, he was watching. He always watched. Naruto had always annoyed him, loud, clumsy, always seeking attention. But today he was quiet, focused, different. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He never talked about it, not to anyone. But deep down, Sasuke had always understood Naruto more than he'd ever admit. They were both alone, orphans, loners in a village that either ignored them or watched them with wary eyes. But there was something Sasuke couldn't understand, something that always made Naruto a mystery to him. How can he smile like that? That ridiculous, toothy grin, that energy, that fire. Sasuke, who had felt the cold grip of loss, who had watched his family die in front of him, couldn't understand how someone who had also lost his parents could keep smiling. Maybe they died when he was too young or won the day he was born. That's why it doesn't hurt the same, Sasuke had told himself. But today something was different. When Naruto had entered the class, there was a strange light in his eyes, not the usual forced energy, not the fake cheerfulness that masked loneliness. This time it felt real. His presence, the way he listened, his calmness, the quiet intensity in his gaze. It all felt genuine. Sasuke didn't know what had changed. And though he noticed it, he didn't let it show. He simply turned his gaze away, as if uninterested. Whatever, he thought, leaning back in his seat, it doesn't matter. But a small part of him, a part buried deep behind walls of grief and pride, was curious, intrigued, even. And that was rare. When lunch break came, most students grouped up with their friends, laughing, chatting, and sharing food. Naruto, however, sat alone under a large tree in the courtyard, his bento box resting on his lap. He didn't mind much, he was used to it, but still, a small part of him hoped today might be a little different. As he took a bite of rice, he heard footsteps approaching. "Yo," said a lazy voice. Naruto looked up. Shikamaru and Choji stood in front of him. Choji already munching on a bag of chips, and Shikamaru giving him his usual half-lidded stare. Without waiting for an invitation, they both plopped down beside him. "What happened to you?" asked Shikamaru, raising an eyebrow. Naruto blinked. "What do you mean?" "You've changed," Shikamaru said flatly. "You're not yelling. You actually paid attention in class. That's not normal for you." Choji continued eating, occasionally glancing between Naruto and Shikamaru, clearly interested in the conversation even if his mouth was full. Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Nothing happened, really. I just decided to take things seriously." He looked down at his food, then back at them. "I can't become Hokage if I keep failing, right? If I stay weak, no one will ever follow me. I've got to be strong and smart enough to lead you all one day." Shikamaru sighed. "Troublesome." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Hey, are you saying I'm unfit to be Hokage?" "No," Shikamaru said with a bored tone. "I'm saying you've changed, and now that you're acting serious, the spotlight's gonna shift to the rest of us. That means I have to work harder now. That's troublesome." Naruto's sweat dropped. "Wait, you're upset because you have to put in more effort?" "Yes," Shikamaru nodded solemnly. Choji chuckled between bites. "He's not kidding." Naruto laughed for real this time. A warm, genuine laugh. Felt good. For once, people weren't just mocking him or pushing him away. They were talking to him. Maybe, just maybe, things were starting to change. Later that day, as the sun began to set, the academy doors opened and students poured out. Naruto stepped into the evening light and sighed, stretching his arms. Still one more year to go. But instead of wasting time, He leapt up to a nearby rooftop and took off running. He still had 2 more laps around Konoha to complete. And he wasn't going to let his dream wait. After finishing his laps around Konoha, Naruto headed home, not to rest, but to continue training. In the quiet safety of the Uzumaki household, he spent the rest of the evening with his parents in the Mindscape. Kushina guided him through complex Fuinjutsu sequences, while Minato worked with him on refining his taijutsu form and footwork. Though exhausted, Naruto trained with unmatched determination, pushing himself beyond his limits. The next morning, today's schedule was different. It was time for physical evaluations and chakra control exercises. Excitement and tension buzzed through the class. The first test was kunai throwing. Naruto stepped up to the mark. 6 months ago, he could barely hit the target board. Most of the class remembered it, and some still snickered in anticipation of a poor performance. He calmly pulled out 10 kunai. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, the kunai flew through the air with sharp precision. 9 of them embedded themselves perfectly in the center ring of the target. The 10th was just slightly off. The class fell silent. "Is that Naruto?" one student whispered. "It's gotta be a fluke," someone muttered from the back. But Iruka's eyebrows rose, impressed. Next was the shuriken throwing test. Naruto stepped up again and threw 10 shuriken in a fluid motion. All 10 hit bullseye. Gasps filled the air. Okay, maybe it's not a fluke. Even Iruka had to check the targets twice to confirm what he was seeing. Then came the taijutsu sparring round. Naruto didn't use the advanced moves Minato or Kushina taught him. He stuck to the academy style, nothing flashy. No clan secrets. Just clean, well-practiced technique. His opponent? Sasuke Uchiha. As the 2 boys stepped onto the mat, the classroom erupted. "Sasuke-kun, show him his place," his fan club screamed. Sasuke remained calm, hands in his pockets. He didn't take Naruto seriously. He's probably the same as always, he thought. "Face each other," Iruka ordered. "Bow. Ready? Hajime." Both boys stood still. Sasuke was puzzled. Normally he charges in without thinking. What's he waiting for? "You're not coming? Afraid you'll lose?" Sasuke taunted. Naruto replied, his voice calm and even. "Why would I be afraid of you?" That stunned more than just Sasuke. No shouting. No childish comeback. Just quiet confidence. Then Naruto moved fast. He launched a clean right jab. Sasuke deflected it and lifted his leg for a high kick, aiming at Naruto's face. But Naruto ducked smoothly and caught Sasuke's leg, lifting him with surprising strength. Sasuke flipped midair and landed neatly, narrowing his eyes. The 2 clashed in a brief hand-to-hand exchange, evenly matched. But Naruto decided to step it up. He increased his speed slightly and delivered a palm strike to Sasuke's chest, sending him sliding back. Before Sasuke could fully recover, Naruto dashed forward again. Sasuke raised his arm to strike, but Naruto expertly caught his wrist, twisted, and flipped Sasuke onto the ground. Thud! The entire class froze. Sasuke lay on his back, stunned. What just happened? He grit his teeth and started to rise, but Iruka raised his hand. "Enough! The winner is Naruto Uzumaki." Silence. The girls who had screamed for Sasuke moments ago had no words. Their mouths hung open in disbelief. Even Sasuke remained still for a few seconds, processing the reality that he'd been defeated, and cleanly at that. In the crowd, Hinata clasped her hands together, a gentle smile blooming across her face. "You did it, Naruto-kun." After his victory against Sasuke, Naruto returned to his seat. He dropped down beside Hinata, wiping a bit of sweat from his brow. "See, congratulations, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, her cheeks already tinged pink. "Oh, thanks, Hinata," Naruto replied with a grin. The sparring matches continued, but Naruto's attention stayed on the ring. The next match was announced. Hinata Hyuga versus Sakura Haruno. Naruto turned toward her. "Good luck, Hinata." Hinata nodded shyly, butterflies fluttering in her chest. I need to show Naruto-kun how strong I've become. Sakura made her way into the ring, confidence on her face, until she noticed something strange. Naruto didn't cheer for me. Usually he'd shout her name, pump his fist, or try to get her attention. But today, and even yesterday, he hadn't said much to her at all. That thought nagged at her, but the match had already begun. Hajime! Irika's voice echoed across the training yard. Sakura charged forward, eager to win quickly. But she wasn't ready. She didn't know that engaging a Hyuga in taijutsu was practically suicide without proper training. As Sakura raised her fist to strike, Hinata calmly sidestepped, her hand glowing faintly with chakra. With precise movements, she delivered quick juken strikes, one to Sakura's extended arm, and two to her legs. Sakura gasped and dropped to the ground, unable to move. Winner! Hinata Hyuga! Irika declared. The class fell silent for a moment before quiet applause and murmurs of surprise followed. Hinata, now composed, quickly reached down and released the tenketsu points she'd sealed on Sakura, allowing her to recover. Then she returned to her seat beside Naruto. As she sat down, she noticed him smiling brightly at her. That was awesome, Hinata. How did you do that? It's like you just touched her and she couldn't move, Naruto asked, full of admiration. Hinata's face turned bright red. It's called Juken and Naruto-kun. It's my clan's special taijutsu style. That's amazing. Maybe I should spar with you sometime and see how it works, Naruto said, genuinely impressed. Really? Why you would? Hinata asked, hope sparkling in her eyes. Of course, if it's okay with you, Naruto said with a grin. I have no problem with that, Naruto-kun, she said, surprised she didn't stutter this time. Naruto nodded. All right, I'll let you know when I have some free time. Hinata smiled to herself. I did it. I really did it. After the sparring matches wrapped up, Irika-sensei gathered the class under the training pavilion for the next lesson. All right, everyone, it's time for a basic chakra control exercise, he announced, holding up a simple green leaf. Your task is to place the leaf on your forehead and keep it there using chakra alone. No tape, no glue, just chakra. The students looked at one another, murmuring in confusion. For most of you, this is your first time attempting chakra control, Irika explained. It might seem simple, but maintaining a steady, controlled flow is harder than it sounds. Everyone began. The clearing was soon filled with the sound of rustling leaves and groans as one after another, students failed to keep the leaf from falling. A few minutes later, Sakura managed it. She grinned proudly. Finally! Well done, Irika said, nodding. You've got good control, Sakura. Nearby, Hinata had already completed the task on her first try. Her leaf didn't even wobble. Her chakra was steady and refined. Irika wasn't surprised. The Hyuga clan specializes in precision chakra use. She's clearly had training. He glanced over at Sasuke, only to see the Uchiha frowning as his leaf slid off yet again. He gritted his teeth and tried again. Finally, Irika's eyes landed on Naruto, and he blinked in disbelief. The blonde was sitting calmly, eyes closed, leaf perfectly balanced. There was no sign of strain or effort. Naruto, Irika called. You've already got it? Naruto opened one eye and smiled. Yup, already knew it, Irika-sensei. Irika walked closer, intrigued. How long did it take you to learn? Well, Naruto scratched his cheek. Considering how much chakra I have, it took me a whole day just to stop blowing the leaf off. But I practiced more and more. Eventually I got it. Then he grinned mischievously. Want to see something cool? Without waiting for a response, Naruto shifted slightly. The leaf began to rotate slowly around his torso, guided by subtle chakra flow. Then he pulled out more leaves, balancing them each on his fingertips, an inch apart, steady as a rock. The class gasped. He's actually doing it? That's not normal. A student raised their hand. Wait, what do you mean considering how much chakra you have? Are you saying you have more than the rest of us? Naruto shrugged casually. Basically, yeah, my stamina's almost unlimited, and my chakra reserves are huge. All eyes turned to Iruka for confirmation. Iruka nodded slowly. Naruto's telling the truth. His chakra reserves are already among the top 5 in the entire village. With training and age, he may one day possess the largest chakra pool in the world. The students stared, a mix of awe and envy spreading across their faces. But, Iruka continued, there's a downside. The more chakra you have, the harder it is to control. Naruto struggled with this technique at first because his reserves are so high. Sakura blinked, thinking it through. So, I was able to do it quickly because I have less chakra? Exactly, Iruka said, nodding. That's not a bad thing, Sakura. Smaller chakra reserves mean you can learn control faster. And you come from a civilian family, so your natural reserves are lower than someone from a clan like the Hyuga or Yamanaka. Sakura frowned slightly, but Iruka gave her a reassuring smile. Don't let that discourage you. Chakra reserves can be increased through training, serious training. Once you graduate and become a genin. Some students still looked envious, but many were now staring at Naruto with something new in their eyes. Not disdain or annoyance, but respect. After the academy day ended, Naruto made his way through the busy streets of Konoha, heading toward Higurashi Weapon Shop. He walked through the wooden door as the familiar scent of metal and oil filled his nose. Inside, a girl around his age was sorting kunai behind the counter. She looked up as the door opened and frowned. Sorry, we don't sell weapons to civilians, she said flatly. Naruto blinked. I'm not here to buy. I came to meet Mr. Higurashi. Her eyes narrowed. Why do you want to see my father? Naruto reached into his pocket. We have a deal. He asked for a new batch of explosive tags, and I brought them. The girl stared at him, stunned. Wait, you're selling my dad explosive tags? Naruto nodded. Yeah. She crossed her arms. You expect me to believe that? You're not even a shinobi. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why would I lie? Here. He pulled out a small bundle of neatly prepared explosive tags and held them up. Before she could say anything else, the back door opened, and Mr. Higurashi entered, wiping his hands with a cloth. Ten, what's going on out here? He asked, pausing when he noticed Naruto. Oh, Naruto, you're here. Did you bring the order? Naruto nodded and handed over the tags. 10 sets, just like you asked. Higurashi examined them carefully. Perfect work as always. He handed Naruto a small stack of Ryo in return. Tenten's jaw dropped. Wait, what's going on here? Naruto shrugged. Like I said, selling tags. Tenten turned to her father, incredulous. Dad, seriously? He's not even a genin yet. I graduate next year, Naruto replied calmly. And I need the money. The allowance from the Hokage's office isn't enough to cover all my training supplies. Tenten stared at him. Still, how do you even make these? You're saying you know Fuinjutsu? Naruto gave a small grin. Yeah. A spark lit up in Tenten's eyes. Can you teach me? No one teaches sealing in the academy, and I can't find a tutor anywhere in Konoha. Naruto looked thoughtful. I'm still learning too. I'm not sure I'd be a great teacher. That's fine. Tenten waved it off. I'm still working on perfecting my calligraphy anyway. It'll take me some time before I can even attempt proper seals. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Okay, how about this? I'll give you some beginner scrolls I simplified for myself. If you've got questions, you can ask me. Deal, Tenten grinned. She studied his face for a second longer, then tilted her head. Wait, I've seen you before. Weren't you the kid who took the academy test with us 6 months ago? Naruto looked a little sheepish. Yeah, I was kind of overconfident back then. Tenten smiled slightly. Well, you've clearly been working hard since then. Naruto nodded. I'll come by tomorrow with the scrolls. Oh, and could I get some sealing paper? I need to make a new batch. I'm also working on my own version of the tag. Higurashi nodded and handed him a small stack of special parchment. Good luck with that. With that, Naruto turned and left the shop. Tenten crossed her arms and turned to her father. I still can't believe you're buying from him. Mr. Higurashi simply smirked and handed her one of Naruto's tags. Go try it out in the back, but stand far away. A few minutes later, a loud explosion shook the backyard. Tenten burst back into the shop, her hair slightly frizzed and her eyes wide. What the heck was that? If I had stood a little closer, I would have been vaporized. I did warn you, Mr. Higurashi chuckled. Days passed at the academy, and everyone was surprised by Naruto's growth. Not only had he improved physically, but his theoretical knowledge had also skyrocketed. He was far ahead compared to 6 months ago. One day, Naruto decided to ask Hinata for a spar. Hey Hinata, are you free tomorrow? Want to have a sparring match? Hinata nodded shyly. I'm free tomorrow, Naruto-kun. The next day, since it was Sunday, they met in a quiet forest near Konoha. Are you ready? Naruto asked, getting into the standard academy stance. Hinata nodded hesitantly. Naruto rushed at her, aiming a punch. She quickly raised her hand to block it. But Naruto didn't stop. He kept attacking fast, focused. Yet all Hinata did was defend. Even when she had clear openings to strike back, she held back. Hesitated. Naruto noticed. To test her, he left a deliberate opening in his guard. But even then, she didn't take the shot. Naruto stopped. Hinata, is something wrong? Don't you want to spar with me? He asked, puzzled. Hinata shook her head.
No, Naruto-kun.
Then why do you look like you're not interested? He asked, his tone gentle but confused. Hinata didn't reply. Naruto frowned. It seems like you don't want to spar with me. Sorry for bothering you. He turned and began to walk away. Tears welled in Hinata's eyes. She wanted to speak, to call out, but the words caught in her throat. Naruto left the forest without looking back. Hurt. Only if he had turned around, he would have seen her tears. The next day, Naruto chose to sit somewhere else in the classroom. It hurt Hinata deeply. She wanted to talk to him, to explain, but she couldn't bring herself to. Days passed like this. Finally, after a week, Hinata gathered her courage and walked up to him.
And Naruto-kun.
She called. Naruto turned to see her standing nearby.
Oh, Hinata.
Something wrong? Can I help you? I want to talk with you, Hinata stammered. Sure, Naruto replied, a little surprised. Not here. After the academy closes, she said. Later that day, after classes ended, Naruto waited outside. Hinata arrived. What is it you wanted to talk about? He asked. Hinata stood silent. Naruto waited patiently. Hinata, he called gently. She flinched slightly. Still silent. Naruto was about to speak again when he saw tears falling from her eyes. His expression changed instantly, concern taking over. Hinata, what happened? Why are you crying?
I'm sorry.
She finally said, her voice trembling. Hinata, it's okay. I'm not mad at you for what happened, said Naruto, trying to reassure her. It's not that I didn't want to spar with you. I was afraid I might hurt you, Hinata confessed, eyes still watery. Naruto blinked, confused. Hurt me? But it's just a spar, right? We both might get hit, it's normal. Why were you so scared? I don't know. I just had this fear something bad would happen to you. And my clan's fighting style, it's dangerous. If I'm not careful, it could seriously hurt someone, even kill. Naruto looked at her seriously for a moment. Then he said, Hinata, I'll be fine. It's a spar, not a fight to the death. But if you hold back because you're afraid of hurting me, it'll end up hurting me emotionally instead. Hinata looked up, realization dawning in her eyes.
I'm sorry, Naruto.
It's okay, really? Then she asked, would you like to spar next Sunday? I'm in only if you fight me for real, Naruto said with a grin. I'll try. I'm not as strong as you. I might not be able to keep up, she said quietly. Nonsense. I believe you're really strong. If you train hard, you could be one of the strongest in the village. I believe that. Really? You believe in me? Hinata asked, eyes wide. Of course. I don't care what anyone says. If you work hard, you'll be strong, no doubt. A new hope began to rise in Hinata. Strong she might be, but the fear of hurting those she loved always held her back. It was the main reason she was seen as unfit by her clan. Her own father considered her a disgrace, and over time, his disappointment had chipped away at her confidence. The attempted kidnapping when she was just a child, followed by the death of her uncle, who died protecting her, left deep scars not just on her body, but on her heart. And then there was her cousin Niji, more like a brother than a relative, yet his cold, bitter treatment of her only deepened her pain. Will she ever be able to overcome it all? Years of being looked down on, words that cut deeper than any blade, the heavy burden of her clan's expectations. Healing would take time. But maybe, just maybe, with Naruto's unwavering belief in her, she could begin to change. Maybe he could help her find the strength that was always there, buried deep beneath the doubt. Can Naruto help her heal? Only time and her own heart will tell. Chapter 4. The Broken Bond. The year had flown by, and in just a few days Naruto would graduate. His progress over the past months had been nothing short of astonishing. In academic tests, physical spars, shuriken and kunai training, and even taijutsu, he was now ahead of everyone. None of the other students could understand how Naruto, who had been completely a joker, a dead last just a year and a half ago, had improved so dramatically. If someone were to compare the Naruto of today with the dead last from before, they would think they were two entirely different people. But no one was more proud than Irika. At first, he had expected Naruto to come to him for help and guidance. But Naruto didn't. Instead, he improved on his own, making progress in leaps and bounds. Over the year, Naruto had also learned a wide array of skills. Everything from politics, negotiations, and interrogation tactics to stealth, espionage, medical ninjutsu, and weapon expertise. When he asked his parents why he was being taught so many things, their answer was simple. They wanted him to become not just an expert in one field, but a master of all aspects of being a shinobi. At the end of the academy term, he began training in genjutsu detection and dispelling. Though he still couldn't perform a genjutsu or medical jutsu, his parents explained that both required fine chakra control, something he still struggled with due to the constant growth of his chakra reserves, a result of both the Kyuubi and his Uzumaki lineage. The system granted him a new ability. He could now allow his parents to see the world through his eyes. Naruto was thrilled. He felt like they were truly sharing his journey. His relationship with Hinata had also improved significantly. Thanks to Naruto's support and encouragement, she had finally overcome her stammering. Though she still struggled with low self-esteem, she was making slow but steady progress. Naruto and his parents could see great potential in her, even if he didn't fully understand why yet. Naruto didn't know about the pain she carried, mental abuse, neglect, and constant belittling from her own family, especially her father. The man who was supposed to protect and love her had instead left scars. The biggest problem for Hinata was that she couldn't bring herself to hurt her family, even during simple sparring sessions. But with Naruto by her side, she no longer let those feelings drag her into despair. The day of graduation finally arrived. The academy was unusually lively, its halls filled not just with students and instructors, but with some of the most powerful and influential people in the village. Clan heads from the Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans had all gathered, their presence making it clear how important this year's class was. After all, this generation included the heirs of each clan: Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Kiba Inazuka, Shino Aburame, and, of course, Hinata Hyuga. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had personally come to witness the event. It wasn't just ceremony. He was here to support and assess the future of Konoha. The written tests had already concluded, followed by the physical assessments. Now came the final and most crucial part: the performance of the three basic academy jutsu: henge, transformation; kawarimi, substitution; and bunshin, clone. Only by successfully performing all three could a student graduate and earn the rank of genin. To Naruto, it felt strange, and frankly unfair. The idea that a student couldn't become a shinobi just because they failed to master 3 specific jutsu seemed ridiculous to him. What about the students who had trained tirelessly in taijutsu, or those who had honed their skills with shuriken and developed exceptional stealth? All of that talent wasted simply because they struggled with these particular techniques. In that moment, Naruto made a quiet vow to himself. If he ever became Hokage, he would change this system. He believed a true shinobi should be evaluated based on multiple fields of training and strengths, not just on a narrow set of techniques. Drawing from his own struggles and experiences, Naruto resolved to one day reshape the Academy's standards for the better. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. Hiruzen watched him closely, anticipation tightening in his chest. It had been over a year and a half since Naruto had last come to visit. Not like he used to. That absence had troubled him more than he cared to admit. He knew the boy had failed the academy twice already, and in previous years, Naruto would often come to him, seeking advice and encouragement. But this time, there had been nothing. No questions. No visits. Just silence. He remembered the excuse he always gave Naruto whenever the boy asked for help with ninjutsu or other academy studies. "I'm the Hokage. If they see me helping you, they'll say I'm playing favorites." A weak excuse, a cowardly one in hindsight. Hiruzen should have, at the very least guided him toward better chakra control, explained its importance, given him the foundation to improve on his own. But worse than his inaction was his ignorance. He hadn't even realized that Naruto was being actively sabotaged within the academy. The very institution meant to nurture the next generation had been quietly working against one of its most determined students, and he, the Hokage, hadn't seen it. Mizuki and Iruka stood before Naruto, ready to assess his performance. Just as Naruto began, he paused. Something was off. He felt a disturbance in his chakra, faint but deliberate, a genjutsu. Instinctively, Naruto traced its source, Mizuki. With a subtle hand movement and controlled chakra pulse, he dispelled it quietly, drawing no attention. Then, with calm precision, he formed the seal for Kawarimi no Jutsu. Puff! In a flash, Naruto vanished, replaced by a log tucked neatly in the corner of the room. Perfect substitution. He returned to his spot, hands already forming the next seal.
Enje no jutsu.
A burst of smoke filled the room, and when it cleared, the transformation stunned the audience. Standing where Naruto once was, now stood the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, recreated in perfect detail. From his golden hair, even the spikes and Hokage cloak to the gentle, confident expression. It was as though he had returned from the dead. But what came next shook everyone to their core. "So, Sensei, how did I do?" asked Naruto, in Minato's exact voice. Gasps echoed around the room from those who knows Minato's voice. Hiruzen's pipe slipped from his mouth and clattered to the ground. His mind raced. How does Naruto know Minato's voice? Even the stoic clan heads exchanged shocked glances. Iruka finally found his voice. "Naruto, how can you even change your voice? The transformation jutsu is only supposed to create an illusion. It doesn't alter sound." The room leaned in, eager to hear the answer. Naruto smiled as he dropped the henge, reverting to his true self. "Oh, that wasn't the Academy's henge. I created my own version. It's better than an illusion." "You created your own jutsu?" Iruka asked, astonished. "Yup," Naruto said casually. The silence that followed was heavy with disbelief. Clan heads stared in awe. Students whispered among themselves. An academy student, had created his own jutsu. Then came the final jutsu, clone jutsu. Naruto stepped forward, formed the hand seals, and with a small puff of smoke, a perfect clone appeared beside him. Iruka's eyes narrowed. Something was different. "Wait, Naruto," Iruka said cautiously. "Don't tell me. That's not the standard clone, is it?" This question drew confused looks from the clan heads, even from the Hokage himself. Naruto scratched the back of his head, trying to look innocent. "Well, not exactly. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't perform the regular clone jutsu. So, In frustration, I experimented with some different hand signs. One day, a clone appeared next to me. It took me a few days to figure out exactly what I did, but it worked. He smiled, a little too proudly. This clone can fight, move, talk, do everything I can do. What Naruto didn't say was that this was the Shadow Clone Jutsu, a forbidden technique he had secretly learned. He had no intention of revealing that. Not now. Gasps spread through the room. That sounds like the Shadow Clone Jutsu, one of the clan heads muttered under their breath. A student performing a B-rank kenjutsu. Choza Akimichi murmured in disbelief, watching the demonstration unfold on the academy grounds. Troublesome, Shikakunara sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Didn't he say he created it himself? Inoichi Yamanaka asked, glancing toward the others. No one helped him, Shikaku replied, eyes narrowing. But I don't think he even realizes what he did. That wasn't a basic clone technique. He might have accidentally performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Ever-stoic Hayashi Hyuga stood with arms crossed, observing Naruto closely from the observation balcony. Silent and composed as always, he activated his Byakugan, his pale eyes glowing faintly as he examined the boy's chakra network. What he saw sent a ripple of shock through him, a rare crack in the Hyuga patriarch's usual calm. His chakra reserves? Hayashi murmured, almost to himself. They're low Kaga level. The other clan heads turned toward him in surprise, the weight of his words sinking in. Well, that pup had it in him after all, said Sum Inuzuka, a toothy grin tugging at her lips. Her Ninken growled softly in agreement beside her. It might be the Kyuubi, Chozo Akimichi whispered cautiously, glancing around to make sure no unauthorized ears were listening. Hayashi shook his head firmly.
No.
This is his own. I've seen Kyuubi chakra before. It's violent, corrosive. This is natural, balanced. His own chakra, overflowing in volume. A heavy silence fell over the gathered clan heads. For a boy everyone had dismissed as a failure, Naruto Uzumaki was starting to look more and more like something unprecedented. A prodigy hidden behind misjudgment and neglect. Hearing Hayashi's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a sharp pang in his chest. Low Kaga-level chakra reserves? And it was Naruto's own? It seems you've found your own way, Hiruzen thought silently. You did it without my help, without anyone's help. He lowered his head slightly, his heart heavy.
I'm sorry, Naruto.
I should have guided you. I should have protected you better. Instead, I stood by, making excuses, watching you struggle alone, and still you rose. From the crowd of students, quiet murmurs began to ripple through the ranks. What happened to Naruto? Did you see that? He created his own jutsu? No way, someone scoffed. Didn't you hear? He did it by accident. Yeah, another student chimed in. It's a fluke. He doesn't even know how he pulled it off. Don't give him credit for something like that. But not everyone was so quick to dismiss what they'd seen. A few watched with wide eyes, not out of judgment, but wonder. For the first time, Naruto Uzumaki had done something no one else in the room had. He broke the rules and rewrote them. Irika looked stunned. That's a jutsu usually reserved for Chunin and Jonin. It's advanced Naruto. Really? Naruto tilted his head. Ha, good to know. Not now, Naruto, Irika said, still trying to recover. You'll learn more when you reach Chunin. Despite his confusion, Irika couldn't deny what he saw. Naruto had performed the clone technique, and he had passed. With a proud smile, Irika stepped forward and tied the forehead protector around Naruto's head. Congratulations, Naruto. You're officially a genin. Naruto beamed and walked off the stage, sitting beside Hinata. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, Hinata said softly, smiling brightly. Thanks, Hinata-chan, Naruto replied, giving her a genuine smile in return. With the final names called, the graduation ceremony concluded. Hiruzen stepped forward, smiling proudly at the new generation of shinobi. Congratulations to all of you. Report back to the academy next week. That's when you'll be assigned to your teams. Naruto turned to Hinata. I hope we end up on the same team. I don't know if it'll happen, Hinata replied honestly. But I'd really like that too. In the far corner of the room, Mizuki stood quietly, his eyes burning with hatred. His plan had been perfect. He had placed a subtle genjutsu on Naruto to disrupt his chakra control, just enough to make him fail. But somehow it hadn't worked. Naruto had seen through it, and worse, he had passed. That ruined everything. Mizuki gritted his teeth. His plan to use Naruto as a scapegoat to steal the scroll of seals had failed. But not all hope was lost. Now, he turned his thoughts toward the other students who had failed the exam. Maybe, just maybe, he could manipulate one of them instead. The day had passed in a blur of excitement and disbelief. Naruto rushed into his apartment, practically bursting with energy. Slamming the door behind him, he grinned ear to ear and closed his eyes, entering the calm of his mindscape, a place where he could speak to the ones he held dearest. The familiar warmth of the sealed chamber greeted him. Standing there, waiting with open arms, were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, smiling proudly. Ka-san, Tu-san, Naruto shouted, running toward them. See? I finally did it. I'm a ninja. Kushina swept him into a tight hug while Minato placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his blue eyes gleaming with pride. We're so proud of you, Naruto, Kushina whispered. You've taken your first big step, Minato added, and you did it your way. Naruto's grin widened. Now I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage. Just then, a chime echoed in his mind. A translucent blue system screen popped into view. Congratulations, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, on graduating from the academy. Reward unlocked. Power pole. Before he could even react, a red staff appeared in his hands. Sleek, polished, and faintly humming with power. The system's voice continued. Item. Power pole. The legendary staff wielded by Sun Wukong. A magical weapon capable of infinite extension upon the user's command. It is unbreakable and can now channel elemental chakra to enhance its destructive power. As a system-bound item, if lost, it will return to the system vault. Only the user may wield it unless explicit permission is granted. With a soft chime, the system interface vanished. Naruto stared at the staff in awe. Whoa! Try it out, Minato encouraged with a smile. Naruto gripped the pole and shouted, Power pole extend. The staff shot forward, growing rapidly until it struck the far wall of his apartment with a loud clang. He laughed in amazement. Retract, he commanded, and it immediately returned to its original size. Do you like it, Naruto? Kushina asked, her voice filled with amusement at his boyish wonder. Naruto nodded rapidly, eyes gleaming. It's awesome. It can stretch infinitely and it's unbreakable. Minato chuckled. Better get used to it. I have a feeling this staff is going to become your favorite weapon. Naruto grinned proudly, holding the staff aloft like a hero from the old tales. Well, who wouldn't love a magical staff that can beat up bad guys and never breaks? At the Hokage's office, chaos had erupted. Chunin, ANBU, and every available jonin had been mobilized for an emergency search. The reason? The scroll of sealing, the forbidden scroll containing Konoha's most dangerous jutsu, had gone missing. Even worse, there was one suspect, Naruto Uzumaki. Among the most shocked was Irika Umino, who was already sprinting toward Naruto's apartment. Disbelief etched across his face. Naruto, he thought. Why would he steal something like that? And how would he even know about it being stored in the Hokage's office? Arriving at Naruto's apartment, Irika didn't hesitate. He pounded on the door, heart racing. Coming! Came Naruto's muffled voice from inside. A few tense seconds later, the door opened, revealing a surprised and slightly confused Naruto. Hey, Irika-sensei, what are you doing here so late? Without a word, Irika grabbed Naruto by the shoulders, eyes wide with urgency. Tell me, why did you steal the scroll of sealing? He barked. Naruto flinched at the sudden outburst. What? Scroll? Stole? What are you talking about, Irika-sensei? You mean you don't know? Irika asked, slightly pulling back. The scroll of sealing. It's a forbidden scroll that holds some of Konoha's most dangerous jutsu. If it falls into enemy hands, the entire village could be destroyed. The Hokage saw you take it. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. I swear. I don't even know what that is. Why would I take something like that? I've been here the whole time since I came back from the academy. Irika narrowed his eyes, searching Naruto's face for any sign of a lie. But all he saw was confusion and fear. Do you realize the entire village is searching for you right now? Naruto's face turned pale. What? But I didn't do anything. Someone's framing me. Framing you, Irika repeated, frowning. Why would anyone do that? I don't know, Naruto snapped, his voice trembling. But today during the final exam, when I was doing the 3 jutsu, Mizuki-sensei used a genjutsu on me. He tried to mess with my chakra so I'd fail. Irika froze. That name hit him like a punch to the gut. Mizuki? Now that he thought about it, Mizuki had been strangely absent throughout the current crisis. Not helping in the search, not checking in. Nothing. Irika clenched his fists. He didn't want to believe it, but something was clearly wrong. Okay, Irika said, calming his voice. Naruto, I need you to come with me to the Hokage Tower. Naruto shook his head firmly.
No.
If I go there now, they'll arrest me before I get a chance to prove I'm innocent. I have to find out who did this and why. I can't clear my name unless I have proof. Irika hesitated, then slowly nodded. Naruto's reasoning was sound, and his determination was real. All right, Irika agreed. You can come with me, but if we run into trouble, you stay back. Understood. Naruto gave a sharp nod. Got it. And with that, the two vanished into the night, determined to uncover the truth before it was too late. Deep within the forests of Konoha, Mizuki sprinted through the trees, the massive scroll of sealing tied tightly to his back. Moonlight flickered between the branches above, but all Mizuki could see was red. Rage, frustration, and panic. Damn it! He hissed under his breath. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. At first, it had been a simple plan. He'd wanted Naruto to fail again, humiliate the boy, reinforce his status as a nobody. But Naruto hadn't failed. Something had gone wrong. That clone technique, it had worked. Worse, the kid had drawn more attention than ever. So Mizuki had pivoted. He approached the other students who had failed, whispering promises of power and second chances. Steal the scroll, he had told them. Use one of the forbidden jutsu. Prove your worth. No one will ever doubt you again. But none of them had the nerve. They all paled at the thought of breaking into the Hokage's office. Pathetic. That left him with nothing, until the idea hit him like a kunai to the head. Why not just use hench? Mizuki had transformed into Naruto. Easy enough, thanks to years of watching the boy. He'd snuck into the office just after sunset, grabbed the scroll, and vanished before anyone could react. Now, the entire village thought Naruto Uzumaki had committed the crime. Perfect, Mizuki growled with a cruel grin. That little brat's reputation will be shattered. He'll be locked away, hated even more than before, and I'll be long gone, with the scroll and power no one ever dreamed of. He leapt over a fallen log, landing lightly on a branch ahead. But even as he ran, a small part of him was on edge. If the Hokage sent ANBU, I'll need to disappear soon. Fast. Still, everything was going according to plan. Naruto would be blamed. The village would never look at him the same again. And Mizuki? He would walk away with the keys to power. Naruto and Irika were racing through the village outskirts, the trees of the Konoha forest quickly approaching. Irika-sensei, Naruto called out between breaths. If you were trying to steal the scroll of sealing and escape, which route would you take? Irika didn't slow down, but his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Through the forest. It's the fastest way out without being seen. Which side? Naruto pressed. That made Irika skid to a halt, mind racing. He pictured the layout of the village, recalling the security patterns and terrain. Only one route made sense. This way, he pointed sharply. If we go full speed, we might catch up before he gets past the border. They both took off again, but this time Naruto surged ahead. He had dropped his training weights earlier, and now his unburdened body moved faster than Irika had ever seen. Minutes later, they reached the edge of the forest. Naruto came to a sudden stop, crouching low, scanning the ground. "Look," he said, pointing to fresh footprints in the soil. "He passed through here recently." Irika nodded. "Let's follow. We're close." Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, Mizuki was nearly free. The trees were thinning. Just a few more minutes and he'd be beyond Konoha's outer limits. Free to disappear with the scroll and use its forbidden jutsu to gain power far from the village's reach. He smirked to himself. Almost there. But then he skidded to a halt. Standing at the forest's edge were 4 Chunin. "Shit," Mizuki muttered, ducking behind a tree. "I can't take on 4 Chunin, not with the scroll slowing me down." Suddenly, thwack! A powerful kick slammed into his back, sending him sprawling face-first into the dirt. The scroll unrolled slightly beside him. "Looks like my guess was right," came a familiar voice, sharp with fury. "This bastard really did try to frame me." Mizuki groaned and pushed himself up, turning his head. Naruto Uzumaki, flanked by Irika, stood just a few feet away, glaring. "Shit, I was caught. By him of all people." Mizuki's thoughts spiraled in panic as he clenched his fists. This wasn't over. Not yet. Mizuki scoffed. "Tisage, guess there's no point pretending anymore." He stepped out from behind the trees. "But tell me, Naruto, how did you know it was me? And how did you know I'd come this way?" Naruto crossed his arms, eyes sharp. "Simple. If you hadn't tried to mess with my chakra using a genjutsu, I wouldn't have suspected anything. You were hoping to frame me." Mizuki's eyes narrowed. Naruto smirked. "And as for finding you here, that's thanks to Irika-sensei." Irika stepped forward. "Mizuki, why are you doing this?" Mizuki burst into laughter. Wild, unhinged. "Why? You're asking me why? Ha! Why wouldn't I? Power. Irika. With enough power, I don't have to be second to anyone. Not to you, not to the Hokage, to no one." Irika shook his head, sadness in his eyes.
I'm sorry, Mizuki.
"But I have no choice. I'm bringing you in." Mizuki sneered. "Really? You think you can stop me?" He dropped into a battle stance. "Then come try." Irika drew his kunai. Mizuki mirrored him, eyes narrowed with hostility. Their blades clashed, steel rang against steel, as sparks flew in the moonlit forest. Both men fought evenly, locked in a stalemate, neither giving ground. Then Mizuki smirked. "Let's see how you handle this." With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed past Irika and grabbed Naruto, pressing a kunai to his throat. Now, Irika," Mizuki sneered. "Drop your weapon or the brat dies." Irika froze, eyes wide. "Mizuki, don't." The commotion drew the attention of 2 gate-guarding Chunin. They landed nearby, kunai in hand, assessing the situation. Mizuki barked at them. "Stay back. Let me go or he dies." The Chunin didn't move. They waited, tensed, ready to strike. Then puff. Naruto vanished in a cloud of smoke. "A shadow clone?" Mizuki gasped. Before he could react, a fist slammed into his back, knocking him forward. He staggered, spinning to see Naruto standing there with a cocky smirk. "Did you really think you could take me hostage?" Naruto scoffed. "I painted the entire Hokage monument in broad daylight, and not even the ANBU caught me. What made you think you could?" Mizuki's face twisted in rage. You'll pay for this." He lunged forward, kunai raised to slash at Naruto's throat, but Naruto's hand shot up, smacking the weapon aside. Then came a brutal gut punch. "Guh!" Mizuki gasped, staggering from the blow. But Naruto didn't let up. He moved like a storm, fists and feet flying in a blur. Mizuki couldn't block or counter. Every strike landed clean and precise. Irika and the Chunin stood frozen, eyes wide. What is this? Irika thought in awe. I've never seen this taijutsu style before. It's not in any library scrolls I've read. With a final spinning kick, Naruto's foot crashed into Mizuki's stomach. Crack. Mizuki's eyes bulged as he flew back, coughing blood before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Mizuki rose to his feet, a cruel smirk on his face. You've grown, demon brat, but tell me, do you even know why everyone in this village hates you? Irika's expression darkened. No, don't tell him. He lunged forward to stop Mizuki, but Mizuki struck him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Turning back to Naruto, Mizuki snarled, 12 years ago, when the Nine-Tails attacked the village, the fourth Hokage sealed it inside you. That means you are the Nine-Tails. You killed countless people. Even Irika's parents, even Irika hates you. Naruto's eyes narrowed for just a moment, but he quickly masked it with confusion. He clenched his fists and forced a shaky voice. No, that's not true. Mizuki laughed coldly. Oh, it's true, demon. Why do you think the whole village looks at you like a monster? Why do you think you've always been alone? Naruto's heart pounded. He already knew the truth. He had known for a while now, but hearing it thrown at him like this in front of Irika still hurt. Yet he didn't let it show. No, it's not the truth, Irika shouted, struggling to his feet. Don't believe him, Naruto. You are not the Nine-Tails. He turned toward Naruto, eyes full of emotion. You're you, Naruto Uzumaki. At first, I was wary of you too. But over the years, I've watched you. I've seen how hard you've worked, how kind you are. I came to see you as a little brother. Irika's voice trembled. So please, Naruto, don't let his words get to you. With that, Irika turned and landed a solid punch on Mizuki's jaw, knocking him out cold. Naruto stood in stunned silence, but for the first time in a long while, his heart felt warm. Someone had stood up for him. Someone didn't hate him. Through the system's gaze, Minato and Kushina watched the scene unfold. Tears welled in their eyes. Their son finally had someone. Just then, a group of ANBU landed around them. One of them stepped forward. Mizuki will be taken into custody. Naruto, Irika, you're to report to the Hokage's office with the scroll. Naruto nodded quietly, still holding the scroll, and Irika's words, close to his heart. An ANBU appeared beside them in a swirl of leaves. In an instant, Naruto and Irika were transported to the Hokage's office. While Irika began explaining everything that had happened, Naruto stood silently in the corner. His eyes drifted down to the scroll he still carried. Curious, he slowly unrolled it. His eyes widened as he read the forbidden techniques written inside. Shadow Clone Jutsu, its advanced variant Shuriken Clone Jutsu, and something far darker, Edo Tensei. He barely noticed Irika's voice in the background as he kept reading. Hokage-sama, Irika said finally. Mizuki told Naruto about his condition. Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh. He turned his gaze toward Naruto and froze for a moment. The boy's eyes met his. There was no fear or confusion in them, only quiet contempt and a deep, simmering anger. It pierced through the old man more sharply than any blade. Irika, Hiruzen said softly, not breaking eye contact with Naruto, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? I'd like to speak to him alone. Irika hesitated, then nodded. Of course, Lord Hokage. He cast one last glance at Naruto before walking out and gently closing the door behind him. There is silence. Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a soft expression. Naruto, are you all right? Naruto said nothing. The air in the room grew heavy. Then his glare locked onto the old man. His voice, low and cold, cut through the silence. So, how long did you plan to play with me? How long were you going to keep me in the dark? Hiruzen's shoulders tensed. It's not like that. It was classified as an S-class secret. Naruto laughed bitterly, his voice laced with mockery. Yeah, an S-class secret. Funny how the entire village seemed to know, except me. Hiruzen winced at the words. It was meant to protect you, so you could have a normal childhood. Naruto scoffed. Normal childhood? Then tell me honestly, can you say, with your hand on your heart, that I had a normal childhood? The Hokage remained silent. Naruto's voice grew sharper. I was hated, feared, sabotaged. I failed the academy twice because my instructors gave me empty scrolls, except Irika. I was chased by mobs, beaten. He stepped closer, his fists clenched. Do you call that a childhood? Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice almost a whisper. I didn't want to burden you. Your status. Naruto cut him off, eyes burning. Didn't want to burden me? But you had no problem sending kids to war in the last great ninja war. Children my age, some even younger. You're telling me the truth was too much for me, but getting beaten in alleyways, being banished from stores, and sold rotten food at 3 times the price was acceptable? A suffocating silence followed. Hiruzen looked down, the weight of guilt pressing on his shoulders. Naruto's eyes narrowed, voice rising with fury. And this S-class secret was about me. And you didn't think I had the right to know. Tell me, how many times did I ask you why the village hated me? What did you say to me? He took a step forward, voice trembling with anger. You said they feared what they didn't understand. That's the lie you fed me, wasn't it? Hiruzen's mouth opened, but no words came. Naruto didn't stop. I came to you so many times asking for help, about the academy, about the instructors. You did nothing. I was sabotaged again and again. I didn't know, Hiruzen said quietly, guilt flashing across his face. Naruto glared at him, his voice suddenly low and sharp. I don't know anymore. Maybe you had a hand in it. Maybe you hate me too for being the Jinchuriki. Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. Naruto, he gasped. But Naruto cut him off coldly. If this was really an S-class secret, then explain something to me. How did the entire village find out? If this is the kind of security you're proud of, then it's no wonder Konoha will one day fall to its enemies. Hiruzen looked down, ashamed. It was Danzo, he admitted at last, one of the council elders, and my former teammate, along with a member of the civilian council. I had issued a decree. Anyone who leaked the truth would be executed. Naruto stared at him, unblinking. And yet, he said bitterly, you let them go, as if nothing ever happened. I didn't have proof, Hiruzen replied, his voice strained. Danzo works from the shadows. I couldn't move against him without evidence. Naruto's voice grew colder, his eyes like steel. Well then, you failed as Hokage too. If you can't even guard a secret, how can you protect the village? He took another step forward. Tell me, what did Danzo gain by leaking my secret? Hiruzen's expression turned grim. He planned to use you as a weapon, a mindless tool for his own ambitions. He lowered his gaze. I'll admit, I failed in many ways to protect you, Naruto, but I succeeded in one thing. I stopped Danzo from laying his hands on you. Naruto let out a short, bitter laugh. Really? Do you think you can still fool me?
Hokage-sama.
Hiruzen flinched. That title, spoken with such sarcasm and contempt, cut deeper than any blade. Naruto had never called him that before. Naruto's voice sharpened. Let me ask you something else. Do you know who my parents were? Hiruzen hesitated. They died protecting the village. They gave their lives to save it. Naruto's eyes darkened. That's not what I asked. I asked, did you know them? Because many shinobi died protecting this village. Were they just names to you too? Hiruzen looked away. That's not relevant right now. Naruto's jaw clenched. His fists trembled at his sides. That's it. That's the last straw. I don't know if I can ever trust you again, Hokage-sama. All this time you lied to me, over and over. I did it to protect you, Hiruzen said quietly. But Naruto's voice was unrelenting. If you really wanted to protect me, you would have told me the truth from the beginning. You wouldn't have kept me in the dark. And let's be honest, if Mizuki hadn't said anything tonight, you would have never told me. With that, Naruto turned and walked out of the office, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen collapsed into his chair, the weight of his years and regrets pressing down on him like never before. His voice trembled as he whispered to the empty room.
I'm sorry.
Minato, Kushina, and you too, Naruto. Status Window, Legacy System Chapter 5. Meeting Konohamaru. It had been a week since the Mizuki incident. In that time, Naruto had started training with his new power pole. Remarkably, he had grown used to it within 2 days, thanks to his prior experience handling various weapons like katanas, tantos, and bow staffs. Ever since he became a genin, his parents, Minato and Kushina, had also begun his elemental training in wind and water within his Mindscape. He created hundreds of clones, dividing them into groups. Some worked on slicing leaves with chakra for wind manipulation, while others practiced removing water from a damp cloth, an advanced chakra control exercise Kushina had insisted on. With his clone army helping, he mastered both techniques quickly. Meanwhile, the real Naruto focused on improving his physical speed and strength. Sochi, remember this from now on, you're a genin. Be on guard and don't spend money on useless things, Kushina said firmly. I already know, Ka-san. I've been earning money on my own for a year now, Naruto replied. Suddenly, the atmosphere dropped in temperature. Naruto turned to see Kushina's hair rising in the air, glowing with chakra like the nine tails itself. I am your mother, she said, eyes narrowing. It's my duty to say it, and your responsibility to listen. Naruto froze in fear. He had accidentally angered his mother, and that was never a good thing. Off to the side, Minato watched silently. He knew better than to interrupt an angry Kushina. Trying to change the subject, Naruto nervously said, Ka-san, has anyone ever told you that your hair is really beautiful? Kushina's expression instantly softened. Really? Yup, Naruto said, nodding. Well, other than your father, you're the only one who's ever said that. You know, I used to hate my red hair. I was bullied a lot because of it. Minato interjected. Yeah, and anyone who did that ended up beaten to within an inch of their life. Kushina gave him a quick glare before continuing. But your father, he said he liked my hair. You know, Naruto said, I kinda wish I had red hair like yours. Immediately, dark clouds formed over Minato's head. So, you don't like my blonde hair? He asked dramatically.
No, no.
Naruto said quickly. I've got your spiky hair already, Tusan. I just thought it'd be cool if I had Ka-san's red color too. Then I'd have both your styles. A moment passed, and then Naruto grew more serious. Tusan, why did Hiruzen remove the Uzumaki clan's history from the academy curriculum? It's like Konoha just erased them. I mean, the clan may be gone, but that's no reason to act like they never existed. We even had to memorize pointless trivia about the first Hokage, like what he ate or how he slept. Minato frowned slightly. What? I don't know why Hiruzen removed the Uzumaki clan's history or their connection to Konoha. But, yeah, it is strange. What value is there in knowing how the Shodaime snored? That's what I'm saying, Naruto said, a little frustrated. And another thing, it's unfair that students who fail the clone jutsu automatically get held back. What about kids with talent in taijutsu or infiltration or interrogation? Well, any ninja sent on a mission needs to be able to do the basics, Minato explained. Even those specialized in other fields have to meet a minimum standard. I get that, but what about the ones who stay in the village? Like interrogators or analysts. Couldn't they just be trained directly in their specialties? Naruto asked. Minato thought for a moment, then nodded. You're not wrong, but it's not just our village. All the major hidden villages follow similar standards. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Tusan, do you know who Danzo is? Minato's expression turned serious. Yes, he was Hiruzen's teammate, trained under the Nidaime Hokage. Why? He's the one who leaked my Jinchuriki status to the village, Naruto said darkly, even though it was supposed to be an S-rank secret. Hiruzen himself said that leaking it was an act of treason, but Danzo was never even put on trial. Minato's eyes widened. What? But most villages keep their Jinchuriki identities strictly confidential. Naruto clenched his fists. Danzo wanted to use me as a mindless weapon, his personal tool. What? Kushina roared. Her chakra flared, her hair writhing. That one-eyed bastard dared to lay his filthy plans on my son? Minato placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Kushina, calm down. But yes, Naruto, Danzo is dangerous, immoral. He operates in the shadows and leaves no evidence. He believes emotions are a weakness, and that shinobi should exist only to serve the village and its goals. He relishes war over peace. So, he'd betray Konoha if it didn't follow his ideals? Naruto asked. Minato shook his head. It's the reverse. He's too loyal, twistedly so. He'd sacrifice anyone or anything to keep Konoha on top. And yes, his dream has always been to become Hokage. He sees Hiruzen as soft, and me as incompetent. Naruto frowned. But what would he even gain by becoming Hokage? He's old, same age as Hiruzen. Even if he ruled, it would only be for 5 or 10 years. What's the point? Minato's voice dropped. That's the danger. If he ever became Hokage, he'd immediately push for war with the other nations. He has his own secret Umbu faction route trained to obey only him. If Danzo ever took power, it would mark the beginning of an era of darkness. What? How could Danzo have his own ANBU without the Hokage knowing? Naruto asked, eyes wide. Minato sighed, his expression dark. Root was originally formed during the Second Shinobi War. It was meant to be a more efficient and ruthless ANBU division under Danzo's leadership. But after the war, Hiruzen ordered it to be disbanded. And he ignored that order, Minato continued grimly. Danzo kept running Root in secret, operating from the shadows. When I became Hokage, I was planning to investigate him. But then the Kyuubi attack happened. Everything changed. So basically, he's been acting like a Hokage from the shadows, and no one condemned him for treason? Naruto asked, incredulous. There was never enough proof, Minato said. Danzo is careful, too careful. No one knows the locations of his root bases. He personally trains root operatives, starting by breaking their minds, erasing all emotion, and making them loyal to him alone. If he ordered them to kill the Hokage, they'd do it without question. Kushina stepped forward, her eyes blazing. That's why I want you to stay far away from him. Never let him get close to you, Naruto. I get it, Ka-san. I'll be careful, Naruto replied seriously. But still, he shouldn't get away with all of this. You're right, Minato said with a nod. But until we have solid evidence, we can't move against him openly. He's like a snake. Strike too soon, and he'll vanish underground. Then why shouldn't I try to find the evidence? Naruto asked, his voice firm. A silence fell. Both Minato and Kushina exchanged a look but said nothing. Come on, Naruto continued. I've been taught all these shinobi skills. What's the point if I can't use them? I already snuck into ANBU headquarters and painted the walls without getting caught. And that was before I had any real training in espionage or stealth. He paused for effect, then added, I'm not saying I'll just run off recklessly. I'll plan it out. First, we need to find out where Danzo lives, where his bases are. Then we can start thinking about infiltration quietly, carefully. Minato and Kushina remained silent, clearly contemplating his words. I have a plan, Naruto said finally. He began to explain it. When he was done, Minato and Kushina shared another glance, then slowly nodded. It might work, Minato said cautiously. But be careful. Kushina, trying to lighten the mood, changed the subject. So, Naruto, how's Sasuke doing? Naruto scratched his head. Still brooding. He's got that classic emo glare. But ever since I started improving my skills, he looks at me with this mix of jealousy and anger. I guess I might have surpassed him. He's obsessed with revenge, Minato said quietly. All he cares about is finding his brother. Kushina frowned. I still can't believe it. Itachi, killing his own clan? That boy was always so calm. Kind. Pacifist. He wasn't the type to kill unnecessarily. I heard NBU messed with his head, Naruto said. Pushed him past his limits. But then why leave Sasuke alive? Kushina asked. I don't know, Naruto replied. Maybe he couldn't go through with it. Or maybe someone stopped him before he could. Kushina's expression softened. Poor Sasuke, seeing his entire clan wiped out by his own brother. It's too cruel. Minato was pondering about it but said nothing. The next day, Naruto made his way through the village streets, a rare and genuine smile lighting up his face. Today marked his official registration as a shinobi, and despite the turmoil of recent days, he allowed himself a moment of pride. At the photo studio, he sat up straight and gave a bright, confident grin for the camera. The flash went off and he took the photo, then walked briskly to the registration office. Inside, Irika, the third Hokage Hiruzen, and a record manager were handling the paperwork for the new genin. Ah, there you are, Naruto. Hiruzen greeted him with a small smile. I've recorded your role in capturing Mizuki as an A-rank mission. You'll receive the payment accordingly. Naruto nodded without a word, his expression neutral now. The warmth from earlier had faded. Everyone in the room could sense the tension. It was subtle but unmistakable. Naruto quickly filled out the required forms. Once finished, Hiruzen turned to Irika and the record keeper. Please leave us, he said quietly. They glanced at each other, then nodded and exited the room without question. Hiruzen waited a moment before speaking. Naruto, are you all right? Naruto didn't answer. I need you to understand, Hiruzen said gently. Everything I did, I believed it was for your own good. But I admit, none of it went the way I planned. Naruto looked up slowly, his eyes no longer boyish. They held something sharper, colder. So you meant to keep me in the dark for as long as possible, he said, voice calm but laced with accusation. And now you expect me to act like none of it ever happened? After you betrayed me? Hiruzen looked taken aback. Naruto, I never meant to betray you. Please try to understand. Naruto let out a quiet scoff, the sarcasm thick in his voice. Yeah, well, people don't understand when they're lied to and kept in the dark. Over and over again. The silence that followed was heavy. Hiruzen didn't respond right away because he had no easy answer. Suddenly, the doors to the room burst open with a loud bang. Gigi, today, I'm going to defeat you and take the hat, came the high-pitched voice of a child. Hiruzen let out a long sigh. A small boy came charging into the room, a blue scarf trailing behind him, only to trip over it and faceplant with an audible oof. He scrambled to his feet, rubbing his nose, then turned to Naruto with a glare. Hey, you tripped me. You're just scared I'll beat him and become Hokage before you, he shouted. Naruto raised an eyebrow and smirked. Oh really? Why would I be afraid of a future Hokage who trips on his own scarf? The boy's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Liar, he yelled. Naruto leaned casually against the desk. Who are you, anyway? The boy stood up straight, puffing out his chest.
I'm Kenoemaru Saruto Ubi.
The future Hokage. Just then, an adult with dark glasses and a Chunin vest burst into the room. Honorable grandson, are you all right? The man gasped, rushing to Konohamaru's side. Then he pointed accusingly at Naruto. You, what did you do to him? Naruto muttered under his breath. Stupid people. No wonder the kid's like that. Hey, who are you calling stupid? Both the man and Konohamaru shouted in unison. Konohamaru stepped forward dramatically. Do you even know who I am? Naruto smirked again. Wow, you really don't know who you are? That's really sad. You should go see Inoichi. Maybe he can help you remember. Hiruzen sighed again, rubbing his temples. This is going to be a long day. Kanemaru's face turned red with embarrassment. You! Do you know who my grandfather is? I'm the grandson of the Hokage, he shouted. Naruto was amused by his antics. It was like watching his younger self. Really? I don't care if your grandma is the Hokage, he said with a smirk, then gave Kanemaru a bonk on the head. Ouch! Kanemaru exclaimed, rubbing his head. Hey, you dare to hit me? You, how dare you? The tall man, Ebisu, hissed, raising his hand to strike Naruto. Ebisu, that's enough, Hiruzen commanded, his voice firm. There was a puff of smoke, and suddenly a young girl with blonde pigtails appeared in front of them, wearing a costume that barely covered her, striking a pose with a seductive look on her face. The sight made both Hiruzen and Ebisu's noses start to spurt blood like geysers. The man collapsed to the floor, twitching. Kanemaru stared wide-eyed in awe. Wow, how did you do that? Naruto chuckled, his arms crossed. He's a pervert. He fell for it. Kanemaru blinked, still impressed. That's awesome. Hiruzen rose to his feet, looking slightly flustered but trying to maintain composure. I think my work here is done. Naruto stood up straight. Yeah, and I'm done here too. With a quick nod, he turned and walked out of the room, the door closing behind him. While walking back to his house, Naruto heard someone calling his name. He turned to see Kanemaru running toward him, a determined look on his face. Hey you, what's your name? Kanemaru asked, catching up to Naruto. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage, Naruto replied, giving him a confident grin. No way, I'm gonna be the next Hokage, Kanemaru declared, his chest puffed out with pride. Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking him up and down. Well, you need to surpass me for that. Kanemaru's eyes lit up. I will, but for that you need to train me. Naruto snorted. Sorry, kid. I'll be way too busy to train you. Don't you have that Ebisu guy who literally clings to you like a koala? Kanemaru grimaced. But he's not awesome like you. Please teach me, Naruto. I'll do whatever you say. He made the classic puppy-eyed jutsu, staring up at Naruto with pleading eyes. I won't disturb you, I promise. Naruto paused, considering it for a moment before asking, Why are you asking me? We both have the same goal, to become Hokage. Shouldn't you be training yourself for that? Kanemaru nodded vigorously. That's exactly why. Because we have the same goal. I need you to train me. Naruto stared at him, eyes narrowing. Isn't that a little childish? Whatever, Kanemaru said, shrugging it off. Just teach me. Naruto sighed, a little exasperated. Alright, first things first. Do you know how to access your chakra? Kanemaru nodded confidently. Yeah, I can do that. Did you practice the leaf balancing exercise? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. Kanemaru's face dropped. No. Ebisu-sensei said he knows a shortcut to make me Hokage in no time. Naruto's eyes flared with anger. A shortcut? That guy is just manipulating you. If he knows some magical shortcut, why isn't he Hokage already? Kanemaru was taken aback by Naruto's sudden intensity. What do you mean? Naruto's voice grew sharp. He's just filling your head with lies to keep you under his control. If there was a shortcut to becoming Hokage, don't you think everyone would have taken it by now? Kanemaru's face grew serious, realizing for the first time. Naruto picked up a leaf from the ground and held it out in front of Kanemaru. Okay, here's how it's done, Naruto began, showing him the technique. You need to balance the leaf on your forehead using your chakra. Like this. He placed the leaf on his own forehead, holding it steady with ease. See? Just like this. Kanemaru watched intently, his eyes wide. Like this? Yep. When you master this, you need to make sure you can do it subconsciously, even when you're talking to others. The leaf shouldn't fall off, Naruto explained. He closed his eyes for a moment, then continued. Once you've got that, you need to rotate it over your body. Do it so naturally that you don't even think about it. Naruto started to demonstrate, and soon multiple leaves were hovering around his body, spinning and rotating. Some were balanced on his fingertips, while others danced in the air around him. Konohamaru watched, mouth agape in awe. Whoa, that's amazing. Once you're able to do that, Naruto said, his tone a little more serious, you'll need to balance multiple leaves on your fingertips, again, subconsciously. When you can do all of this, then come find me. Don't skip any steps. As Naruto spoke, the leaves continued to spin, rotate, and balance effortlessly around him. He wasn't even looking at them anymore. His chakra control was so refined that it seemed almost like second nature. Konohamaru blinked, still struggling to process. But what's the point of all this? Why do we need to balance leaves? Chakra control, Naruto replied, turning his gaze toward the horizon for a brief moment. You need extreme chakra control. This will help you master the basics of chakra manipulation. When you get good enough, you'll be able to do things you couldn't even dream of. I'll explain more later, but first master this. With that, Naruto turned and walked off, leaving Konohamaru to practice on his own. Just before leaving the clearing, Naruto glanced around, seemingly in a random direction, but Konohamaru could swear he knew someone was watching. Hiruzen sat in the quiet of his office, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball before him. He watched Naruto's training session with Konohamaru, noting how effortlessly the young shinobi balanced multiple leaves in the air, his chakra control appearing almost flawless. It seems he's taken the leaf balancing to an extreme level, Hiruzen murmured to himself. His eyes softened with a hint of admiration. Maybe it's a good thing. He's training seriously, and he's made Konohamaru train seriously too. A slow, thoughtful frown formed on his face as he continued to observe. His attention shifted slightly when he noticed something unusual. As Naruto demonstrated his technique, he suddenly glanced in a random direction, his eyes sharp and knowing. Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. Does he know I'm watching him? The thought nagged at him, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper curiosity. He had always expected Naruto to be clever, but this level of awareness, of intuition, seemed to indicate something more, something that went beyond simple training. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepling in front of him. The way he's growing is not just in strength, it's in wisdom too. He's becoming something more than I ever imagined. He exhaled slowly, gazing at the image of Naruto still in the crystal ball. This will be interesting. He watched Naruto for a moment longer before his thoughts shifted inward, filled with quiet regret. I hope you will forgive me, Naruto, he thought, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. I see you as my own grandson, but perhaps I should have told you sooner. Maybe I should have shared the truth when you first entered the academy, or when you graduated. Instead, you learned it from someone who despises you. His chest tightened, and he closed his eyes briefly. I've always known the burden you carry, the loneliness, the anger, but I never once considered how much pain I've caused you by keeping my silence. The Hokage looked down at his desk, the weight of the years pressing down on him. He had always thought he could protect the village, guide the young generation, but Naruto had slipped through the cracks. The boy had suffered in ways Hiruzen could never fully understand, and he had failed to offer him the support he deserved. I'm too slow, Hiruzen thought bitterly, clenching his fists. I failed to protect someone who needed me most. For a long moment he was silent. The burden of leadership, the years of decisions, and the quiet guilt weighed heavily on him. Naruto had grown stronger, yes, but so had his pain, and Hiruzen had been too late in offering him the help he needed. With Naruto, in the quiet stillness of the system interference space, Minato's voice was calm but filled with concern. Naruto, can you tell us why you're angry at Hiruzen? Naruto exhaled slowly, lowering his gaze. It's not that I'm angry, he said. I don't know how to feel. A part of me wants to say it's fine, that he did what he thought was best. But another part of me feels disappointed. He looked up, his voice laced with lingering hurt. I asked him so many times why the village hates me. Every time he just said, People fear what they don't understand. He told me he didn't want to burden me with the truth. But the thing is, I was already carrying that burden. Every day. He clenched his fists. He could have told me about the QB, about what I really was, but he didn't. And what made me really angry was the day Mizuki tried to frame me. I asked Hiruzen about you too, and he told me it was irrelevant. Naruto's voice dropped, bitter. That hurt more than anything. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance, then turned back to their son with soft expressions. Minato nodded slowly. Your feelings are valid, Naruto. It's not wrong to feel the way you do. But, Kushina added gently, I don't think you should carry that anger for too long. Hiruzen has his flaws, everyone does. But he's one of the kindest man I've ever known. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but Minato raised a hand. Wait. Let us finish, he said calmly. As for why he didn't tell you about us, Minato looked him in the eye. That was our decision. We asked him not to reveal anything until you were strong enough to defend yourself. We have enemies, Naruto, dangerous ones. Knowing about us too soon could have put your life in even more danger. Naruto fell silent, taking in their words. He looked down, the emotions swirling inside him slowly settling into something quieter. Not acceptance yet, but maybe the beginning of understanding. Naruto remained silent, their words echoing in his mind. Then, slowly memories began to surface, fragments of a childhood filled with loneliness and a single constant. He remembered how, when no one else was there for him, Hiruzen was. Even though the old man had kept secrets, he had never shown hatred. When the villagers looked at Naruto with fear and disgust, Hiruzen looked at him with quiet compassion. Naruto recalled the warm smile, the kind words, the times the third Hokage would visit him with a gentle hand on his shoulder, asking how he was doing. Not as a Jinchuriki, but as a child. And then there was that one moment, one he had nearly forgotten. The day he declared, I'm gonna be Hokage someday. People had laughed, called him delusional. Even the academy instructors dismissed it. But not Hiruzen. The old man had simply smiled and said, Then you better work hard, Naruto. A Hokage must earn the trust of the people and their love. That memory struck deep. Naruto clenched his fists, not in anger now, but in realization. He believed in me, Naruto whispered, when no one else did. He actually believed in me. Minato and Kushina watched their son quietly, proud smiles tugging at their lips. Then Naruto looked up, a familiar mischievous glint in his eyes. Well, I've got an idea, he said, smirking. How about we play a little prank on him? At that, Kushina's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, I'm listening, she said eagerly, leaning forward like a child about to hear a juicy secret. What is it? Naruto leaned in and whispered his plan. Kushina burst into giggles, unable to hold it in, laughing like a little girl caught sneaking cookies before dinner. Oh my God, that's perfect, she said between laughs. He'll never see it coming. Minato chuckled softly, shaking his head. You two are so alike. It's kind of terrifying. Kushina grinned. Terror runs in the family. Later that day, all the Jonin instructors assigned to lead Genin teams gathered in the Hokage's office. All except one. After reading out the team placements, Hiruzen looked up from the scroll. Is everyone satisfied with their assigned teams? The Jonin nodded in quiet agreement. Very well, Hiruzen said, rolling up the scroll. You're dismissed. One by one, they filed out, the room gradually falling silent. A few moments later, the door creaked open again. Kakashi Hatake stepped in, hands in his pockets, his signature slouch in full display. You're late, Hiruzen said, his tone flat. Sorry, Kakashi replied, scratching the back of his head beneath his silver hair. I got lost on the road of life. Hiruzen sighed, more tired than annoyed. He knew Kakashi well enough not to press it. You've been assigned Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. For a moment there was silence. The smile under Kakashi's mask faded. his lone visible eye sharpened, the lazy air around him evaporating. Lord Hokage, Kakashi said quietly, I don't want to take Naruto. The end. Status window, Legacy System Chapter 6. Meeting the Kyuubi. Silence hung heavily in the Hokage's office. Even the ANBU stationed in the shadows remained completely still, their curiosity piqued. The tension was palpable, like a storm ready to break. Could you repeat that, Kakashi? Hiruzen Sarutobi finally asked, his voice grave. I think I misheard you. You didn't mishear anything, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied quietly but firmly. I don't want Naruto in my team. Hiruzen let out a long, weary sigh. Care to explain why? But Kakashi remained silent. His single visible eye stared forward, expression unreadable beneath his mask. Hiruzen waited. Still no response. ANBU, leave us, the Hokage ordered suddenly. The masked shinobi disappeared instantly. Without wasting a second, Hiruzen activated a silencing seal, a powerful jutsu ensuring no sound could escape the room. Speak now, Kakashi, Hiruzen said, voice hardening. Why don't you want Naruto on your team? Kakashi sighed, knowing there was no way to evade the question anymore. He looked down for a moment before speaking. It's because if it weren't for Naruto, Minato-sensei would still be alive. The room felt colder. Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly. In all the years he had known Kakashi, never had he expected to hear such bitterness directed toward Naruto. Not from him. What are you saying, Kakashi? Hiruzen asked, voice low. What exactly do you mean by that? It's simple, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, his voice tight, sorrow edging into every word. If Naruto hadn't been born, Sensei wouldn't have needed to use the dead demon-consuming seal. The Kyuubi would still be sealed inside Kushina-san. They'd still be alive. Hiruzen closed his eyes, took a deep puff from his pipe, and exhaled slowly. His body felt heavier than usual. Age was catching up to him, and now he was being confronted with a pain he had overlooked, Kakashi's unhealed grief. He had known Minato's death had impacted Kakashi, but it seems Minato's death affected him more deeply than I realized, Hiruzen thought somberly. Kakashi, he said gently, how is your health? I'm fine, Kakashi replied immediately. I haven't been sick in years. I don't mean physically, Hiruzen said. I mean mentally, emotionally. Kakashi hesitated. I'm fine, Okage-sama. No, Hiruzen said, his voice now carrying the weight of command. I've been careless. I should have paid more attention. Do you realize what you're saying right now? You're blaming Minato's own son for his death. Do you understand how cruel that sounds? I'm sounding reasonable, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, his voice cold and firm. Hiruzen shook his head, his expression hardening. No, Kakashi, you're not. Naruto is the love between Minato and Kushina. You, more than anyone, know how overjoyed they were when they found out they were becoming parents. Are you saying Minato didn't deserve that happiness? Didn't deserve a child of his own after everything he gave to this village? Kakashi said nothing, but his eye flickered. Minato longed for a family, his own family, and yes, life was cruel. He died the same night Naruto was born. Hiruzen's voice cracked slightly. It should have been me. I should have sealed the Kyuubi. Not him. Silence. So tell me, Kakashi, Hiruzen asked, eyes narrowing. Do you still blame Naruto for Minato and Kushina's deaths? Kakashi's reply was sharp. Whatever. I still don't want Naruto on my team. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, tired and disappointed. If you had come to me earlier, perhaps something could have been arranged. But the other Jonin have already selected their teams for specific reasons. I assigned Sasuke to your squad because once his Sharingan awakens, you are the best person to guide him. He continued, Sakura scored top marks in the written exams. She's sharp. Before Hiruzen could continue. And Naruto's the dead last. Kakashi cut in, voice bitter. That's the last thing I heard about him. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. When exactly did you hear that? Kakashi shrugged slightly. About a year ago, maybe. Then you're speaking from ignorance, Hiruzen said sternly. Naruto has improved immensely in the last year. Even I was surprised. His chakra control has advanced significantly. Hiruzen pulled a file from his desk and opened it. Take a look. These are his latest records. Kakashi glanced at the file without much interest. After a brief skim, he scoffed. Humph. Sure, he's improved, but he'll still slow down Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke's a prodigy, and Sakura is smart enough to figure things out on her own. Hiruzen didn't miss the apathy in Kakashi's voice. No, it wasn't just apathy. It was avoidance. It was pain. Kakashi, Hiruzen said, voice rising slightly. You've seen these reports. You know how rapid his growth has been. If he lacked talent, he wouldn't be improving at this pace. And let's not forget, he took down a Chunin Mizuki by himself. That's not something a weak or worthless ninja can do. He stood up, placing both hands on his desk. This is my order, Kakashi. There will be no changes to the teams. Kakashi looked away, eye half-lidded, unreadable. Whether you like it or not, Hiruzen finished firmly, Naruto Uzumaki is on your team. And furthermore, Hiruzen said, his tone turning grave, I'm ordering you to begin therapy with Yamanaka Inoichi. You will report your progress to me directly. Failure to comply will result in your removal from the shinobi forces. Kakashi's eye widened in shock. What? But Hiruzen didn't stop. It's for your own good, Kakashi, he said firmly, his voice laced with regret. You're still grieving. I should have seen it earlier, how deeply Minato's and Rin's deaths have affected you. You've buried it beneath missions, masks, and silence. But now it's starting to show. Hiruzen leaned forward, folding his hands over the desk. If you continue like this, it will damage you, and more importantly, it will endanger the team you're supposed to guide. I won't stand by and let you destroy yourself under the weight of grief. I won't let you become another casualty of the past. Kakashi's fists tightened at his sides. His breath hitched, but he said nothing. That's why I'm postponing the finalization of the team assignments, Hiruzen continued. Based on Inoichi's evaluation, I will decide whether or not you're mentally and emotionally ready to lead a team. If his reports are satisfactory, you will be assigned your team as planned. If not, his voice dropped to a hard edge. Then you will remain in therapy until you are of sound mind. No exceptions. Silence filled the room like a crushing weight. This isn't a punishment, Kakashi, Hiruzen added after a moment. This is me making sure you don't die with your eyes open. Hiruzen exhaled slowly, his eyes now softer but no less serious. And moreover, he added, having Naruto on your team might help you, Kakashi. Help you see him for who he really is, rather than through the lens of grief and prejudice. He leaned back slightly, looking out the window at the village. He has a lot of Kushina in him, her fire, her stubbornness, her heart. But, for the first time, recently, I saw Minato in him too. Kakashi remained still for a long moment before finally asking, does he know about the Kyuubi? Hiruzen nodded slowly. Kakashi's voice was softer now. How did he take it? A bitter smile formed on Hiruzen's lips. He's furious with me, he admitted. There was a pause before he added, more to himself than to Kakashi. I should have told him the truth sooner, not left him to hear it from a traitor who hates him to the core. Kakashi looked down. Hiruzen spoke, I've made mistakes with Naruto. I couldn't stop the truth about his status as a Jinchuriki from leaking to the public, or from poisoning the minds of the villagers. I was blind to his pain and loneliness. I failed to realize he was being sabotaged in the academy all those years, and he believes I allowed it. And yet, despite everything, he stood tall on his own, just like Minato did when he was young. Inside Naruto's Mindscape, within the quiet expanse of his mental world, Naruto was locked in an intense sparring session against both of his parents. He ducked under a swift kick from his father, Minato, while narrowly avoiding a sweeping leg strike from his mother, Kushina. With a quick leap, Naruto sprang into the air, aiming a punch at his father. Mid-flight, he deflected Kushina's incoming hand and landed a solid hit on Minato's chest. But before his feet could touch the ground, a sharp kick from Kushina caught him in the ribs, sending him crashing to the floor. Grimacing, Naruto rolled over and began forming hand signs. No ninjutsu or shadow clones. Naruto, Minato said firmly, his voice calm but strict. Naruto shot him a glare. Then how the hell am I supposed to fight two people at once? You're not even letting me breathe. That's the point of this training, Minato replied evenly. Naruto sat up with a groan. Shouldn't I use shadow clones if I'm fighting two opponents? Kushina stepped in, her expression soft but determined. Yes, in a real fight you would. But this isn't about winning. This training is about preparing you for situations where you're outnumbered and exhausted.
No chakra. No crachis.
Just instinct, speed, and awareness. It'll help sharpen your reactions and improve your situational awareness. Naruto sighed and got to his feet, brushing himself off. Fine, if you believe this is gonna help, I won't argue. He readied his stance again, eyes focused. Then, with a deep breath, he rushed forward. Minato came in with a straight punch. Kushina followed up with a high kick. Naruto ducked beneath Minato's fist and flipped backward to dodge Kushina's kick. Landing lightly on his feet, he twisted behind her and struck her back with a quick jab. Without hesitating, he launched himself toward Minato once more. Crack! But Minato's fist met his face mid-air, stopping him cold and sending him tumbling across the floor. That's enough for today, Kushina said, walking over with a smile. You're getting better. With enough practice, this'll be second nature. Naruto lay flat on the ground, groaning. I feel like I'm gonna die before that happens. Minato chuckled, offering his hand. That just means you're learning. Now, for the most important part, Minato said, his tone serious. You need to speak to the Kyuubi. Naruto was stunned. What are you talking about? Why should I talk to the Kyuubi? Isn't it the reason you died, and the reason the whole village hates me? He asked, confusion written all over his face. Minato sighed. Yes, but there's more to the story. I need to explain what happened on the day you were born. A masked man with a Sharingan attacked your mother. He kidnapped her and extracted the Nine Tails from her, then used it to attack Konoha. It was during that attack that I made the decision to seal the Kyuubi inside you. I believed that one day you could work with the beast. I thought it was the only way to prevent it from being used to destroy the world. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, what? Work with the Kyuubi? You can't be serious. Minato nodded gravely. I know it sounds crazy, but I had my reasons. I suspected that sealing it inside either myself or Kushina could have been a short-term solution, but the Kyuubi would eventually reform and could go on another rampage. Worse, the masked man could use it to destroy everything. So I sealed it inside you, with the hope that you might be able to control it one day, keeping it safe from the wrong hands. Naruto's mind raced. But, don't you think someone could have captured me earlier? I mean, the whole village knows I hold the Kyuubi inside me. Someone with a Sharingan could easily control it, right? Maybe an Uchiha. Someone who's still alive. Minato paused before responding. That's possible. But as far as we know, only Madara Uchiha ever controlled the Nine Tails with his Sharingan. Naruto frowned. But Hashirama Jiji killed him, right? If Madara is still alive, he'd be ancient by now. It's almost impossible. True, Minato said, looking contemplative. But what if someone else got their hands on Madara's Sharingan? Naruto blinked, his thoughts running wild. You mean someone could still be waiting to control the Kyuubi? But if all the Uchihas are gone, that seems less likely. Unless, of course, Itachi knows how to control the Kyuubi with his Sharingan. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, the weight of the situation settling in. The possibility of someone still being able to control the Nine Tails was a real threat. Either way, it's best if you talk to the Kyuubi, Minato insisted. Fine, but how am I supposed to talk to him? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Simple. Just get out of here, meditate, and imagine a huge gate with the kanji for seal on it, Minato explained. Naruto sighed. As much as I don't like the sound of this, I guess craziness runs in the family, huh? He said with a smirk. With that, Naruto found himself back in his room, his legs crossed in a seated position. He opened his eyes briefly, then closed them again, focusing on the task at hand. He visualized the massive gate with the kanji for seal etched into it. It took him a few minutes, but soon, Naruto found himself standing in a dark, narrow corridor. An overwhelming, ominous presence loomed ahead. He instinctively began walking toward it. The further he walked, the stronger the feeling of dread grew. Finally, he reached the gate. Water lapped at his feet as he stood before it, keeping a safe distance. Two enormous, glowing red eyes stared back at him, and sharp, menacing teeth glistened in the darkness. Fear gripped him for a moment, but Naruto quickly regained his composure. He wasn't a child anymore. He was the son of the fourth Hokage. He could do this. But then, the Kyuubi released its killing intent. The pressure was suffocating, a wave of pure malice crashing over him. Naruto trembled under the weight of it, his legs buckling as he fell onto his rear. He tried to rise, but the dread was overwhelming. No matter how much he told himself that the Kyuubi couldn't harm him, the fear gnawed at him. His heart raced, and his mind screamed for him to back away. But the Kyuubi's presence refused to let him go. Instinctively, Naruto flared his chakra, pushing back against the crushing pressure. Slowly, shakily, he rose to his feet. His legs wobbled like jelly, but his determination kept him standing. He gasped out air no matter how hard he tried to speak. Words aren't coming. After a few moments, the killing intent stopped. A deep, thunderous voice echoed through the vast darkness. Humph! You're not as pathetic as I thought. Naruto froze and turned toward the massive cage. Wait! You can talk? All this time, I thought you couldn't speak. The Kyuubi's glowing eyes narrowed. Its massive body stirred, sending a pulse of raw energy through the space. You really are a fool. A stupid boy. What made you think I couldn't? The beast growled, releasing a small wave of killing intent. Naruto took a step back but stood his ground. How should I know? You're a giant fox. I just figured. You growl, roar, and destroy things, not hold conversations. The Kyuubi snorted in disdain. TCH? Typical human. It leaned closer, massive claws pressing against the cage's bars. So why are you here? Come crawling for my power. Naruto shook his head.
No.
I'm not here for that. I just want to talk. The Kyuubi laughed, a low, threatening sound that echoed across the chamber. Talk? With me? And what makes you think I'll entertain your pathetic words? I could crush you where you stand. Naruto smirked. Really? Then why haven't you? You're stuck behind that seal. If you could have killed me, you would have done it years ago. The Kyuubi's eyes flared. His chakra spiked violently. Vermin, do you know who I am? I am the great Kyuubi, the strongest of the tailed beasts. Naruto crossed his arms. And yet, sealed inside a human. A growl rumbled from deep within the fox's chest.
Insolent brat.
Release me, and I'll show you what true power is. The Kyuubi roared, slamming a claw against the bars. Naruto didn't budge.
Yeah, no.
Like I said, I'm here to talk. Will you at least listen? The Kyuubi paused, his gaze fixed on Naruto. For a moment, the tension hung heavy. Then it sensed something, Naruto's emotions. No fear.
No hatred. No deception.
After a long silence, it huffed. Fine. Speak. Naruto took a deep breath. I found out what happened the night I was born. How a masked man with the Sharingan pulled you out of my mother and used you to attack the village. My father, Minato Namikaze, sealed you inside me to stop him. So what? The Kyuubi said flatly. There's a good chance he's still out there, Naruto said. And if he controlled you once, he might try again. I don't want to be a puppet or die young. And I'm pretty sure you don't want to be controlled either. The Kyuubi's expression darkened, but it didn't respond right away. Naruto stepped closer, voice calm but firm. We may not like each other, but if we both hate being controlled, maybe we can agree on something. The Kyuubi's crimson eyes narrowed. So, You're indirectly saying you want my power. Naruto shook his head.
No.
Didn't I just say I don't want your power? Then what makes you think you won't need it? The Kyuubi countered, its voice low and sharp. What makes you think you'll never use it? Naruto opened his mouth to respond, then paused. He looked down, fists clenched. You're right. The Kyuubi blinked, surprised. Naruto raised his head again, expression calm and honest. At my current level, I'm not strong enough. If someone like Madara or even Itachi comes for me, I might not survive. So yeah, maybe one day I will need your power. But if I do, I'll only use it in the most desperate, dire situations. That's a promise. The Kyuubi's eyes glinted. Humph, I don't trust humans, least of all you. So don't expect me to just hand over my power because you asked nicely. Chakra began to swell around the cage. The Kyuubi was preparing to expel him from the Mindscape. Then I'll come again tomorrow, Naruto said calmly, turning away, whether you like it or not. With that, his form shimmered and vanished. The Kyuubi stared at the now empty space in silence. Humph, that brat. Naruto found himself back in his room. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and entered his Mindscape. Waiting for him, as always, were Minato and Kushina. So, how did it go? Minato asked, a hopeful look in his eyes. To be honest, better than I imagined, Naruto replied. Did you know the Kyuubi can actually talk? Both Minato and Kushina blinked in surprise, then shook their heads. I know, right? I thought the same. But yeah, it spoke clearly. I explained the whole situation with the masked man, and the Kyuubi said it doesn't trust humans. That's why it won't give me its power, not just because I asked. Minato gave a thoughtful nod. Kushina's expression softened. That does sound better than we expected, Kushina said. So what will you do now? I told it I'd ask again, and I will, Naruto said with quiet determination. I'll keep visiting, and, to tell the truth, aside from the hatred, the malice, and the giant teeth, I think the Kyuubi's actually kinda cool. Minato and Kushina chuckled warmly at that, pride shining in their eyes. A few days later, Kakashi stood silently in front of the third Hokage's desk, his face as unreadable as ever, but his grip on the paper in his hand betrayed his concern. Hiruzen took the report from him with a quiet sigh, recognizing the seal of the Yamanaka clan. It was Inoichi's assessment, a psychological evaluation requested after recent events. He opened it and began to read. The words were direct, clinical, and heavy. Psychological evaluation, Hatake Kakashi. Subject is drowning in unresolved guilt and prolonged grief. If this continues unchecked, there is a high likelihood he will become a danger to himself. Notably, he shows no meaningful interaction with others outside of missions, a factor that worsens his emotional isolation. I strongly recommend regular social interaction and emotional support to stabilize his condition. If he is able to make progress, he can continue serving as a shinobi. However, should his mental health deteriorate further, retirement from active duty must be considered. Additionally, I recommend weekly visits for monitoring. Yamanaka Inoichi. Hiruzen set the paper down slowly, brows furrowed. Kakashi, he said, looking up at the jonin with concern. You've taken more weight on your shoulders than any one person should. Kakashi said nothing at first, eyes lowered beneath the shadow of his Hitai-8. I understand, he said finally, his voice low. I'll do what's necessary. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Good, because if you fall, there are others who will follow. You're not as alone as you think, Kakashi. There was a long silence before Kakashi turned and left the office, the weight of the report still lingering in the air. Few days later, Naruto walked into the academy classroom, eager to find out who his teammates would be. His eyes scanned the room, then brightened as he spotted Hinata sitting alone near the middle. With an easy grin, he made his way over and took the seat beside her. Morning, Hinata, he greeted casually. Good morning, Naruto-kun, she replied, cheeks coloring just slightly. As the students settled in and waited for their team assignments, the relative calm was shattered by a loud, grating screech.
Sasuke-kun.
No, he's mine. Naruto flinched, his face twisting in mild horror. Here we go again. Sakura and Ino had launched into another one of their infamous Banshee contests, their voices shrill enough to make glass tremble. Both had raced across the room to crowd around Sasuke like a pair of aggressive fangirls in a death match, each trying to outscreech the other for his attention. They hovered around him like flies buzzing around sugar, annoying, persistent, and absolutely immune to any attempt to shoo them away. Naruto leaned toward Hinata and muttered, "I feel sorry for the enemies they'll face one day. No one deserves to hear those screams. And whoever marries them, guaranteed death in a year." Hinata tried and failed to stifle a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. "Don't mock them, Naruto-kun," she said softly, though her eyes twinkled with amusement. Naruto grinned. "I'm just saying, why can't more girls be like you? Strong, kind, and not trying to destroy everyone's eardrums before breakfast." Hinata's face turned crimson. "Do you really think I'm strong?" Naruto nodded with quiet certainty. "Yeah, I see the potential in you, Hinata. You've got the strength to become the strongest kunoichi in the village. Don't let some stuck-up wannabes drag you down." Naruto's words echoed in Hinata's heart long after he had said them. Don't let some wannabes drag you down. He didn't know it, but those words gave her something she had rarely felt: confidence. Without even trying, Naruto had told her the one thing she'd always needed to hear. You are enough. That it was okay to be herself, that her quiet strength mattered. And he hadn't said it to flatter her, he meant it. Genuinely. He had no idea what her life was like in the Hyuga compound. Naruto didn't know about the constant cold gazes, the silent judgment, the way her clan treated her like a delicate porcelain doll too fragile to be of use. The elders belittled her openly, even during training sessions. And her father, Hayashi Hyuga, he saw her progress. He had noticed the slight change in her posture, the new steadiness in her stance, the growing light in her eyes. But still, he said nothing. He didn't chastise her, no, but he didn't praise her either. He didn't speak up when the elders ridiculed her in front of the entire clan. He stood silent, passive, cold. Hinata never expected warmth from him anymore, not after so many years of disappointment. But some small part of her still wished. Maybe just once, he would look at her and say, "I'm proud of you." That day hadn't come. But Naruto Uzumaki, a boy who had every reason to ignore her like the rest, had believed in her, encouraged her, spoke to her as an equal. And somehow that meant more than all the silence from her clan. Hinata sat up a little straighter in her seat, her hand closing into a small fist atop her desk. For the first time, she felt something stir within her, a quiet flame. She would prove them all wrong, not just the elders, but even her father. She would become strong. Meanwhile, the girls swarmed Sasuke like flies, with Ino and Sakura screeching non-stop, each trying to outdo the other. As the quarrel between the two girls escalated over who would win Sasuke's heart, the classroom door slid open with a sharp clack. "Enough!" Irika's voice boomed, silencing the room in an instant. "Sakura, Ino, be quiet and return to your seats." Both girls froze, then nodded sheepishly and sat down, their cheeks red with embarrassment. Irika sighed and looked over the class. "All right, from today onward, you are all officially shinobi of Konohagakure. I've had the honor of teaching you these past years, and even though some of you were extremely annoying at times." He paused with a pointed glance at Naruto. "I have faith that each of you will grow into excellent shinobi who will make this village proud." He straightened the papers in his hand. "Now, I'll announce the team assignments." A hush fell over the classroom. Team 1. Names were called in groups as Irika went down the list until finally, Team 7. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. Before he could finish, Sakura leapt up with a screech of joy. "See, Ino Pig. True love prevails." Ino flipped her hair and huffed. "Don't think just because you're on the same team with Sasuke-kun you've won. Even if we're apart, Sasuke's heart still belongs to me." Naruto couldn't help himself. He snickered, then mimicked Ino's dreamy voice. Even at a distance, I live in Sasuke's heart. What? Like his heart's a house and you've been living there rent-free your whole life? The classroom erupted in laughter. Oh Sasuke-kun, even if I'm 50 miles away, our hearts are connected by the magical power of love. Shut up, Naruto, Ino snapped, fuming. Troublesome woman, muttered Shikamaru. Whatever, he muttered with a grin, leaning back in his chair. Enough! Irika's voice cut through the laughter like a blade. Sakura, if you can behave like a proper shinobi, I'll continue. Sakura instantly sat down, back straight and hands folded, trying to look as composed as possible. Irika shook his head, half exasperated, half amused, and continued the announcements. Now, Team 7. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto immediately face-bombed like he just smelled something terrible. Sakura whipped around, finger pointed like a laser. Hey Naruto. He looked at her, raising an eyebrow. Don't even think about coming between me and Sasuke. Naruto grinned wide and shrugged. Relax, I'm not gay. I'm straight as a kunai. So no worries about me stealing your precious emo king. But if he's into guys, well, that's on him. Don't come crying to me. The classroom exploded. Sasuke fangirls shot daggers like they were ninja stars. How dare you accuse Sasuke-kun? One girl shrieked, clutching her chest dramatically. Naruto smirked and waved his hand. Hey, I'm just saying, you all follow him around like lost puppies. Has he ever even noticed you? Said a word? Nope. Maybe he's got a secret girlfriend. You know, or maybe he's into boys. If that's true, guess I better watch my back. By now, Sasuke's face was so red it looked like he'd been hit by a fireball jutsu. Shut up, dope, Sasuke snapped, glaring. Naruto grinned even wider. Oh, you're listening now? Thought you were off brooding in some dark cave, practicing your angsty emo look. The whole class burst out laughing. Enough, Irika roared, cutting through the noise. Naruto, could you please be quiet? Sorry. Naruto's voice mumbled sheepishly. Irika took a deep breath and continued. Team 7's Jonin instructor is Kakashi Hatake. Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Jonin instructor, Kurinai Yuhi. Team 9 is still in rotation. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Jonin instructor, Asuma Sarutobi. Shikamaru groaned loudly. No way, I'm stuck with a lazy bum and the guy who eats all the time. What a drag, he muttered. Naruto grinned and shot back. Then don't let others drag you down, Shikamaru. The class chuckled as Shikamaru rolled his eyes but couldn't hide a small smile. Okay, everyone, wait here until your Jonin instructors arrive, Irika said, then left the classroom. Soon, the Jonin appeared one by one, gathering their teams and leading them away, everyone except Team 7. Sakura tapped her foot impatiently. What is he doing? We've been waiting here for 3 hours. Sasuke sat silently, brooding as usual, eyes fixed on the floor. Meanwhile, Naruto sat cross-legged, eyes closed, entering his mindscape where Minato and Kushina awaited him. Well, Tusan, Naruto began, do you know Kakashi Hatake? He's my Jonin instructor. Minato nodded. Yeah, he was my student when I was a Jonin. Naruto's face lit up. Awesome. If only he knew how messed up Kakashi's mind really is. Then the door opened, and in came a man with silver hair. Come meet me on the rooftop in 5, he said calmly. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked at each other and began their trek upstairs. On the rooftop, the three sat on the floor waiting. The silver-haired man stood before them, hands in his pockets. My name is Kakashi Hatake. Now introduce yourselves. You first, Pinky, he said, pointing at Sakura. Sakura frowned. Well, sensei, why don't you go first? Kakashi sighed. Fine. My name is Kakashi Hatake. My likes are none of your concern. My dislikes, the same. My dreams? That's not your business either. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all sweat dropped. So, Pinky? He repeated, looking at Sakura again. My name is Sakura Haruno, she began. My likes are… She glanced at Sasuke and giggled. My dislikes are Ino Pig, and my dream, well… She glanced at Sasuke again, blushing and giggling dreamily. It's a secret. Kakashi raised a brow. Fangirl, he thought. Next, he said. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, said Sasuke flatly. I have some likes and dislikes. My dream, no, my goal, is to kill a certain someone and restore my clan. Sakura squealed. Sasuke-kun, you're so cool. Naruto watched him quietly. He already knew who Sasuke meant. Far away, in Naruto's subconscious, Minato and Kushina, observing through Naruto's system, frowned sadly. Then Naruto stood. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, training, and training with Hinata. I dislike certain stupid people. My dream is to become Hokage, surpass the Yondaime, and make sure no child ever suffers in Konoha. In Naruto's Mindscape, Minato and Kushina beamed with pride. Back on the rooftop, Sakura and Sasuke stared at him like he'd grown a second head. What do you mean, Naruto? Sakura asked. That no child should suffer? Naruto looked down, then up with a serious expression. Well, I'm an orphan. I don't know who my parents were. That kind of loneliness. No one should have to feel that. I know I can't stop death, but I'll do my best to make sure every child in Konoha is loved and cared for. Sasuke's eyes flickered. He understood that feeling. Naruto continued. To make that happen, I have to become Hokage, and I will surpass the Yondaime. Sasuke scoffed. You? Surpass the Yondaime? Naruto turned to him. And you? Killing Itachi? Wake up. He was in ANBU at 13. We're 12, and we just became Genin. Sasuke's face contorted with anger. I will surpass him, he said through gritted teeth. Naruto nodded. And I will surpass the fourth. Kakashi was quietly observing Naruto, arms crossed, and I narrowed in thought. We'll see what you can do. You're nowhere near your father's intelligence. He mused silently. Then he spoke, breaking the silence. Well, tomorrow we'll have a survival test. Based on your performance, I'll decide whether you pass or fail. What? Naruto and Sakura shouted at the same time. But we already passed the academy exam, Sakura argued, confused and frustrated. Kakashi replied coolly, yes and no. That test was just to determine if you were eligible to become a Genin. Tomorrow's test is the real one, the one that actually decides your fate. He looked at them with a straight face. The probability of passing is only 33%, he said. Naruto blinked. So only 3 teams will pass? What do you mean? Sakura asked, turning to Naruto. Naruto crossed his arms. No matter how many Genin graduate from the academy, only a few teams are allowed to become full-fledged Genin. The rest get sent back. Sakura frowned. And how do you know that? I overheard some Chunin talking about it, Naruto replied. But, looking at how serious Sensei is, it makes sense. Kakashi gave a small nod. It's true. Only 3 teams out of all the graduates will pass. The rest will return to the academy. A heavy silence fell between them. Be at training ground 7, sharp at 7 a.m., Kakashi added. Oh, and I suggest don't eat breakfast. Why not? Sakura asked. Kakashi's visible eye curved into a smile. You'll just throw it up. And with that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the 3 stunned Genin behind. Naruto groaned. This guy's totally insane. Only 3 teams will pass. And don't eat breakfast, he repeated in his mind. Something didn't sit right. He noticed Sasuke turning to leave. Hey! Naruto called out, stopping him. I'd say you should eat breakfast tomorrow. Sasuke turned, giving him an annoyed glance. Didn't you hear Sensei Yubaka? He said not to eat. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, I heard him. But think about it. How are you supposed to take a test on an empty stomach? What if it's something physical or long? You'll pass out before you even get halfway through. Sasuke narrowed his eyes but didn't respond. I don't care what he said, Naruto continued.
I'm eking.
Even if it's just a little, you should think about it too. Without waiting for a reply, Naruto turned and walked away, hands behind his head, lost in thought. The next day, 7 a.m. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood at Training Ground 7, waiting under the rising sun. The air was quiet, except for the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. Where is he? Sakura muttered, arms crossed impatiently. Minutes passed, then an hour, then 2. 3 hours later. Puff! A cloud of smoke exploded in front of them, and Kakashi appeared, as relaxed as ever, hands in his pockets. You're late, Sakura shouted furiously. Kakashi gave his trademark eye smile. Sorry, I came across an old lady on the road, so I helped her. Lies, Sakura screamed, fists clenched. Kakashi didn't respond. Instead, he pulled out 2 small, silver bells that jingled softly in his hand. Well then, he said, here's the deal. There are 2 bells. Your task is simple. Take them from me before noon. The 3 looked at each other, confused. But Sensei, Sakura said, frowning, there's only 2 bells. Exactly, Kakashi replied calmly, which means one of you will fail and be sent back to the academy. What? Naruto and Sakura shouted in unison. Even Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, though he remained quiet. That's not fair, Naruto snapped. Kakashi's tone suddenly turned sharp, cold. It's my test, my rules. If you don't like it, you're free to go back to the academy and try again next year. Naruto flinched internally at that tone. It was harsh, dismissive, familiar, the same coldness he had heard so many times from villagers throughout his childhood. For a moment his mood dropped, but then he clenched his fists and looked up. No way, I'm not backing down from this. Kakashi stared at him for a second, then gave a slight nod. We'll see, he said. He tied the bells to his belt, pulled out a timer and set it. All right, the test begins now. In a blink, Sasuke vanished, disappearing into the trees like a shadow. Sakura quickly followed, darting behind some nearby bushes to hide and observe. Naruto, however, stood alone, face to face with Kakashi. Chapter 7. Team 7. The wind softly blew across the training ground. Naruto stood across from Kakashi, ready for his task. Take the bells from his sensei. Naruto dropped into a standard academy stance. Kakashi, hands in his pockets, gave him a lazy look, then, to Naruto's surprise, pulled out a small orange book and began to read. Naruto's eye twitched. Hey, I'm here to fight you, and you're reading a book? Without looking up, Kakashi replied coldly, You're not worth my time. I doubt your fighting will be anything special. Don't think that just because you took down Mizuki, you can touch me. Naruto blinked in surprise. So, you knew I defeated Mizuki? Well, that's your mistake. Underestimating me. Naruto burst forward, foot slicing through the air in a mid-kick aimed at Kakashi's ribs. Without even glancing up from his Ika book, Kakashi tilted his head, snatched Naruto's leg mid-swing, and with a casual twist of his wrist, sent the boy flipping overhead. Naruto spun midair and landed in a low crouch, teeth gritted. In a blur, he sprang again, fist streaking toward Kakashi's jaw. Kakashi raised a single hand, blocking without breaking stride in his reading. Naruto smirked, exactly what he wanted. Using Kakashi's palm as a pivot, he kicked upward in a tight flip, his heel snapping toward Kakashi's chin. Kakashi staggered back a step, rubbing his jaw, the book in his hand dipping for the first time. His visible eye narrowed. Naruto's stance shifted, low and coiled, one foot sliding back, hands poised with razor precision. Kakashi's breath hitched. No, it can't be. That posture, every line, every subtle weight distribution, it was unmistakable. Minato-sensei's taijutsu form. How? Kakashi's fingers slowly closed the book, his usual lazy demeanor gone. Hokage-sama should have told me if Naruto could use this. The space between them suddenly felt heavier. Naruto blurred forward, the ground cracking under his first step. This time, there was no holding back. Kakashi's lone eye sharpened. He recognized the rhythm of the stance and moved to intercept. Naruto's fist shot toward his face. Kakashi raised an arm to block, but Naruto twisted in midair, his trajectory snapping sideways. His foot slammed into Kakashi's shoulder, the impact jolting him off balance. Before Kakashi could recover, Naruto planted on his arm like a springboard and vaulted higher, heel arcing down in a vicious axe kick. Kakashi's instincts flared. He kicked back into a tight backflip, the strike slamming into the ground where he'd stood, dust and stone erupting upward. Naruto didn't give him a heartbeat. He was already closing the gap, fist driving straight for Kakashi's ribs. Kakashi caught the blow, but Naruto's grip shot forward, seizing both his wrists. With a sudden pull and a pivot, Naruto slid behind him in one fluid motion, and a solid kick to the back sent Kakashi staggering forward. From the bushes, Sasuke and Sakura stared, eyes wide. How does he know how to fight like that? Sasuke's mind raced. And what is that style? Naruto charged again, his movements tight and focused. He feinted a driving punch to Kakashi's torso, only to snap his attack low, his heel smashing into Kakashi's leg. The hit landed solid, making Kakashi's stance buckle for a moment. Before Naruto could pull away, Kakashi's elbow shot back like a piston, slamming into his spine and sending him crashing to the dirt. Kakashi stepped in, raising a foot to finish with a kick. But Naruto rolled sharply to the side, the heel narrowly missing his head. In a heartbeat, he was back on his feet, fury in his eyes, surging forward again. This time his strikes came in a chaotic rhythm, switching styles mid-combo. A sharp, precise step from the Leaf's advanced taijutsu. A flowing, evasive turn Kakashi instantly recognized from Minato. Then, a wild, whip-fast hook and sweep combination, unmistakably Kushina's. How? Kakashi's thoughts flickered between disbelief and confusion. How does Naruto know these? That hesitation was all Naruto needed. His fist drove into Kakashi's solar plexus, forcing a grunt and a sharp exhale from the Jonin. But Kakashi's counter was instant. His leg whipped upward in a snapping kick that caught Naruto across the jaw, sending him stumbling sideways. Naruto staggered back, wiping a smear of blood from his lip. "All right," he muttered under his breath. Then, without warning, he pulled a long red staff from nowhere, its polished surface catching the light. Kakashi's gaze flicked to it, his voice flat. "What is that? A wooden staff?" Naruto didn't answer. He surged forward, the staff whistling through the air toward Kakashi's head. Kakashi drew a kunai to intercept. Crack. The kunai snapped clean in two. Kakashi's visible eye widened. Naruto spun, momentum carrying the staff in a sharp arc from the right. Sensing the danger, Kakashi flipped backward, the tip cutting the air just where his ribs had been. But Naruto pressed in relentlessly, sweeping and striking in tight, diagonal arcs that kept Kakashi moving, his feet light, his guard constantly shifting. A sudden thrust toward Kakashi's gut made the Jonin's hands shoot out, catching the staff just inches from impact. "You missed," Kakashi said coolly. Naruto's smirking. "Am I?" "Extend." The staff shot forward with a shunk, slamming into Kakashi's midsection and blasting the air from his lungs. Naruto didn't pause. He reversed the motion, whipping the staff down onto Kakashi's shoulder with a bone-jarring crack that sent the Jonin stumbling. Kakashi's mind reeled. Extended. From the bushes, Sasuke and Sakura mirrored his shock, eyes wide. Kakashi straightened, his expression sharpening. The casual air was gone now. He lunged, fist driving forward. Naruto raised the staff to block, but Kakashi's raw strength shoved through the guard, forcing the pole back. Before Naruto could reset his stance, Kakashi's legs snapped up in a tight arc, the kick catching him hard at the temple and sending him spinning to the ground. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, breath steadying, eyes darting across the training ground. Kakashi was gone. The air felt still, too still. Every muscle in Naruto's body coiled like a spring, his grip tightening on the red staff. His ears strained for the slightest sound, a shift of leaves, the crunch of gravel, but all he heard was the faint rustle of the wind through the trees. Where is he? With Sakura. How can Naruto stand up to a jonin? Sakura's eyes were wide, her mind racing. And did that staff really extend? Or is it some kind of genjutsu? She frowned. No, it can't be. I saw Kakashi-sensei take the hit. But if it is a genjutsu, could Naruto really pull off something that high level? She shook her head, forcing the thought away. I need to find Sasuke-kun. She took a step and froze. Just ahead, sprawled on the ground, was Sasuke's limp body. The blood drained from her face. Sasuke-kun! She screamed, her voice ringing so sharply that birds erupted from the trees in a flurry of wings. Even Sasuke, far away from the scene, heard her desperate cry. At a visible distance, Kakashi frowned. Did I overdo it? His gaze narrowed. It's just a simple genjutsu. And she didn't even detect it. A moment later, Kakashi landed in front of Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes locked on him instantly. He slipped into a stance and charged, but Kakashi easily sidestepped each strike. No matter how fast or precise Sasuke's attacks became, not a single one landed. Sasuke jumped back, weaving hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, he shouted. A massive ball of flame roared from his mouth, engulfing the space where Kakashi stood. Sasuke smirked. There's no way he's escaping that. But when the flames faded, there was nothing. Did I burn him to ashes? Sasuke muttered. If so, then he wasn't worth my time. A voice echoed behind him. Well, cocky aren't we? You think a simple fire jutsu can stop me? Sasuke's eyes darted around. Kakashi was nowhere in sight. Then, without warning, something clamped around his ankle. He looked down and froze. Kakashi's head was emerging from the ground beneath him. In one swift motion, Kakashi yanked him down, leaving only Sasuke's head exposed above the earth. Let's see what the great Sasuke Uchiha can do, Kakashi said, his tone dripping with amusement. Bring me out, then I'll show you, Sasuke roared. Do it yourself, Kakashi replied casually and walked away. Naruto stayed rooted in place, every muscle coiled, still waiting for Kakashi to make his move. Then Sakura's scream tore through the air. His eyes narrowed. Sounds like he went to Sakura and Sasuke. He exhaled sharply. Man, he's a difficult opponent. How am I supposed to take the bells from him? If I do, I'll have to give one to either Sasuke or Sakura.
Ide prafe Sasuke.
I think. But if Sasuke gets them first, will he give one to me? And if Sakura gets them, TCH, she'd definitely hand the other to her precious Sasuke-kun. Naruto closed his eyes, willing himself into his mindscape for advice. Nothing happened. Instead, a glowing screen appeared before his inner vision. The words were cold and final. Access denied. You must pass this without help from parents. His eyes snapped open, a spark of frustration quickly hardening into determination. Then another screen flickered into view, this one bearing a simple hint. Hint. How many members does a genin team have? Naruto raised an eyebrow. A team has 3 members, he muttered. But now they're saying only 2 can be in a team? He scratched his head, clearly annoyed. That's your idea of a hint? Lame, he thought, frowning. He lapsed into silence, trying to piece it together. Gradually, his thoughts drifted toward Hinata. Man, I wish I had Hinata instead of Sakura, he sighed inwardly. I wonder how she's doing in the test. She's way too good to be held back. And if she were in that situation, she'd probably just give the bells to her teammates so they could pass. Then it struck him. Maybe Hinata was placed on a team that matched her abilities better. Team, team. He repeated, the word echoing in his head. Wait, do we need to take him down together? His eyes lit up. I mean, at my current skill level, I can't beat him alone, but even if the rule says only 2 can be on the team, I doubt the Hokage would allow that to go unchecked. There's always a catch. He clenched his fists, the old fire back in his eyes. Well then, let's try it. With that, Naruto began searching for Sakura. After a few minutes, he found her lying unconscious beneath a tree. He rushed over and gently shook her. Sakura, Sakura, wake up! Sakura heard muffled voices through the haze. Her eyelids fluttered as she slowly came to. The world came into focus, and Naruto's face filled her vision, shaking her by the shoulders. Suddenly, she shot up. Sasuke! Relax, Sakura, Naruto said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Relax? You want me to relax? Sasuke-kun is dead. Someone killed him, she shrieked. Naruto sighed. I think you're just imagining things. No, she shouted. I saw it. I saw it happen. Where did you see it? Naruto asked quickly. Right over there, she cried, pointing toward the trees. Naruto followed her finger. The clearing she pointed to was perfectly calm. No blood, no signs of struggle, no body. Sakura, I think Kakashi-sensei put you under a genjutsu, one that shows your worst fear. Sakura froze, her breathing heavy. She turned to Naruto, eyes narrowing. Really? Why are you helping me? Trying to get a date out of this or something? I know why you've been so quiet all year. Don't think I don't see through it. Naruto's eye twitched. Really? Why would I ask you out now? Yeah, I did before, but I don't have feelings for you anymore. So stop assuming stuff. I came to help. That's it. He turned to walk. Come on. We need to find Sasuke. I think I've figured out how to take the bells from Kakashi-sensei. Oh really? Sakura scoffed, standing. And if you have a plan, why don't you take the bells yourself? Only one of us can pass, right? You're just gonna give the bell to me. Huh. No way, Naruto shot back. I'd give it to Sasuke before I gave it to you. What did you just say? Sakura yelled, furious. We don't have time to argue, Naruto said sharply. If you follow me, I promise I can get you on the same team as Sasuke. Sakura's anger melted into sudden hope. Her eyes lit up. Really? You mean that? Then let's go. We have to find Sasuke-kun. With that decision made, Naruto and Sakura began searching for Sasuke. Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi watched silently from the treetops. His single visible eye narrowed with interest. Eventually, they found him. Sasuke was half buried in the earth, his face scowling even in defeat. Naruto burst into laughter. Haha, nice look, Sasuke. Sakura, on the other hand, rushed forward in concern.
Sasuke-kun.
Are you okay? Shut up, dope, Sasuke growled, glaring at Naruto. Oh really? And what if I don't? Naruto smirked, crossing his arms. Just help me already, Sakura snapped. Stop messing around. All right, no need to yell, Naruto grumbled. I've got sensitive ears, you know? Together, they pulled Sasuke out. He brushed the dirt off his clothes with quiet irritation. Naruto stepped back and said, Okay, I think I've figured out a way to take the bells. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. If you really had a plan, why didn't you just take them already? I said I know a way, not that I can do it alone, Naruto replied. We'll need to work together, as a team. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged skeptical looks. Seriously, Sakura scoffed. There are only 2 bells. That means only 2 of us can pass. Naruto shook his head. That's where we're wrong. Tell me, how many genin are in a standard team? 3, Sakura replied automatically. Right? So if only 2 of us pass, are we saying the Hokage's fine with forming a 2-person team? Sakura paused. I guess that doesn't make sense. Exactly, Naruto said, eyes focused. Kakashi-sensei is trying to trick us. Turn us against each other. Make us fight for the bells so we forget what this test is really about. Sasuke crossed his arms. So you're saying we work together? Yes, Naruto said. It's the only way. We take the bells together. Sasuke scoffed. Don't even dream of it. I'm not letting you two slow me down. Naruto's voice dripping in sarcasm. Really? Who just pulled you out of the dirt? If it weren't for us, you'd still be stuck with your head buried and that eternal scowl on your face. Sasuke's eye twitched. He didn't argue. Look, Naruto continued, his tone serious now. If we want to become Genin, we need to work together, whether we like it or not. I can't become Hokage if I don't pass. And you can't kill Itachi if you're stuck in the academy. Sasuke blinked. What does killing Itachi have to do with becoming a Genin? Come on, Mr. Genius, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. You think anyone's gonna train an academy student or a civilian to kill an elite criminal like your brother? You need access to missions to higher level training. You need to be a ninja. Sasuke was silent. Then Sakura spoke. But what if Kakashi-sensei really insists that only two can pass? Naruto looked at both of them and said simply, then I'll give the bells to you too. You can pass. I'll take the fall. Both of them stared at him, stunned. Happy now, Naruto added, trying to smile. But the weight of his words lingered in the silence. So, what do we do now? Sakura asked, glancing between the two boys. We make a plan, Naruto said confidently. I've got one in mind. Wait a second. Who made you the leader? Sasuke snapped, folding his arms. Naruto groaned. TCH, then you make a plan. I'm not saying I'm the leader, I just happen to have an idea. Try using that genius brain of yours for once. Sasuke opened his mouth, ready to fire back, but then stopped. After a short pause, he gave a small nod. Fine, let's hear it. A few minutes passed as Naruto explained the details. All right, are we ready? Naruto asked, looking between them. Both Sasuke and Sakura nodded. With that, the three set off in search of Kakashi. It didn't take long to find him. Kakashi was calmly sitting under a tree, nose buried in his Aika Paradise book. Naruto recognized the bright orange cover immediately. That's the same book old man Hiruzen was reading before, so he's a pervert too. Figures. Naruto smirked. All right, I'll go in first. Sasuke, be ready. Without waiting for a reply, Naruto stepped into the clearing and boldly faced Kakashi. Without warning, he charged forward, fist swinging, his movements more aggressive than before. His wild energy forced Kakashi to focus entirely on him. Kakashi narrowly avoided a sharp knee strike, flipping backward just in time. Then, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke's voice rang out from the trees. A massive fireball surged toward Kakashi. He leapt into the air, barely avoiding the heat, and landed in a low crouch. As soon as he touched down, a kunai whistled past him, thrown by Naruto. He dodged, but then he heard a distinct crackling. His eye widened. An exploding tag. Kakashi scanned the surroundings and spotted the tag attached to the kunai, glowing more intensely than normal. His instincts screamed at him. He launched himself away, creating a huge gap, just in time. Boom! The explosion was massive, far more powerful than a regular explosive tag. Kakashi narrowed his eye. What the? Where did Naruto get a tag that strong? Before he could gather himself, both Naruto and Sasuke rushed in, attacking from opposite sides. Their strikes came in sync, each one fluidly supporting the other. Kicks, punches, and feints. This wasn't wild brawling. It was teamwork. They're in sync? When did they start working together like this? Kakashi thought, genuinely impressed. Then, all right, now, here comes my ultimate jutsu, Naruto shouted, grinning like a maniac. Kakashi immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Naruto formed a cross-hand sign. Puff! In a burst of chakra smoke, 20 clones surrounded Kakashi. Shadow clones? He knows shadow clone jutsu? At this scale? Kakashi thought, astonished. Then, all the clones cried out.
Oiroke no jutsu.
With a second puff, the clones transformed into scantily clad girls with strategically placed wisps of smoke and clothing, using their hands to barely cover their modesty. Hair flowing, eyes sparkling. They were practically models from the covers of adult magazines. Sasuke, observing from a distance, went rigid. What the hell? Sakura, hiding in the bushes, turned red with shock, then red with fury. You pervert! Naruto, how dare you? And what made you think that would work on a jonin? But Kakashi wasn't resisting. In fact, he wasn't even blinking. His single visible eye went wide with pure joy. These are the girls from the... This is... perfect. And then... Fush! A geyser of blood erupted from Kakashi's nose as he was sent flying backward, collapsing in a heap with stars circling his head and a dazed, blissful smile on his face. Naruto grinned. Bingo! Sasuke stood frozen, speechless. Sakura stared, horrified, until Naruto shouted, Now, Sakura, get the bells. Sakura snapped out of it, rushed forward, and snatched the 2 bells from Kakashi's limp form. She returned to join Naruto and Sasuke, still trying to process what just happened. The 3 of them stood together, bells in hand, as Kakashi groaned faintly in the distance, still bleeding from the nose. As soon as Sakura rejoined them, bells in hand, she smacked Naruto hard on the head. Ow! Naruto shouted, rubbing the bump. We got the bells. Why are you hitting me? Sakura glared at him, fuming. What kind of jutsu was that? You didn't even tell us about it. And what made you think it would work? Naruto backed away slightly, waving his hands. I didn't really plan it, okay? I just saw the book Kakashi-sensei was reading, and I recognized it. You recognized it? Sakura asked suspiciously. Yeah, Naruto said, face going red. I saw the Hokage reading it a few times. I got curious when I was younger and opened it, found out it's, erotica. Sakura's jaw dropped. You're telling me Kakashi-sensei is a pervert, and the Hokage, too? Naruto nodded solemnly. If they weren't, it wouldn't have worked, right? Sakura crossed her arms. Still, that was overkill. Hey, what was I supposed to do? Naruto defended. I already tested it in front of the Hokage once. Same reaction. Blood geyser and everything. And now it worked again. I'm just saying, maybe it works on everyone. Maybe even girls. Sakura's eyes narrowed dangerously. No way. We don't fall for cheap tricks like that. Naruto smirked. Oh yeah? Says the girl who can't go 5 minutes without Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-kun. He made an exaggerated impression of her voice. Sakura's face turned crimson. Shut up. Don't even think about trying anything stupid, Naruto. Relax. I'm just saying, might be worth testing. Sakura raised a fist. Don't push your luck. Asterisk. Naruto gulped. Right? Shutting up now. Just then, Kakashi walked toward them, still dazed from the recent attack, a dreamy look in his eye, and giggling like a pervert. The 3 genin watched him in disbelief. See? He's still giggling like a total perv, Naruto whispered, trying not to laugh. Kakashi suddenly snapped out of it, clearing his throat and regaining his composure. Kakashi's step slowed, his expression sobered. By the time he reached them, there was no trace of amusement left in his eyes. His voice was calm, but colder now, sharpened by something unspoken. All right, he said, his tone unreadable. Whose idea was that? Naruto raised his hand. That'd be me. I mean, with you reading that kind of book, I figured it might distract you. Kakashi didn't react. And the exploding tag? He asked after a pause. Where did that come from? I made it myself, Naruto replied. Modified it a little, just made it hit harder. Kakashi's eye narrowed, ever so slightly. You made your own explosive tag, and you used it on a fellow leaf ninja. Naruto shrugged, still trying to play it cool. It wasn't even at full power. That's not the point, Kakashi interrupted quietly, his tone tight. That tag could have seriously injured someone. Training or not, you don't use that kind of force without understanding the risk. The weight in his voice was heavier than the words alone. It wasn't just about the tag. It wasn't just about the fight. There was something else in his stare. A restrained tension Naruto couldn't name. Not anger, not disappointment. Something deeper. A flicker of something old and unhealed. A silence stretched between them. Kakashi stared at Naruto like he was seeing more than just a reckless genin. Like he was looking through him, into a shadow he didn't want to face. Naruto felt it. Sakura felt it. Even Sasuke's eyes narrowed, sensing the shift. Naruto started, then paused. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go that far. I won't use anything that dangerous again. Especially not on someone from the village. Kakashi didn't respond right away. Then, after a beat, he looked away. Not in forgiveness. Not in agreement. Just to move on. Sakura, he said, turning toward her. You have the bells. Who are you giving them to? Remember, only two can pass. Sakura stepped forward, her fists clenched tightly around the bells. She lifted her chin and stared straight at Kakashi, defiance in her eyes. You're wrong, Kakashi-sensei, she said, her voice firm. A genin team has 3 members. If only 2 of us pass, then none of us deserve it. You should fail all 3. A heavy silence followed. Sasuke stood beside her, silent but unmoving. Naruto, though still shaken from Kakashi's earlier rebuke, found himself standing 2 shoulders squared, though his gaze stayed low. Kakashi's eye lingered on them, then, for a moment longer, on Naruto. That same flicker again, unreadable, fleeting, but something was there. Then he gave a quiet sigh. You all pass. Naruto's head jerked up. Wait, what? His voice cracked, uncertain. Not joyous, not yet, just confused. Kakashi met his gaze, unreadable. The test was never about the bells. It was about teamwork. You were willing to give up your chance for your teammates. All of you were. He turned slightly, his tone calmer but still grounded. You'll need that mindset out there. Missions aren't about glory, they're about survival. About protecting the people next to you. And remember this, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Kakashi's eyes briefly locked with Naruto's again, but he said nothing more. You're dismissed. Tomorrow, 7 o'clock sharp. Your first real mission begins. And with a puff of smoke, he was gone. Silence lingered for a moment. Naruto stood there, unmoving, the weight of Kakashi's words, and that sharp tone from earlier, still pressed against his chest. But then, like sunlight breaking through a storm cloud, something flickered in front of his vision. System notice. Mission complete. Bell test. Objective passed. Discover the true meaning, teamwork over individual gain. Status. Recognized as full-fledged genin. Bonus reward unlocked. Will be noticed later. Naruto blinked, the message clearing away the last of his doubt. A slow, relieved smile tugged at his lips. Not loud, not over the top. Just real. Guess I did something right after all, he whispered to himself. Naruto returned to his apartment, mind still buzzing with everything that had happened. But across the village, something else was stirring. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. One by one, the Jonin instructors who had led the genin selection test stepped forward to give their reports. Team 1 failed. Team 2 failed. Team 3 failed. Team 4 failed. Team 5 failed. Team 6 failed. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded solemnly after each report, though none of it surprised him. Then, a calm voice broke the pattern. Team 8 passed, said Kurinai Yuhi, her red eyes steady. A second followed. Team 10 passed, said Asuma Sarutobi, arms folded, a lit cigarette smoldering between his fingers. Now only one remained. All eyes turned toward the door. Team 7. The room shifted, ever so slightly. Tension rose. They were the most anticipated group, not because of Sakura Haruno, though her academic scores were sharp, but because of the last loyal Uchiha, Sasuke, and the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone expected failure. Kakashi Hatake had never passed a team. The odds, the history, all said he would break this one too. But Kakashi was late. Very late. After an hour passed, Hiruzen sighed and turned toward his crystal ball. "Let's take a look," he muttered. Several jonin leaned in behind him, curious. The orb shimmered, showing scenes. They watched as Naruto and Sasuke coordinated, fighting in surprising unison. The synchronization shocked most in the room. Then Naruto made the cross-hand sign. Poof! "Shadow clones?" murmured Asuma, narrowing his eyes. 20 of them, said Kurinai in disbelief. "And he's stable afterward. How does a genin have that much chakra?" another jonin muttered. Then came the next shock. "My ultimate jutsu," Naruto's voice rang out from the orb. The room collectively leaned in. And then, Naruto's clones transformed, surrounding Kakashi in a cloud of smoke, and revealing themselves in barely dressed female forms, hands strategically placed. Aika paradise covers come to life. There was a long pause. Then, boom! Kakashi's nose erupted into a geyser of blood. He collapsed backward, twitching. Half the male jonin in the room froze with wide eyes. The other half turned bright red. Even Hiruzen choked on his pipe, coughing violently. "What in the name of?" Asuma muttered, trying to look away. Kurinai's face was flushed with outrage. "That pervert!" she hissed, fists clenched. And then came Naruto's voice again. "It worked on the Hokage too. That's how I know he's a pervert." Hiruzen's face flushed crimson. A vein pulsed at his temple. More laughter. A few horrified gasps. Naruto continued casually. "I'm sure it would work on girls too." The female jonin looked like they were about to storm his apartment. Kurinai, livid, growled under her breath. "He tries that on me, and I'll make sure he's unconscious for a week." But as the scene continued, the laughter and embarrassment faded into silence. They watched Kakashi's tone shift, how he admonished Naruto, how Naruto shrank under the weight of it. But most importantly, Hiruzen watched Kakashi's eyes. He saw it. A flicker of resentment, a shadow that didn't belong in a test. That bitterness, it's not about the jutsu. It's personal. Minato's face crossed Hiruzen's mind, then Kushina's. He clenched his hand around the pipe. And finally, they saw it the moment Sakura declared, "A genin team has 3 members, so if only 2 pass, fail us all." Kakashi stared them down. And then slowly, "You all pass." The room went still. Not just from shock, but from the weight of what it meant. Kakashi Hatake, who had failed every team before, had passed this one. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura Haruno. Team 7 had passed. Just then, the door creaked open. Kakashi entered the room, his usual slouched posture present, but his visible eye a touch more serious than usual. Hiruzen exhaled softly, folding his hands. "So," the old Hokage asked, "how did they perform?" Kakashi's tone was casual. "Don't you want to ask if they passed first?" "We already know you passed them," Hiruzen replied calmly. "What we need is your report." Kakashi gave a tired sigh and scratched the back of his head. Sakura didn't contribute much at the start. She was mostly distracted. Sasuke has potential. He already knows the fireball jutsu and is starting to apply the Uchiha Interceptor Fist. Then his tone subtly shifted, eyes narrowing. "And Naruto." Hiruzen noticed it, that change. Sharper, less detached. His taijutsu was effective, surprisingly refined. That was all he said, but the silence afterward spoke volumes. "Everyone else may leave," Kakashi, stay. The other Jonin filed out. As the door closed, a heavy silence settled. Before Hiruzen could speak, Kakashi cut in. Hokage-sama, he said slowly, have you given Naruto access to any scrolls related to taijutsu, specifically Minato-sensei's style, or anything related to Kushina-san? Hiruzen shook his head.
No.
I haven't. Kakashi's gaze hardened. Then you should know today Naruto used two distinct fighting styles. One was Minato-sensei's custom close quarters form, the other was unmistakably an Uzumaki-style grappling form, and he used them in tandem, seamlessly. Hiruzen's eyes widened. You're certain? I wouldn't say it if I wasn't, Kakashi said. And that's not all. He stepped closer to the desk. Did you give Naruto any special weaponry? A red staff? Hiruzen's expression stiffened.
No.
I've never given him anything like that. Well, he has one, Kakashi said flatly. It's strong enough to shatter a kunai, and it extends on command. He used it against me. Hiruzen almost choked on his pipe. You're saying what? A staff that extends? I saw it with my own eyes, Kakashi replied. So tell me, if you didn't give him these things, where is he getting them? Hiruzen stayed silent for a moment. I don't know, Kakashi, he said truthfully, but that's not the only thing I want to talk about. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. I watched some part of the test, Hiruzen said, his voice growing heavier, and I watched your interactions with Naruto very closely. You were harsher on him than necessary. Your resentment, it's subtle, but it's there. The air in the room turned cold. If he hasn't noticed it yet, Hiruzen continued, he will, and when he learns the truth about his parents, about you, do you understand what that will do to him? You were Minato's student. You were there when he died, and Naruto is his son. Kakashi's voice came low, bitter. If Naruto hadn't been born, Minato-sensei would still be alive. The words hung in the air like a curse. And then, a pulse of killing intent flooded the room.
Hiruzen aura exploded.
His voice was low and trembling with fury. Enough, Kakashi. Kakashi's eye widened slightly. You think you're the only one who lost something that night? Hiruzen growled. My wife died that night, her throat silted by an unknown assailant, and I never once blamed him. Not even for a moment. Kakashi didn't speak. You don't know what happened that night, Hiruzen continued, eyes burning with memory. A masked man broke into the village, someone powerful enough to control the Kyuubi with a Sharingan. He killed our medics. He kidnapped Kushina. He ripped the beast out of her and set it on the village like a weapon. He leaned forward. Even if Naruto had never been born, it would have happened. Minato still would have died protecting this village. So don't you dare pin it on that boy. Kakashi's fists clenched at his sides, but he remained silent. You've been carrying your grief in silence all these years. I understand, but you're misplacing it. And you're doing it to a child who's already hated by the world. Wake up, Kakashi, before you become one of the reasons he walks a darker path. There was a long silence. Then Hiruzen leaned back, voice quieter. You passed him, so do your duty now, not just as a Jonin, but as the student of Minato Namikaze. Kakashi said nothing more. His gaze lingered on Hiruzen for a moment, a mixture of conflict and resignation flickering in his eye. Without another word, he turned sharply and left the room, the door closing softly behind him. Hiruzen remained seated, the weight of the moment hanging heavy in the silence. Status Window Legacy System Chapter 8. The Initial Days. The next morning, chaos erupted in the Hokages lay scattered across the floor, drawers yanked open, and shelves left bare. Papers fluttered in the breeze from the open windows as if they too were fleeing the storm within. At the center of it all stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, normally composed, wise, and measured, now tearing through his office like a man possessed. It had started just minutes ago. Hiruzen had arrived at the office, ready for the day. Today was important. The newly promoted genin teams were scheduled to receive their first missions. Ever the diligent leader, he had prepared the appropriate scrolls the night before, neatly organized by team and rank. With a sense of satisfaction, he had taken his seat, ready to begin the day. As was his custom, he reached into his drawer to retrieve his tobacco and pipe. But the drawer was empty. His heart skipped a beat. He opened the next drawer, also empty. The backup pipe, gone. The fine tobacco he prized, cultivated exclusively in the land of tea for its exquisite aroma, vanished. A chill crawled down his spine. Desperation rising, he yanked open the bottom drawer, the one he always kept locked. His secret stash of Ika books, special editions, signed by Jiraiya himself. Gone. His heart dropped into his lap. His eye twitched. A silence hung in the room for one terrible moment. Then all hell broke loose. Hiruzen rampaged through the room, tossing scrolls aside, flipping furniture, overturning files. He summoned a shadow clone and sent it to his personal quarters to search his home. 15 minutes later, the clone dispelled with nothing to show. The panic in Hiruzen's eyes turned to something darker. Who would dare? Who could do this? Could it be Naruto? The boy had been acting distant lately, especially after learning parts of the truth Hiruzen had tried to keep from him, about the Nine Tails. Naruto didn't trust him anymore. That much was clear in his eyes. Still, no. Hiruzen shook the thought away. Even if Naruto was upset, he wouldn't stoop to this. And yet,
No tobacco. No pipe. No icha.
the madness in Hiruzen's eyes grew just a little sharper. Training ground 7 to 7 a.m. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood waiting as instructed. Kakashi had told them to be there at 7 o'clock sharp. Now the sun was well past its morning climb. The clock ticked toward 10 o'clock. Finally, in a puff of smoke, Kakashi appeared. "Yo," he said casually, one hand raised in greeting. "You're late," screeched Sakura, her fists clenched in frustration. "Sorry," Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head. "I lost my way, on the road of life." "Liar," Sakura yelled. "You told us to be here 3 hours ago." Before she could launch into a full-blown rant, Kakashi raised a hand to cut her off. All right, let's go take a mission. Your first one." That shut everyone up. Hokage Tower Mission Assignment Room. The team made their way to the Hokage Tower, eager and curious. But as they entered the mission room, they were surprised to find it empty. No Hokage to assign missions, only Iruka was present. "Yo, Iruka-sensei," Naruto called. "What are you doing here? Don't you have boring lectures to give to the kids?" Iruka's brow twitched. A visible tick mark popped on his forehead. "Naruto, history is important, and I'm here to help manage missions." Naruto shrugged, grinning. "Well, good for the students." Another tick mark. Sakura groaned. "Seriously, Naruto, you have the talent to annoy anyone instantly. You're just jealous of my natural charisma," Naruto shot back. "More like natural nuisance," Sakura muttered. Iruka sighed, rubbing his temples. "You three are going to give me gray hairs." Just as Kakashi was about to speak, he glanced toward Iruka. "Iruka, where's the Hokage-sama?" Before Iruka could answer, a loud crash echoed from the floor above. "That came from the Hokage's office," Iruka said, alarmed. Without a moment's hesitation, the group rushed upstairs. They threw open the doors of the office and froze. Scrolls were scattered everywhere. Paper littered the floor like fallen leaves. Shelves were wide open, some partially emptied. Drawers dangled from desks, their contents spilled in heaps. And in the center of the chaos stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, looking deeply worried as he tore through his office.
Hokage-sama.
Kakashi stepped forward. Did something happen? Was there an intruder? Has anything important been stolen? Hiruzen shook his head, sighing.
No, Kakashi.
Nothing of great importance. Just a few personal items have gone missing. I've searched everywhere, and I can't find them. What kind of personal things, Hokage-sama? Sakura asked innocently. Maybe we can help you find them? Hiruzen's face flushed red in embarrassment. He couldn't possibly tell them about the missing Ika special editions. As Hokage, he still had some dignity left to maintain. Rumors already floated around the village about his pervy habits. Confirming them in front of his genin would only worsen things. "Ah, it's nothing," Hiruzen finally muttered. "Just my imported tobacco and a spare pipe. That's all." Sasuke and Sakura glanced around the room with curiosity, taking in the layout of the Hokage's office for the first time. Their eyes wandered across the towering shelves, intricate scroll organizers, and the portraits on the wall, each one bearing the face of a past Hokage, from the first all the way to the fourth. Naruto's gaze landed on the fourth's portrait, and stayed there. His expression didn't change, but the moment lingered. Kakashi and Hiruzen both noticed it. Then Hiruzen turned back to the group. "So, what brings you here?" "We came for a mission," Kakashi replied. "You weren't at the assignment desk. Then we heard the noise and came to check." "I see." Hiruzen nodded and moved to his desk, stepping over a few scattered scrolls, then pulled out a mission scroll and handed it to Kakashi. "Irika," he said, turning to the Chunin, "can I ask you to oversee mission assignments today? I'll be busy sorting all of this." "Of course, Hokage-sama," Irika replied. Hiruzen handed him several scrolls labeled for D-rank missions. Some were already marked for specific teams. "All right, you're dismissed," Hiruzen said. Team 7 turned to leave. But just as they reached the doorway, Hiruzen's voice called out behind them. "Naruto." Naruto stopped and turned slowly, his face stoic. "What do you want, Hokage-sama?" he asked. His voice was cold, sharp. Hiruzen hesitated. "Do you have anything to do with my missing things?" Naruto's eyes narrowed. "So now you're accusing me?" No, Hiruzen said quickly, raising a hand. "I'm just asking. You've always had a knack for pranks, so I thought maybe—" "Why would I pull a prank on you?" Naruto said flatly. There was no anger in his tone, but something heavier. The words carried distrust and quiet resentment. Hiruzen felt it, deeply. There was a time Naruto would have joked, even laughed. But that time felt distant now. The boy had changed, hardened. "Fine," Hiruzen said quietly. "You can leave, Naruto." Naruto turned without another word and walked away, followed by his team. Hiruzen stood in silence for a long moment, staring at the door. Something told him this wasn't just about missing tobacco. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Kakashi turned to his team. "Today's mission is painting a fence," he said, eyes still on the little orange book in his hand. Naruto didn't react much. He had already expected this. His parents in his inherited system had warned him that fresh genin mostly did chores disguised as missions. D-ranks were how new shinobi built discipline and teamwork, even if it felt like busy work. As they walked through the village, Sasuke and Sakura couldn't help but notice something. Everyone was glaring at Naruto. Whispers, glares, scowls. The villagers looked at him with thinly veiled resentment, even hatred. It wasn't just one or two. It was nearly every face they passed. Sakura glanced sideways at Naruto, unsure if he'd noticed. Sasuke did the same. But Naruto just kept walking, eyes forward, face unreadable. It was like he didn't see them at all. Or maybe he was just used to it. Neither Sakura nor Sasuke said anything. They wanted to ask, but something about the silence around Naruto made them hesitate. Eventually, they reached a modest house near the village outskirts. The client stood waiting for them, arms crossed. The moment he saw Naruto, his expression darkened into a scowl that rivaled Sasuke's usual one. Naruto gave no reaction. He met the man's glare, then calmly looked away, as if it meant nothing. The client didn't say much, just handed over brushes, buckets, and paint, then turned and walked back inside without so much as a word of thanks. Soon, the genin were quietly scrubbing and cleaning the fence in preparation for painting. Kakashi, of course, had found a shady spot under a tree and was now deeply engrossed in his Ika novel, occasionally turning a page with one hand while sipping from a small juice box with the other. Silence lingered until Naruto spoke, casually and without looking up. You know, Sasuke, if you and that grumpy old man had a contest for world's best scowl, it'd be a tie. Sasuke predictably scowled. Naruto smirked. See? Talk about your scowl and it just appears. I swear it's alive. It's got its own chakra system or something. Sasuke glared harder. TCH. Sakura, rolling her eyes, snapped. Shut up, Baka. We're here to finish a mission, not to bother Sasuke-kun. Geez, lighten up, Sakura. Naruto muttered as he scrubbed a stubborn patch of dirt. I just hope you don't inherit his eternal scowl. It'd look terrible on you. Sakura flushed a deep red, caught between embarrassment and irritation. What did you just say? Naruto just grinned and kept working. But he quickly noticed something. Even after all their scrubbing, the fence barely looked any cleaner. At this rate, it would take hours. With a sigh, he stepped back, formed a familiar hand seal, and suddenly, poof! 20 shadow clones appeared, instantly getting to work along the length of the fence. Sasuke's eyes widened just slightly. He hid his surprise well, but it was there. Sakura, on the other hand, gawked. Wait a second. Where did you learn that jutsu? She asked, astonished. The Academy clones are just illusions, but yours are real. Naruto shrugged. I can't do the Academy one. Takes fine chakra control. I probably have too much chakra to get it right, but I sort of stumbled across this version by accident. Sakura watched the clones scrub diligently, clearly impressed. Can you teach us? It's way more useful than the Academy one. Before Naruto could answer, Kakashi's voice rang out from behind his book. Dispel the clones, Naruto. Naruto blinked. There was something cold in Kakashi's tone. Quiet, firm, and not open for discussion. But we can finish the mission way faster this way, Naruto said, confused. This isn't about finishing fast, Kakashi replied, still not looking up from Ika. It's about teamwork. You're not here to solo the mission. Now, dispel them. Naruto hesitated, then sighed and obeyed. The clones vanished in 20 quick puffs of smoke. Sakura pouted slightly. Still, that jutsu's amazing, and super practical. Kakashi finally looked up. And for your information, he said, tone even, you wouldn't survive using it. Sakura blinked. Huh. That's not the Academy's clone jutsu, Kakashi explained. That's the shadow clone technique. It splits your chakra evenly between each clone. Even seasoned jonin rarely make more than 10 without risking serious chakra drain. His visible eye turned serious. Someone with low chakra reserves could die trying to make even one. Sasuke's expression tightened. Sakura looked stunned. Wait, you're telling me Naruto made 20? Naruto scratched his cheek, awkwardly. Yeah. Sometimes more if I'm feeling excited. Both of them stared at him, silent, shocked. For once, even Sasuke had no clever comeback. After that, they began to clean the fence and sweep the dust somewhere away. Hours later, they took out the paint cans and started painting the fence. It was 3 in the afternoon by the time they completed the mission. They got the scroll signed by the client and headed toward the Hokage Tower to report. For the next 2 months, nothing really changed. Team 7 continued doing chores disguised as D-rank missions, and Hiruzen still hadn't found his missing pipe or his Ika collection, and Naruto began to train more rigorously ever after the bell test. He is totally outclassed by Kakashi, and Kakashi didn't seem that he was even trying with that. Naruto improved his physical training pertaining to his strength and speed and reflexes. He improved as he has parents in his system. Amid everything, Naruto began to notice something that unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Kakashi seemed to hate him. No, hate wasn't quite the right word. It was more complicated than that. It was as if Kakashi didn't even see him, like he wasn't there at all. That hurt, more than he expected. The idea that his father's own student couldn't stand him cut deeper than the glares of the villagers or the cold indifference of the academy teachers. Kakashi never raised his voice at him, never scolded him, never even argued. But it was the silence that stung. The way Kakashi's eyes slid past him. The way he spoke only to Sasuke and Sakura, giving Naruto nothing but vague nods and curt commands. It was like he didn't exist. And somehow that was worse than being hated. Still, Naruto didn't show it. He didn't tell his parents, the ones who lived inside his system, about Kakashi's coldness. He didn't let the pain show in his eyes when he was with them. He had grown used to this kind of treatment since childhood, and while it hurt, it didn't discourage him. If anything, it fueled his determination. He would prove them all wrong. Kakashi, the villagers, everyone who had ever doubted him. One day, they would all see who he truly was. Currently, they were at Training Ground 7, finishing yet another round of team formation and trust-building exercises. It had been 2 full months of the same routine. Other than these repetitive drills, Kakashi hadn't taught them a single new technique. Naruto had stopped asking questions a while ago. He could already guess the answer, and seeing no progress, he decided there was no point. But Sasuke, increasingly frustrated, finally spoke up. "Kakashi-sensei," he said, his tone sharp. "We've been doing this for weeks. When are you going to teach us something real, actual techniques?" Kakashi looked up from his book, eye lazily shifting toward the team. "I will," he said flatly. "But first you need to build trust. Real trust. What's the point of being strong if you can't function as a team? That kind of strength only makes you a liability. It gives the enemy leverage and makes you easy to break." Sakura nodded, trying to look understanding, but even she seemed unsure. Naruto, silent as ever, kept his thoughts to himself. Deep down, he agreed that teamwork was important. But he also couldn't shake the feeling that Kakashi just didn't want to teach them anything. It was noon, and after another round of exhausting team-building exercises, Team 7 gathered under the trees at Training Ground 7 for lunch. Sakura and Sasuke opened their lunch boxes, and even Kakashi set his book down long enough to unwrap his own bento. Sakura glanced over at Naruto. "Hey, Naruto," she said. "Why aren't you eating?" Just then, a shadow clone appeared beside him, handed over a neatly wrapped bento box, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto casually opened it, revealing a well-prepared, balanced meal. Sakura leaned in, curious. Inside the box was a variety of foods: steamed rice for carbohydrates, grilled chicken and rabbit for protein, a colorful assortment of vegetables for fiber, and small portions of fruit and pickled greens for vitamins. It was the kind of meal that looked both nutritious and delicious. Sakura's eyes widened. "Whoa, where did you get all this?" Naruto smiled slightly. "I cooked it." "You know how to cook?" Sakura asked, surprised. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I had to learn. I can't always go out and buy food, right?" Sakura looked at him, a little impressed. Before she could say more, Naruto held the bento out toward her. "Wanna try some?" "Are you sure?" she asked, hesitant. Naruto nodded again. "Yeah, go ahead." Sakura picked up a piece of grilled chicken and tasted it. Her eyes widened. "This is really good. How did you learn to cook like this?" she asked, reaching for another piece. This one tasted different. She chewed thoughtfully, then looked at him. "Wait, this isn't chicken. What is it?" "It's rabbit," Naruto replied casually. "I hunted it in the forest." "Hunted?" Sakura blinked. "But why? You can just buy meat from shops." Naruto shrugged. "Why buy it when I can hunt it? I mean, on long missions, we won't always have the luxury of eating home-cooked meals. Sometimes we'll have to rely on whatever's out there, either hunt or survive on ration bars. I'm just getting used to it early." Sakura stared at him for a moment, quietly processing how much thought and effort he had put into something so simple as lunch. "I didn't know you thought about stuff like that," she admitted softly. Naruto just smiled, then continued eating. Sasuke, silent the entire time, cast a sideways glance at Naruto, a faint look of curiosity flickering across his face. Kakashi, still reading, didn't comment, but his visible eye shifted briefly toward Naruto's bento before returning to his book. The team continued eating in silence, but something about the air felt different, like, for the first time, they were really starting to see Naruto. Okay, for today, you can have the day off. Do whatever you want, Kakashi declared lazily before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Naruto stretched his arms behind his head and began walking toward his apartment, enjoying the rare freedom. As he rounded a corner, he heard someone shout, "Boss!" He turned toward the voice. It was Konohamaru, running toward him with two other kids, a girl with pigtails and a boy with glasses and a perpetually runny nose. Naruto stopped and waited for them to catch up. "Boss, I'm glad I ran into you," Konohamaru said, beaming. Naruto grinned. "So, did you master the exercise I gave you?" "I completed it, and these two are trying to learn it too," Konohamaru said proudly. Naruto blinked, genuinely surprised. 2 months ago, Konohamaru could barely focus long enough to meditate, let alone complete chakra control drills. But considering his age, and the fact that he wasn't a Jinchuriki, it was believable. "Then show me," Naruto said, crossing his arms with a smirk. Konohamaru grabbed a few leaves from a nearby tree and carefully placed them across his body, on the tips of his fingers, one on his forehead, and one balanced on each knee. He closed his eyes in concentration, brow furrowed in effort. Naruto watched closely. Konohamaru's control wasn't perfect. He clearly had to focus hard to keep the leaves steady, but he was doing it. "You did great, Konohamaru. You've mastered it, for now," Naruto said, impressed. "But see, you still have to focus too much. You need to make it second nature." Konohamaru grinned proudly, lifting his chin. Then all the leaves dropped to the ground. "See," Naruto chuckled. "You're doing great, but the goal is to do it without thinking about it, like breathing." "I'll get it," Konohamaru declared, determination burning in his eyes. "So what are you going to teach me now, boss?" Konohamaru asked eagerly. Naruto crossed his arms. "Master the leaf balancing exercise first. Once you've got that down completely, come find me." Konohamaru groaned. "Don't you teach anything besides chakra control?" Naruto scratched the back of his head, thinking, "Well, how about we play a game of tag?" Konohamaru blinked. "What? I asked for ninja training, not to play games." "It is training," Naruto replied with a grin. "Tag helps build speed, and speed is key in battle. You've got to be fast enough to catch an enemy or escape one." Konohamaru folded his arms, clearly skeptical. "How does running around help with that?" "If you can catch me," Naruto said with a confident smirk, "you're fast enough to catch just about anyone." Konohamaru thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, fine, let's play tag. But you have to teach us kunai training too." Naruto sighed. All right, later. One thing at a time." He glanced at the two kids standing quietly beside Konohamaru. "And what about you two? What are your names?" The girl stepped forward with a smile. "My name's Moegi." The boy with the runny nose pushed up his glasses and mumbled, "I'm Udon. I like math." Naruto blinked. Cool." 2 months later, Team 7 stood once again before the Hokage, their patience wearing thinner by the day. They were exhausted, not from fighting enemy ninja or surviving deadly missions, but from endless D-rank chores. Cleaning gutters, chasing cats, weeding gardens. It was enough to drive any aspiring ninja mad. Hiruzen glanced up from his paperwork with a faint smile. Team 7. I think I have the perfect mission for you." Naruto clenched his fists, ready to explode. "If he says cleaning pig pens again, I swear." But before he could open his mouth, Sakura stepped forward sharply. "Enough, Hokage-sama. Could you please stop giving us chores? I got my face scratched twice last week by that demon cat." Sasuke, unusually vocal, added, "We didn't become ninja to be errand boys. We want a real mission." Even Hiruzen and Irika raised their eyebrows in surprise. They hadn't expected Sakura or Sasuke to be the ones to snap. But what shocked Irika the most was Naruto's silence. Then Naruto quietly said, "I second them." Irika stepped forward, trying to reason with them. "You three, D-rank missions exist to help you get used to the responsibilities of the shinobi world. I understand, Naruto replied evenly. But how are we supposed to learn anything if we never leave the village? Hiruzen stroked his beard, thoughtful. I don't know if you're ready for a C rank yet. Sasuke and Sakura looked ready to explode. But before they could burst out, Naruto tilted his head and casually said, By the way, I think I saw a stack of Ika books yesterday. They were tossed in the dump near my building, neatly wrapped. Pretty sure they had the author's signature on them. Hiruzen snapped his head toward Naruto. His eyes widened. That had to be his collection. Baka, what are you even talking about? Sakura shouted, smacking Naruto on the back of the head. Naruto grinned. Hokage-sama knows what I'm talking about. Suppressing a cough, Hiruzen turned to Kakashi. What do you think? Are they ready for a C rank? Kakashi slid his hands into his pockets. I think they are, Hokage-sama. A real mission would give them perspective. Hiruzen nodded, still shaken by the thought of his prized books being in a landfill. He motioned to a waiting Chunin. Very well. The door opened. An older man stumbled in, reeking of sake. He had graying hair, a pointed straw hat, and an annoyed scowl. He swayed unsteadily as he looked over the team. These brats are supposed to protect me? He scoffed. I paid for ninja bodyguards, not kids. Looks like I'll be the one protecting them. Sakura's face turned bright red with anger. Naruto raised 3 fingers. Hey, old man, how many fingers am I holding up? Humph, what kind of stupid question is that? Obviously 5. Sakura's jaw dropped. Even Sasuke blinked. Then, with a hiccup, the old man collapsed face first onto the floor. Stupid old man, Sasuke muttered under his breath. Sasuke, Kakashi said calmly, you shouldn't insult our clients. Hiruzen sighed deeply. This is Tazuna, a bridge builder from the land of waves. Your mission is to escort him back to his country and protect him until his bridge is completed. It's classified as a C-rank mission. Team 7 straightened and nodded. Chunin, Hiruzen called. Please take Tazuna to the hotel to sober up before they depart. As Team 7 began to file out of the office, Hiruzen spoke again. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto paused at the door.
Yeah, Hokage-sama?
Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Where exactly did you see those books? And more importantly, how did you get them out of my office? Naruto smirked. You should really fix that loose window latch. Oh, and maybe don't keep your precious collection on the top shelf near the draft. As Naruto turned to leave, Hiruzen cleared his throat once more. And what about my tobacco and pipe? Naruto paused, glancing over his shoulder with a deadpan expression. Humph, I think your pipe came to life and ate the tobacco. A visible sweat drop rolled down Hiruzen's temple. Naruto, is everything all right with your team? Naruto's tone turned flat. Yeah, why are you asking now? You didn't ask all these years. Hiruzen's gaze dropped. I know I've made a lot of mistakes. I'm trying to make up for them. Naruto stood silent for a moment. Then, without turning around, he said, I'm fine. He walked out of the room, the door closing quietly behind him. Hiruzen remained at his desk, the weight of years pressing a little heavier on his shoulders. Status Window Legacy System Chapter 9, Land of Waves Part 1. Did you pack everything, Naruto? Kushina asked, her arms crossed as she eyed her son. Yeah, Ka-san, Naruto replied with a grin. I've got everything you told me to take. Clothes, ration bars, a tent, some meat, kunai, shuriken, and ceiling tags. Minato stepped forward, his expression calm but serious. This is your first C-rank mission, so be careful. Just because it's classified as C-rank doesn't mean it'll stay that way. Missions can escalate. Never let your guard down, and don't get cocky, even if your opponent seems weaker than you. Before Minato could finish, Naruto cut in, his eyes sharp. Even a genin can kill a Kage, if the Kage gets arrogant. Minato gave a small smile. Looks like you've taken that to heart. Just stay alert, and take care of yourself. With everything packed, Naruto began his trek to the village gate. As usual, he was the first to arrive. He stood near the entrance, arms crossed, waiting for his teammates. 10 minutes later, Sasuke showed up, sporting his usual emo expression. A backpack was slung over his shoulder. He didn't say a word, not even a nod. Instead, he walked past Naruto without acknowledgement and leaned silently against the wall near the gate. Another 10 minutes passed before Sakura arrived, cheerful and energetic. A backpack hung from her shoulders as she waved brightly. "Good morning," she greeted both of them, but her attention quickly zeroed in on Sasuke. She rushed over to his side.
Sasuke-kun.
"Aren't you excited for this mission? It's our first high-rank mission." "Humph. It would be nice if both of you didn't slow me down," Sasuke replied coldly. Sakura's smile faltered, her excitement dimming for a moment. Naruto, watching the exchange, clenched his fists slightly, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. Then Sakura turned and looked at Naruto, really looked, her brows furrowed. "Hey Naruto, where's your bag? Don't tell me you forgot it," she said, half accusingly. Naruto grinned. "Nah, I didn't forget. I've got everything sealed in a scroll." What he didn't tell them was that his system allowed him to store anything, even living things. Unlike traditional storage scrolls, his system didn't require him to carry anything physically. He had tested it once by sealing one of his shadow clones, and it had worked perfectly. It was his secret advantage, one that could change everything on the battlefield.
Seal.
"What are you talking about?" Sakura asked, confused. "You didn't learn about storage scrolls in the academy?" Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow. "I did," Sakura said, tilting her head. "But where's the scroll you used to store all your stuff?" "I'm using a special one," Naruto said with a smirk. "No need to carry a physical scroll." Sakura gave him a skeptical look. "Really? Then show me your things," she said, curiosity getting the better of her. Without a word, Naruto casually reached into thin air and pulled out a neatly folded set of clothes. "See? Told you. I don't need scrolls to carry my gear." Sakura's eyes widened in awe. "Whoa, I didn't know you knew Fuinjutsu." "It's the most fascinating ninja art," Naruto said confidently. "If someone can fully master it, they can do all kinds of things. Can even counter ninjutsu. That's the level I'm aiming for." "Seriously?" Sakura blinked. "I always thought Fuinjutsu was just for sealing weapons or supplies into scrolls." "Well, we're barely taught anything about it in the academy," Naruto shrugged. "So most people don't know its full potential." "But where did you learn all this? Did someone teach you?" Sakura asked, clearly impressed. "Nope, I taught myself," Naruto replied smoothly. Of course, that was a lie. He couldn't exactly tell them that his parents, who lived inside his mysterious system, were the ones who trained him. That secret had to stay hidden. That answer left both Sakura and Sasuke staring at him in shock. Naruto, teaching himself something as complex as Fuinjutsu? That wasn't what they expected. The three waited for another 3 hours. By now, they were used to Kakashi's chronic lateness, but they hadn't expected the same delays even for important missions. Finally, Kakashi arrived, walking calmly alongside with Tazuna. "Are you ready?" Kakashi asked casually. "Why are you always late? Can't you be punctual for a real mission for once?" Sakura ranted, clearly frustrated. "We've been waiting for 3 hours. Again." Kakashi, completely unfazed, ignored her rant. "Did you all pack the essentials?" The three genin nodded. With that, they began their journey. They moved in a diamond formation. Tazuna in the middle, Sasuke taking point at the front, Naruto covering the rear, with Kakashi on the right and Sakura on the left. The trek was silent. No one spoke. The tension of finally being on a higher-ranked mission hung over them. "Hey, Tazuna-san," Sakura finally broke the silence. "Aren't there any ninja in your village?" "Really, Sakura?" Naruto chimed in, raising an eyebrow. If he had ninja in his village, why would he come all the way to Konoha for help? Sakura's face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, right." Tazuna chuckled. No, we don't have any ninja in our village. It's a trade town. We rely on commerce, imports, and exports.
No shinobi, no samurai, no guards.
But what if someone attacks? Sakura asked, confused. Most don't bother, Tazuna explained. Since we generate money through trade, attacking us would only mean cutting off their own supply lines. It's not worth the risk for most. Once again, silence fell among them. As they walked along the dirt path, they passed a small puddle. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That's odd, he thought. It hasn't rained in days. How could there be a puddle? His instincts flared. Genjutsu? A trap? He glanced toward Kakashi, ready to speak up and issue a warning, only to find his sensei casually reading his book as always. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Kakashi glanced at him briefly. Just a moment, but it was enough to make Naruto pause. Maybe sensei already noticed, Naruto thought. Naruto glanced at Sakura and Sasuke. Did they notice it too? He wondered. They carefully crossed the puddle, and Naruto exhaled in relief, only for two heavy chains to suddenly whip out and wrap around Kakashi. With a violent pull, Kakashi was torn apart before their eyes. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura cried out in shock. Naruto tensed, immediately shifting into guard position with his power pole in hand. Two figures emerged from the puddle, each wearing scratched hidden mist headbands. Naruto instantly recognized them as Missing Nin. Well, we've caught the big fish, one of them sneered, eyeing Tazuna. These three are nothing but cannon fodder. The brothers hurled their chains. Naruto swung his power pole to deflect the attack, then quickly formed a shadow clone to protect Tazuna alongside Sakura. Sasuke lunged forward, charging at one of the attackers. Who are you? Naruto demanded as he dodged the whipping chain. We are the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu, Gozu declared. Extend, Naruto shouted. The power pole shot forward, striking Gozu hard in the gut and sending him skidding backwards. Before he could recover, Naruto was already on him, slamming a punch followed by a sharp kick. Who the hell is this brat? How is he this strong, and what is that staff? Did it really extend on his command? Gozu thought, struggling against the assault. Seeing his brother getting overwhelmed, Meizu dashed in to help, but Sasuke cut him off. Your fight is with me, Sasuke declared, eyes locked. Moving with sharp precision, Sasuke evaded Meizu's strikes and countered with a flurry of kicks and punches. In moments, Meizu was beaten down and left defeated. Naruto and Sasuke stood firm over their defeated enemies. Wow, you both took them out so easily, Sakura said in awe. Naruto's shadow clone dispelled with a puff of smoke. But what should we do now? Kakashi-sensei he's dead, Sakura whispered, sadness flickering in her voice. Who said I was dead, Sakura? Came a calm voice. All three turned. From the bushes, Kakashi emerged, perfectly fine. Sensei, you're alive, Sakura cried, overwhelmed with relief. But we saw you get ripped to shreds. Naruto narrowed his eyes, glancing at the torn pieces scattered on the ground. His lips curved into a grin. A log, so you used substitution, and even threw a genjutsu into the mix. You're a genius, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed. But before anyone could celebrate, Tazuna broke in, his voice trembling with anger. You left these three kids to fight alone. What if any of them had been killed? Kakashi gave him a level look. I wanted to see how they would handle the situation. If it came to it, I could have finished those two instantly. But now, his tone sharpened. We need to talk. The old bridge builder stiffened. His face paled, sweat trickling down as he forced a nervous smile. What is there to talk about? Why did the demon brothers attack you? Kakashi asked calmly. And me? Why would they attack me? I thought they were after you, Tazuna stammered, trying to deflect. Don't lie. Kakashi's single visible eye narrowed. I observed the whole battle. Their target wasn't us. It was you. Tazuna swallowed hard, his hands trembling as the weight of the truth pressed on him. This? This isn't just about me, he finally admitted, his voice heavy with guilt. Our country, our people, they're suffering. A powerful businessman named Gato. He's the one behind all of this. He lowered his gaze, ashamed. Gato seized control of the ports and all the trade routes. With his grip on commerce, he's strangling the nation. The people live in fear under his tyranny, barely able to survive. Anyone who dares oppose him simply disappears. Tezuna's voice cracked, his shoulders sagging. That's why I hired you. That bridge I'm building. It's the only hope we have left to free our country from Gato's stranglehold. Without it, we'll remain trapped under his control forever. Gato? You mean Gato of Gato Industries? Kakashi asked, narrowing his visible eye as the name sparked recognition. Tezuna nodded gravely. Yes, that Gato. Please, I'm begging you. His voice cracked with desperation. If you help us, if you protect my home, we'll be forever grateful. You're our only hope. Kakashi folded his arms, frowning. Tezuna, I understand your pain, but I have to think about my students. They may have managed to handle the demon brothers, but if Gato was the one who hired them, he won't stop there. He'll send stronger shinobi next, missing Nin, maybe even high-level ones. One rogue ninja is manageable, but multiple? We'd be in serious trouble. He paused, his voice harder now. You should have told Hokage-sama the full truth from the start. If you had, he might have assigned a higher-ranked team from the beginning. Tezuna lowered his head in shame. We didn't have the money to afford a high-rank mission. If I had, I would have. But we're a poor nation now, barely surviving under Gato's thumb. I had no choice. Kakashi sighed deeply. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this isn't about me. I have 3 genin under my care. They're still just kids. Behind him, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura had been listening closely. No way I'm passing up this chance, Sasuke said, stepping forward with a confident glare. I finally get to fight some real enemies. I'm not abandoning this mission, Naruto declared, clenching his fists. Sakura remained silent for a moment. Fear flickered in her eyes. This was no longer a simple mission. But when she glanced at Sasuke, she steeled herself. She didn't want to seem weak. Kakashi looked at them seriously. You 3 do realize this isn't a simple C-rank mission anymore. If we move forward, we could face life-threatening danger. Are you prepared for that? Sasuke and Naruto nodded without hesitation. Naruto spoke again, more firmly this time. If we back out now just because it's dangerous, what happens the next time something hard comes along? We'll keep running. I'm not going to live like that. He pointed at Tezuna. Despite not being a fighter, he's risking everything for his people. How can we turn our backs on him? Kakashi paused, studying each of them carefully. After a long silence, he asked, So you're all sure? What about you, Sakura? You haven't spoken yet. Sakura's fists clenched at her sides. Her voice trembled at first, but steadied. I'm ready, sensei. I'll see this mission through. Kakashi studied each of them for a long moment, then slowly nodded. All right, if you're all sure, but we're doing this the right way. He pulled out a scroll and quickly wrote a message for the Hokage, informing him of the situation, of Gato's involvement, the appearance of the demon brothers, and the likelihood of stronger enemies ahead. Kakashi quickly summoned his Ninken, Pakken, tied the mission report to his collar, and sent him off toward the hidden leaf. Then, without wasting time, he bound the unconscious demon brothers to a tree so they couldn't escape. With everything secured, the group continued their journey. Eventually, they reached the shore, where Tezuna introduced them to an old boatman he knew. The man ferried them across the sea, but visibility was poor, thick mist blanketed the waters like a suffocating shroud. They finally reached the other side and began making their way through the forest toward Tezuna's home. As they walked, Naruto tensed. Someone's watching us. He gripped the power pole tightly, alert. A faint rustle in the bushes set him on edge, and moments later, the mist began to thicken unnaturally. Hey, Tezuna-san, Naruto asked warily. Is fog this heavy normal here in the land of waves? Tezuna shook his head, visibly anxious. Everyone down, Kakashi barked. The team instantly dropped to the ground. Sakura pulled Tazuna with her just as a massive sword cleaved through the air, planting itself deep into a tree trunk with a thunderous thunk. When they lifted their heads, their blood ran cold. A tall figure stood casually atop the embedded sword, his eyes sharp and merciless. "I'll give you credit, you dodged my blade," the man said. Kakashi's expression hardened. "Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist. What are you doing here?" The figure smirked. "Kakashi of the Sharingan. An honor to meet you, but let's skip the pleasantries. Hand over the old man, and I'll let you and your brats live." "Sharingan?" Sasuke muttered, eyes wide. Kakashi tilted his head slightly, his voice firm. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I can't give you our client." Zabuza's grin widened, dark and mocking. "Too bad. I thought I'd spare you, but looks like I'll have to kill every last one of you." The mist grew impossibly thick, swallowing sight itself. The genin tensed, unable to see more than a hand's length ahead. Suddenly, Zabuza appeared among them, his enormous blade poised to cleave Tazuna in two. "Move!" Naruto cried, thrusting forward with his power pole. His strike hit true, but Zabuza dissolved into a puddle. "A water clone," Naruto growled, realizing. From somewhere in the fog, Zabuza's voice slid into their ears like a blade's edge. "So you noticed, impressive for a runt. But let me ask you, larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, kidneys, subclavian veins, heart, where do you want me to cut first?" Sakura shivered, frozen in place from the killing intent alone. "Everyone stay on guard," Kakashi warned. "Zabuza is infamous for his silent killing technique. Within this mist, he can strike us without warning. This is his battlefield." Naruto narrowed his eyes, grit and defiance burning in them. "Then I'll just change the battlefield." "Ashu? What are you talking about, Naruto?" Sakura asked, panic in her voice. Ignoring her, Naruto flew through a string of hand seals. He planted his feet firmly, and with a roar, shouted, "Wind style, gale palm." A violent burst of wind erupted from his palm, tearing through the suffocating mist. Trees bent, leaves scattered, and visibility returned to the group. Zabuza was in shock. How the hell does a Konoha ninja have wind affinity, and a mere genin at that? He snarled, eyes narrowing in disbelief. Even Kakashi couldn't hide his surprise. The wind users he knew were rare: Minato, Asuma, Danzo, but Naruto? He never expected him to have mastered elemental ninjutsu, especially wind-style techniques. Sakura stared at Naruto awestruck. He really cleared the mist. Beside her, Sasuke stood silent, the wind tousling his dark hair. His fists clenched unconsciously. Wind release? Since when could he do that? He was barely able to land a punch on me 2 years ago. Now he's mastering advanced ninjutsu? What kind of training has he been doing? Has he been holding back this whole time? Did he really surpass me? His brows furrowed, and a scowl formed on his face, but behind it was something else. Uncertainty, frustration, and the sting of realization. Zabuza smirked slightly, the tension in the air thickening. "It seems I underestimated you," he said, his tone shifting from mockery to genuine respect. Kakashi stepped forward, his voice steady and resolute. "Everyone stay back and protect Tazuna. This fight is between me and Zabuza." With deliberate motion, he reached for his forehead protector and lifted it, revealing the crimson glow of his three-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke froze in shock, his stomach twisting. "That's the Sharingan. How did he get it? Did he steal it?" Suspicion and disbelief tore through his thoughts as he stared at their sensei with wide eyes. Kakashi drew a kunai, and without hesitation, clashed head-on with Zabuza. The sharp ring of metal on metal echoed through the forest. Zabuza's massive executioner blade pushed fiercely against the kunai, its weight and reach far superior. But strength wasn't everything. Kakashi's skill and experience were undeniable. With fluid precision, he dodged a cleaving strike and countered in an instant, plunging his kunai into Zabuza's side. The blade hit home, Yet Zabuza's body rippled like water before dispersing into a harmless splash. A clone. Kakashi's eye narrowed. In the next instant, the suffocating mist rolled back across the battlefield, shrouding them in ghostly white. The enemy's presence vanished into the haze, then re-emerged right in the middle of Team 7, his blade raised high above Tazuna. "Not on my watch," Naruto shouted, lunging forward. He struck with all his force, only to find his fist passing once again through a water clone. Thick fog spread across the battlefield once more, rolling in and smothering them in suffocating whiteness. A chilling laugh echoed around them. But Naruto only smirked, his voice cutting through the haze with surprising confidence. "Really? You think your trick works against him? Don't forget we've got a wind user here. Let's see how many times you can keep summoning this mist before you burn through every drop of chakra you've got." Flying through hand signs, Naruto planted his stance. Wind style, gale palm. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a roaring gust of wind even stronger than before. The gale tore through the suffocating fog, bending trees and scattering leaves, the battlefield snapping back into clarity once again. The sight froze everyone in shock. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, disbelief written across his face. Kakashi's single uncovered eye widened slightly, betraying his surprise. Sakura stood speechless, mouth agape, and even Sasuke felt a pang of frustration and awe as he realized. That blast, it was far bigger than the last one. Naruto lowered his hand, his gaze fixed on the rogue ninja with fierce determination. "See? You can't rely on your mist anymore." Zabuza's expression darkened, his grip tightening on the executioner blade. But Kakashi stepped forward once more, his voice firm and unyielding. "Zabuza, your fight is with me." The clash of steel rang out again as Kakashi and Zabuza's battle shifted toward the nearby lake. Water splashed violently around them as the two pushed forward, neither relenting. Then Zabuza smirked, eyes gleaming with savage delight. "So this is Konoha's famous copy ninja? Kakashi of the Sharingan? Humph. Seems like nothing but an empty title." Before Kakashi could react, Zabuza formed a single hand seal, and water surged upward, enveloping Kakashi entirely. A bubbling prison of liquid locked him in place. "Let's see how long you last in there." Zabuza's voice dripped with arrogance, the water sphere holding Kakashi immobile. Sakura cried out, panic-ridden. "Oh no, Kakashi-sensei! He trapped him!" Almost instantly, several Zabuza clones rippled into existence across the water surface, their blades raised and ready to cut down the defenseless group. Naruto's eyes hardened. With a flash of determination, he formed seals of his own. In a burst of smoke, his shadow clones appeared, darting forward to meet the incoming threat. One Naruto clone remained by Sakura's side. "Sakura, stay close and be on guard," he ordered firmly. His gaze flicked toward Sasuke. The Uchiha was already engaged with one of the clones, blade flashing. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke managed to hold his ground while Naruto's clones engaged the rest, dispelling them one after another in puffs of water. Together, the genin began to turn the tide. From within his prison, Kakashi's voice rang out, muffled but urgent. "Everyone, escape, now!" Zabuza only laughed, his chilling tone carrying easily across the lake. "You think I'll just let them walk away? Don't make me laugh." Naruto snarled, fists clenching. "No way, we're not abandoning anyone." Zabuza's expression twisted, smirking with cruel amusement. "And what exactly can a brat like you do to me? Even your genin can't keep up with me." Naruto's eyes burned with challenge as he shot back, voice unyielding. "Cocky, aren't we? You've never heard the saying? Even a rookie genin can kill a Kage, if that Kage gets arrogant." Kakashi froze inside the prison, shock flickering across his face. That was Minato-sensei's saying. How does Naruto know that? Zabuza threw his head back and laughed mockingly. "You? Stand up to me? Don't make me laugh, brat." But Naruto's lips curled in a smirk. "Funny talk for someone whose mist I've blown away twice." The remark wiped the smirk clean off Zabuza's face, irritation breaking through his composure. His grip on his massive blade tightened, his killing intent surging. "You arrogant little brat. I'll shut that mouth of yours myself." He left a clone behind to maintain Kakashi's prison while his true body charged at Naruto, sword gleaming with murderous intent. "Run! Run and escape now!" Kakashi shouted desperately, his eye wide. But Naruto stood his ground, refusing to move. Naruto took his power pole out of nowhere. This made Zabuza to smirk arrogantly. "Really, you think a wooden staff can hold my sword? Why don't we test it?" said Naruto. Zabuza lifted his sword to end Naruto in a single strike. Naruto placed his power pole to block Zabuza's sword to Zabuza. The staff didn't broke, taking Zabuza's shock to his advantage. Naruto slammed the power pole on Zabuza's shoulder, resulting Zabuza grip loosening on his sword. Naruto is about to hit Zabuza chin, but Zabuza back flipped immediately with the sword in his hand. "Well, it seems I need to take you seriously. What is your name, brat?" asked Zabuza. "Naruto Uzumaki," said Naruto. "Uzumaki, do you expect me to believe it, brat? All the Uzumaki are exting in Second Ninja War, and you have blonde hair while Uzumaki have red hair, and your wind affinity tells you aren't a Uzumaki," growled Zabuza. Hearing the name Uzumaki, both Sasuke and Sakura were visibly taken aback. "Uzumaki? What is Zabuza talking about?" Sakura muttered under her breath, eyes narrowing in confusion. She searched her memory, flipping through every lesson from the academy, every clan history, every war record they'd studied. If there's an Uzumaki clan, why didn't we ever learn about them? She wondered, and why didn't Naruto ever mention it himself? Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he stared at Naruto, who now stood firm between them and the deadly swordsman. Extinct? The Uzumaki clan? Wiped out in the Second Ninja War? If that's true, then Naruto is the last of his clan. A flicker of something unfamiliar passed through Sasuke's chest. Sympathy? Curiosity? He wasn't sure. But one thing was clear. Naruto's not just some loudmouth dropout. He's carrying a name with weight. Clan? Like me. "Oh, you are telling just because I have a wind affinity rather than water I ain't a Uzumaki? Then let me show you something." Naruto jumped back a little and performed hand signs. "Water style water dragon." Suddenly a dragon appeared from the lake and dashed toward Zabuza clone, who held Kakashi hostage. The water dragon pierced Zabuza clone and rushed toward the real one, who was on the ground. Seeing this, Zabuza jumped aside to escape it as it is about to hit Naruto. Naruto immediately dispelled the jutsus. Now Kakashi, drenched in water, was standing on water. Naruto pulled out his power pole seemingly from thin air. Zabuza raised an eyebrow, then smirked arrogantly. "A wooden staff? You think that can block this?" he taunted, resting his massive executioner's blade on his shoulder. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Why don't we find out?" With a grunt, Zabuza swung his sword down, aiming to end the boy in one powerful strike. Naruto raised the staff to meet it, and to Zabuza's shock, the power pole didn't break. The force reverberated through the blade, halting it cold. "What?" Naruto seized the opening. He twisted his body and slammed the staff into Zabuza's shoulder, making him stumble back. The sword wavered in his grip. Naruto spun again, aiming for Zabuza's chin. But the rogue ninja flipped back just in time, regaining his weapon midair. Landing smoothly, Zabuza scowled. "Looks like I'll have to take you seriously. What's your name, brat?" "Naruto Uzumaki." Zabuza's eyes narrowed. "Uzumaki? Don't make me laugh. The Uzumaki clan was wiped out in the Second Ninja War. And you, blonde hair, wind affinity? You don't look Uzumaki to me." Hearing the name Uzumaki, both Sasuke and Sakura were visibly taken aback. "Uzumaki? What is Zabuza talking about?" Sakura muttered under her breath, eyes narrowing in confusion. She searched her memory, flipping through every lesson from the academy, every clan history, every war record they'd studied. If there's an Uzumaki clan, why didn't we ever learn about them? She wondered, and why didn't Naruto ever mention it himself? Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he stared at Naruto, who now stood firm between them and the deadly swordsman. Extinct? The Uzumaki clan? Wiped out in the Second Ninja War? If that's true, then Naruto is the last of his clan. A flicker of something unfamiliar passed through Sasuke's chest. Sympathy? Curiosity? He wasn't sure. But one thing was clear. Naruto's not just some loudmouth dropout. He's carrying a name with weight. Clan, like me. Kakashi, still trapped within Zabuza's water prison, was visibly shaken. Did he know the truth all along? Naruto clenched his fists. So just because I don't have red hair or water affinity, I can't be Uzumaki? Then maybe this will convince you. He leapt back, forming hand signs rapidly. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A colossal dragon made of water surged from the lake behind them, roaring towards Zabuza's water clone, the one holding Kakashi hostage. The dragon tore through the clone like paper, instantly dispelling it. Without losing momentum, the water beast turned and charged at the real Zabuza, who barely leapt aside in time. Just as the dragon veered toward Naruto, he dispelled the jutsu with a sharp hand sign. The lake calmed instantly. Now free, Kakashi stood on the surface of the water, drenched but ready. Naruto smirked confidently at Zabuza. If that's still not enough for you, then go to Konoha yourself. Walk straight into the Hokage's office. You'll find an old man reading Ika Paradise. He folded his arms. Ask him if I'm really an Uzumaki or not. Kakashi, who was gaining his breath, blinked in surprise. Did he just say that about the Hokage? Before the shock could settle, Sakura exploded. Naruto, how the hell can you mock the Hokage in front of an enemy? She shouted, her face flushed with panic and fury. Are you trying to get us in trouble? Naruto turned to her with a grin. Relax, Sakura-chan. The old man's too busy with his favorite book to care. Zabuza's eyes narrowed as he stared at Naruto, his grip tightening on the hilt of his massive blade. How the hell do you have 2 chakra affinities, brat? He roared. And it looks like you've mastered them. Just who the hell are you? Naruto didn't flinch. He stepped forward, planting his staff firmly on the ground, his expression calm but fierce. Me, he said, his voice unwavering. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage of Konoha, and the one who's going to stop you from killing Tazuna. The air grew tense as the wind rustled around them, water rippling at their feet. Zabuza's smirk slowly faded, replaced by a cautious scowl. Enough, Naruto. Kakashi's voice cut through the tension, cold but authoritative. You've already done more than enough. Leave the rest to me. He turned his gaze back to the rogue missing Nin. Now then, Zabuza, I believe we left our fight unfinished. With that, Kakashi surged forward, kunai in hand. Zabuza met him head-on, his massive sword swinging despite the bruises and exhaustion weighing on him. The lingering impact from Naruto's power pole strike still evident in his movements. Even battered, the demon of the hidden mist refused to falter. Their clash shook the lake once again. Zabuza blew through hand seals, creating water techniques with brutal speed. Yet each one was copied instantly, mirrored precisely by Kakashi's Sharingan. In a final exchange, Kakashi slipped under Zabuza's guard, landing a solid punch that sent the swordsman hurtling backward, crashing hard against a tree trunk with a sharp crack. Zabuza staggered, blood dripping from his lips. His glare was fierce, but his breath came shallow. Tsh, can you see the future with that eye? Kakashi's response was icy, his voice low and absolute. Yes, and right now, I see your death. But before his kunai could strike, several sunbon needles whistled through the air, embedding themselves into Zabuza's neck with surgical precision. His body stiffened and then went limp. You're right, Hai's dead. A calm, unfamiliar voice echoed across the mist. The team spun to see a masked figure standing upon a tree branch, a forehead protector tied with the hidden mist insignia. I've been tracking Zabuza for months, the figure explained smoothly. Thanks to you, I was able to catch him at his weakest. His body carries many secrets. Secrets I cannot allow to return to the Mist Village. I'll dispose of it properly. Before anyone could respond, the masked ninja hefted Zabuza's body over their shoulder and disappeared into the thinning mist. Silence lingered in their wake. Kakashi exhaled slowly, lowering his kunai as he pulled his headband back down, concealing the Sharingan. His voice was drained, far weaker now. All right, let's hope we don't run into any other ninja on the way. Suddenly, Sasuke's accusatory voice cut across the quiet. How the hell do you have a Sharingan? That's an Uchiha Kekkai Genkai. Answer me. Kakashi turned his head to respond, but before a word left his lips, his knees buckled. He collapsed forward, unconscious, splashing onto the shallow water. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura rushed to his side, checking him in a frenzy. After a tense moment, she sighed in relief. He's fine. It's just chakra exhaustion. Before she could say more, one of Naruto's shadow clones appeared beside her. The clone gently pressed a glowing green palm against Kakashi's chest, channeling healing chakra into him. Sakura froze in shock. Naruto, you know medical ninjutsu? Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish grin. And not really, just the basics. I'm only easing his exhaustion a little. He's still gonna need real rest. The clone dissipated, leaving Kakashi breathing more steadily. At last, Tazuna spoke, his voice urgent but relieved. Let's not waste time. My house is just half a mile from here. You can all rest there. Naruto nodded firmly, summoning 2 more clones. All right, you two, carry Kakashi-sensei. The shadow clones carefully hoisted Kakashi, and the worn-out group began making their way towards safety. The mist finally behind them. For now, Chapter 10. Land of Waves Part 2. Naruto stood before the great cage, the deep voice echoing within. What do you want, brat? Came the voice of the Nine-Tails, its crimson eyes narrowing. Really? You're asking me the same thing every time I come to talk with you. Couldn't you at least try to be nice? Naruto shot back. Release me from this seal, and I'll show you just how nice I can be, the Nine-Tails roared. Sorry, I can't. Not unless we both reach some sort of understanding, Naruto replied firmly. The beast studied him for a moment, then huffed. Humph, just as I thought. You only want to use my power. Why would I? Naruto frowned. Didn't I tell you? I want to gain strength on my own terms, through training. The Nine-Tails let out a low, rumbling laugh. You really think you don't need my power? Tell me, how did you survive all those years with no food when you were just a boy? Who kept you alive when you were beaten bloody by the villagers? When no one came to help you? Wasn't it my chakra that healed you, again and again? Don't stand there and pretend you never needed me. Naruto froze as the words sank in. He had never thought about it that way before. Slowly, his expression softened. You're right. I didn't realize it until now. Thank you for keeping me alive all this time. The Nine-Tails snorted dismissively but said nothing more. I guess I'll come back tomorrow, Naruto muttered, turning to leave. Just as he was about to step out, the beast's deep voice rumbled again. That's Zabuza. He's still alive. Naruto whipped around in shock. What? That's impossible. We saw the Hunter Nin kill him. Humph. You humans lack keen senses. He isn't dead. Use your brain for once. The Nine-Tails growled, before shoving Naruto's consciousness out of the seal. Now, Naruto, out of his mindscape, was thinking about what the Kyuubi had told him, that Zabuza was alive. As he continued to think, he realized something crucial. He had learned that whenever a Hunter Nin takes down a missing Nin, they immediately dispose of the body so that no one can try to steal it. Naruto facepalmed. He realized that the Hunter Nin didn't dispose of Zabuza's body on the spot. I need to tell the others this, Naruto muttered to himself. He exited the room he shared with Sasuke and headed downstairs. There, he saw Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Tsunami, and Tazuna. It had been a day since they returned. Kakashi was reading his book when he heard a voice. Hey, listen everyone, came Naruto's voice. Sakura turned her head in the direction Naruto's voice came from. I need to make an important announcement about the mission, said Naruto. Sasuke, still brooding over the fact that Naruto could use water and wind ninjutsu, lifted his eyes. Sakura was waiting to hear more. I think Zabuza is alive, said Naruto. Hearing this scared the life out of Tazuna and Sakura. Kakashi was listening carefully. Sasuke acted uninterested, but deep down, he was excited. This time, he was determined to defeat Zabuza, if he really was still alive. What are you talking about, Naruto? Didn't we all see that Hunter Nin kill Zabuza? Asked Sakura. But think about it, Naruto replied. Didn't we learn that Hunter Nins dispose of the bodies of missing Nins on the spot? But what happened with Zabuza? That Hunter Nin took his body instead. So he might actually be Zabuza's accomplice. Hearing this, Sakura glanced toward Kakashi. Sensei, say something? Asked Sakura, fear in her voice. Kakashi closed the book in his hands. He's right. I didn't consider it at first either, the fact that the Hunter Nin didn't dispose of Zabuza's body. While I was thinking about it back then, the thought crossed my mind. And now, with this, we're confirming it, said Kakashi. So, it means he'll come tomorrow? Asked Tazuna, his voice trembling with fear. Kakashi shook his head.
No.
The damage he took was too severe. I'd say it'll take at least a week or two, depending on how fast he recovers. So what should we do now? Asked Sakura. Kakashi gave one of his usual eye smiles and replied simply, we'll train. Really? But how strong can we even get in just a week or two? And other than team exercises, you haven't taught us anything, Sakura said, clearly frustrated. Kakashi, in his usual laid-back tone, replied, don't worry, the training will be helpful. Now this piqued Sasuke's interest. He was finally about to receive real training. Even Naruto looked intrigued, curious to see what kind of training Kakashi had planned for them. The next morning, the three of them stood in a forest clearing. Kakashi was with them, using a crutch to support himself due to chakra exhaustion. All right, Kakashi said. Now we're going to learn how to climb trees. Naruto immediately facepalmed upon hearing it. But sensei, we already know how to climb trees, said Sakura, confused. Not with your hands, Sakura? Naruto muttered, clearly unimpressed. With your feet. Walking on trees? Naruto, this isn't the time to joke, Sakura snapped. Haven't you seen the fight? How Zabuza and Kakashi-sensei stood on water? Naruto asked. He's right, Kakashi chimed in. It's tree climbing with your feet, like this. He approached a nearby tree, formed a single hand seal, and began walking straight up the trunk. Sakura's eyes widened in awe, but Sasuke frowned. What's the use of learning this? He asked. Didn't you say you'd train us so we can fight Zabuza and his partner? Yes, Kakashi replied, and this will help you do just that. This training improves your chakra control. Better chakra control means more efficient jutsu. He stepped back. You've seen how it works. Now practice. With that, Sakura and Sasuke each chose a tree and began their attempts. Sakura was already making some progress, while Sasuke struggled to maintain his footing. Naruto, aren't you supposed to be practicing tree climbing? Came Kakashi's voice. Naruto turned toward him and said casually, I mastered both tree walking and water walking a year ago. That genuinely surprised Kakashi, though he was quick to hide it. Sakura, who had noticed that Naruto wasn't practicing, called out, Hey Naruto, you're supposed to be practicing tree climbing. Without a word, Naruto approached a tree, sprinted up the trunk, ran along a branch, hung upside down from it, then flipped off and landed lightly on the ground. I mastered it a year ago. This made Sasuke clench his fists in frustration. Once again, Naruto was ahead of him. As Sakura and Sasuke continued practicing the tree climbing exercise, Naruto stood off to the side, clearly bored. Well, I guess I'll go guard Tazuna, Naruto said with a shrug. Who knows? Gato might send some bandits or ninjas. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left the training area, heading back toward Tazuna's house. Unknown location. A man wrapped in bandages lay on a bed, his body weak but restless. Beside him, another figure carefully tended to his wounds. The man's pinky twitched as he reached to tear off the bandages, but his caretaker quickly stopped him. You're not fully cured yet, Zabuza. Rest for a while, the person said softly. With a reluctant sigh, Zabuza withdrew his hand and settled back. I still can't believe it. A genin with 2 elemental affinities, and the ability to use both. That brat is an Uzumaki, Zabuza growled. Their clan was feared for their mastery of water-style ninjutsu, incredible chakra control, and fuinjutsu. I heard you speak of them with such fear. What's so special about them? You don't understand, Haku, Zabuza replied seriously. The Uzumaki clan was one of the most dangerous bloodlines to exist. Their sealing techniques alone were enough to tip the balance of wars. Combine that with their stamina, chakra reserves, and even their skill with kenjutsu. They were monsters. The fact that a survivor still exists is troubling. Next time I see that brat, I will kill him. What do you mean by survivor? Haku asked. They were wiped out during the Second Great Ninja War, Zabuza explained darkly. The other 4 great nations considered their power too dangerous, so they joined forces and annihilated the Uzumaki. That anyone survived, it's nothing short of a miracle. With Tazuna, Naruto finally arrived at the place where Tazuna was building the bridge. Yo, old man, came Naruto's cheerful voice. Tazuna glanced over, grumbling. What do you want? Kid, don't you have training to do? Nah, Naruto replied, walking up beside him. I don't need the training they're doing right now, so I decided to guard you instead. Just in case Gato sends more bandits or ninjas to stop you. Tazuna gave a slight nod at that and returned to his work without another word. As the day came to an end, one of the workers approached Tazuna with a hesitant look. Hey, Tazuna, I think I can't come from tomorrow. Tazuna looked shocked. What are you talking about? We all started this together. You can't just drop out now. I'm sorry, Tazuna, the worker said, lowering his gaze. But I have to think about my family too. I hope you understand. With that, the man walked away, leaving Tazuna standing there silently. A few feet away, Naruto had overheard the conversation. He frowned, feeling sorry for Tazuna. That evening, they returned to Tazuna's house, where dinner was already prepared by his daughter, Tsunami. They ate quietly, the day's events lingering in their minds. The next day, Naruto once again accompanied Tazuna to the bridge site to guard him. But when he noticed the lack of workers, a thought struck him. Hey, old man, Naruto asked, looking around. If you had enough workers, how fast could you finish the bridge? If I had about 50 workers, Tazuna said thoughtfully, I could probably finish it in a month. Naruto grinned and formed a cross-shaped hand sign. In an instant, poof, 50 shadow clones appeared on the bridge, all standing at attention. The remaining workers stared in shock. Some of them whispered among themselves, unsure whether this was some sort of illusion or trick. Tazuna, on the other hand, just face-bombed. I should have thought of that earlier. I saw you use those clones to save me on our journey. Thanks, kid. Naruto gave him a thumbs up. No problem, old man. Let's finish this bridge together. Seeing the shadow clones, Tazuna worked with a new sense of energy and hope. Hey, old man, came Naruto's voice again. Tazuna turned his head toward him, curious. What is it now, kid? Naruto scratched the back of his head and grinned. You see, I don't really know how to do this kind of work. But if you show me, I can have all my clones do it. Tazuna raised an eyebrow, then shrugged. All right, watch carefully. He demonstrated how to handle some of the construction tasks, positioning planks, pouring concrete, bolting support beams, and Naruto paid close attention. Once he got the hang of it, he nodded. Got it. With that, Naruto turned to his shadow clones. All right, guys, get to work. Dozens of clones sprang into action, mimicking what Naruto had just learned. Some worked alongside the regular workers, while others moved underneath the bridge, reaching places Tazuna and the others couldn't easily access. Watching it all, Tazuna felt a surge of gratitude. For the first time in a long while, he truly believed the bridge might actually be finished. He smiled to himself. Guess going to Konoha for help was the right call after all. The other workers, initially skeptical, now looked on with admiration. Seeing the ninja not just fighting for them but also helping with the labor warmed their spirits. The air around the construction site grew lighter, filled with a sense of shared purpose and unity. Later that evening at Tazuna House. By the time Naruto and Tazuna returned to the house, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were already there, resting. They were clearly exhausted from the day's chakra control training, especially from climbing trees without using their hands. Tsunami looked up from the kitchen as the front door opened. She smiled warmly. "Welcome back, father." Naruto. Hearing her voice, Kakashi and Sakura lifted their heads, curious. Sasuke barely glanced up, still catching his breath. Tsunami noticed the cheerful look on her father's face and walked over. "Father, you look happy. Did something good happen today?" Tazuna chuckled, his voice full of energy. "You have no idea. This boy, Naruto, he's amazing. He created 50 clones of himself and helped with the bridge construction. Not only that, some of them even worked underneath the bridge, places none of us could ever reach." Tsunami's eyes widened in shock. 50 clones. "What?" Sakura shrieked. 50 clones? How in the world can you make that many?" Tazuna looked at her in confusion. "What's so surprising? You're acting like it's impossible." "You don't get it," Sakura said, still stunned. "From what Kakashi-sensei told us, even experienced ninjas can barely manage 10 shadow clones. It takes an enormous amount of chakra." Both Tazuna and Tsunami stared at Naruto in disbelief. Sakura turned to Naruto, demanding, "Tell me, how can you make so many?" Naruto blinked, then shrugged casually. "I dunno. I just have huge chakra reserves. Probably more than all the ninjas in the village combined." Sakura's jaw dropped, and then she fainted, falling back onto the couch in shock. Sasuke, now fully alert, stared at Naruto with wide eyes. He said nothing, but the flicker of jealousy in his gaze was impossible to miss. "So that's why he never runs out of stamina." Tazuna laughed heartily. "No wonder the kid wasn't tired even after all that work." Tsunami smiled gently, watching Naruto with new respect. Kakashi, meanwhile, remained silent. His single eye studied Naruto carefully, a thoughtful expression on his face. Later that night, as everyone sat down for dinner, the aroma of freshly cooked food filling the air, the Konoha ninja were finally getting a moment to relax. Naruto looked up from his bowl and turned to Sakura. "Hey Sakura, how's your tree climbing going?" Sakura smiled, a hint of pride in her voice. "Pretty well, actually. I can now walk, run, and even stand on a tree for longer periods. Sensei said I should keep doing it until I'm completely exhausted. It's supposed to help increase my chakra control and reserves." Naruto nodded, then turned to Sasuke. "What about you, Sasuke?" "I'm making progress," Sasuke replied simply, his tone cool but confident. Meanwhile, sitting in the corner quietly, Inari, Tsunami's young son, had been listening to everything. His eyes were fixed on the group of shinobi, especially Naruto. Tazuna set his cup down and leaned back, clearly thinking about the bridge. "Hey, kid," he said, turning to Naruto. "Can you make more clones tomorrow?" Naruto blinked. "Why? What do you need them for?" Tazuna sighed. "Well, the bridge has been on and off because of all the attacks. I want to do a full inspection, right from the beginning, and make repairs if needed. Having your clones will help speed up the process." Naruto grinned. "All right, sounds fair. How many do you need?" Tazuna hesitated, then asked, "Think you can make 100? Naruto gave a thumbs up. "Piece of cake." Just then, a quiet but sharp voice cut through the air. "It's all going to be a waste," Inari muttered. "No matter how hard you try, Gato's too strong. He's going to kill all of you." The room fell silent. The cheerful atmosphere instantly vanished. Sakura, Sasuke, and even Kakashi looked toward Inari, surprised. Naruto, however, remained calm. "Don't worry," he said casually. "Gato's not a ninja. He doesn't stand a chance against us." Inari shook his head furiously, his small fists clenched. "You don't understand. You're all going to die. You can't win against him. Just go back to your stupid village." Naruto raised an eyebrow. So you're saying your grandpa's going to die too? Is that what you think? Inari's eyes burned with frustration. You don't get it. There are no heroes. People like you don't understand what it's like to suffer. You've probably lived your whole life in comfort, thinking everything is always going to be okay. Naruto's expression darkened slightly. The room was tense, and even Tsunami looked uncomfortable. Oh, Naruto spoke, his voice rising in a mocking tone. Then educate us. Tell us what suffering means, Mr. Sufferer. It seems you know very well what suffering means. Inari left the room without a word. Don't you think you went overboard? Asked Sakura. What? I just asked him what his problem was, and he left without answering, said Naruto. Sorry about that, apologized Tsunami. What is his problem? Can't he see that you are trying your best to end Gato's tyranny? Asked Naruto. With that, Tazuna spoke up. Gato killed Inari's father, Kaiza, in front of the whole village. It broke the spirit of the people. Since then, Inari has been avoiding everyone, said Tazuna. The room fell silent upon hearing the tragic event that had affected their lives so deeply. Naruto clenched his fists. This means we have to push ourselves even harder. We have to stop Gato, he said, determination clear in his voice. The next morning, Naruto ventured into the forest to train before he left to work at bridge with Tazuna. He created a dozen shadow clones and began sparring with them, pushing his limits. As he moved between attacks, he suddenly felt a presence approaching. Stopping mid-motion, he turned toward the source and saw a figure in a pink kimono walking calmly through the trees. Curious and slightly cautious, Naruto paused his training. The person noticed him as well. Who are you? Naruto asked, his tone guarded. Noticing Naruto's caution, the person raised both hands in a non-threatening gesture. I mean no harm, I'm just taking a walk through the forest. Naruto relaxed a little. Naruto, he said, introducing himself. My name is Haku, the person replied with a gentle smile. Are you a ninja? Haku asked. Yep, Naruto answered simply. You don't seem to be from around here, Haku observed. You're right, I'm a ninja from Konoha. I'm here on a mission, Naruto said. Can you tell me what the mission is? Haku asked curiously. Sorry, Haku, I can't. That's classified, Naruto replied with a small grin. What are you doing out here alone? Haku asked. Training, Naruto said. So you're trying to get stronger. But why? Haku looked at him thoughtfully. You already seem pretty strong. Naruto shook his head. I wouldn't say I'm strong. Not yet. I've still got a long way to go. If I want to become Hokage and protect my village, I have to get stronger. Haku smiled, clearly moved by the answer. Do you have someone precious to you? He asked. At the question, images flashed through Naruto's mind. His parents, Hinata, Iruka-sensei, Konohamaru, Ayame, and Old Man Tucci from Ichiraku Ramen. He nodded. Yeah, I have a lot of precious people. They all mean the world to me. Haku smiled again. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. Naruto took a moment to think about that. Yeah, I think you're right, Haku. The two continued talking for a while, sharing thoughts and experiences. Despite being strangers, there was an unspoken understanding between them. Eventually, Naruto stood up. Sorry, Haku, I have to go now. But, if possible, I'd like to talk to you again. It was nice meeting you. The feeling is mutual, Haku replied with a warm smile. I'd like that too. With that, Naruto gave a wave and headed out of the forest, the brief but meaningful encounter lingering in his mind. During the week, Naruto and Haku met every morning and gradually became good friends. One day, Haku revealed, I'm actually a boy. Naruto blinked in surprise. What? I thought you were a girl this whole time.
Haku smiled calmly.
Many people think the same. Finally, the day had arrived. Kakashi had predicted that Zabuza would strike today, and he informed his genin team so they could be prepared. Naruto was determined to stop Zabuza and end Gato's tyranny over the land of waves. Sasuke was eager to prove himself in battle, especially against a strong opponent like Zabuza. Sakura, though trying to stay focused, couldn't hide the nervousness she felt. As the team prepared to leave Tezuna's house for the bridge, Naruto turned to Tezuna and said, "It's better if you stay here. If Zabuza shows up, it'll be hard to keep you safe on the battlefield." Tezuna hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Before departing, Naruto created a few shadow clones and left them behind to guard Tezuna's family, just in case Gato sent any thugs or bandits while they were away. With that, the team set out toward the bridge, ready for whatever awaited them. As they reached the bridge, a thin mist began to creep across its surface, growing denser with each passing moment. "Be on guard," Kakashi warned, eyes narrowing. "Zabuza is here." A low, cold voice echoed from within the fog. "I didn't expect you to know I was alive, let alone be waiting for me." Kakashi responded calmly, "Well, if it weren't for your partner, we wouldn't have figured it out." The mist thickened rapidly, shrouding everything in a heavy, white veil. "Tsh, seriously?" Naruto scoffed. "You think this trick will work again? I can dispel it, no matter how many times you try." He quickly flashed through hand signs. "Wind style, gale palm." Naruto thrust his palm forward, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that ripped through the fog. The mist scattered, revealing Zabuza and his masked companion standing at the far end of the bridge. Zabuza raised his massive blade and pointed it directly at Naruto. "Brat, today we're settling this." Kakashi stepped forward. "I think it's me you have unfinished business with." Zabuza let out a low chuckle, his tone cocky and cold. "If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige." Then, turning his head slightly, Zabuza gave an order. "Haku, you take care of the two genin." At the mention of the name, Naruto froze. "Haku," he whispered, stunned. Soon, the quiet bridge transformed into a battlefield. The sharp clang of kunai clashing against swords echoed through the thick air. Zabuza and Kakashi were locked in a fierce duel, Kakashi's Sharingan now revealed, tracking every movement with precision. Meanwhile, Naruto stood frozen, still in shock at the sight of Haku standing before him. "Haku," he murmured, disbelief and confusion swirling in his eyes. Without hesitation, Sasuke stepped forward, ready for battle. He took his stance, then lunged at Haku with speed and determination, aiming to end the fight quickly. But Haku's swift movements and precise use of Senbon needles quickly overwhelmed him. "You should give up," Haku said gently, his tone soft and calm. "You can't defeat me." "Tsh, who do you think you are, telling me that?" Sasuke growled, frustration flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, remembering the intense training he had pushed through over the past week. This was his chance to prove himself. Sasuke centered his chakra, sharpened his focus, and charged at Haku again, this time with greater control and speed. Now, the battle was different. Sasuke was able to match Haku blow for blow. Their clash intensified, each strike faster, each dodge tighter. Neither was giving ground. The two young shinobi fought in a near-perfect stalemate, pushing each other to the edge. Then Haku leapt back, landing gracefully. "You're strong," he admitted, "but I haven't been fighting at full power. Now, I'll show you my secret technique." At a distance, Zabuza caught Haku's words mid-fight and smirked. "So, he's going all out." "What do you mean by that?" Kakashi asked, parrying one of Zabuza's powerful strikes. "You'll see it soon enough," Zabuza replied cryptically. Sakura stood on the sidelines, watching the chaos unfold around her. Helplessness filled her chest. There was nothing she could do but watch. Suddenly, Haku formed a rapid series of hand signs. In an instant, sharp ice crystals erupted from the ground in a circle around him and Sasuke. A massive dome of mirrors formed, perfect slabs of ice, each reflecting Haku's image, surrounding Sasuke in a deadly trap. What is that?" Sakura shrieked, eyes wide with fear. Even Kakashi paused, shock flickering across his face. Ice jutsu, no, it can't be. Yes, Zabuza said, his tone dark. He's from the Yuki clan. Inside that dome, Zabuza said, his voice low and confident. Haku is untouchable. Even I couldn't defeat him when he uses it. Within the dome of ice mirrors, the battle was completely one-sided. No matter what Sasuke tried, he couldn't lay a finger on Haku. The masked ninja flickered from one mirror to the next, moving too fast for the eye to follow. Meanwhile, sunbon needles struck Sasuke from every direction. His arms, legs, and shoulders, each hit more precise than the last. Still, despite the pain and blood, Sasuke kept pushing forward. I won't lose, not here. With a grimace, he formed a series of hand signs. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive ball of flame erupted from his mouth, roaring toward one of the mirrors. The impact was immediate. The ice cracked violently, and steam burst into the air as part of the wall melted under the intense heat. But just as quickly, the mirror began to reform. Solid, glistening, and untouched, as if nothing had happened. From every mirror, Haku's voice echoed softly. You can't defeat me. The ice reforms no matter what you do. Thanks to the water near us, I can create as much ice as I need. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he staggered to his feet, breathing heavily. Again, barrage of senbons began to hit Sasuke, but now Sasuke was able to dodge the senbons, which he too noticed that he can see clearly. Outside the dome, Sakura was tense. It had been a while since Sasuke was trapped inside the dome. She turned her head, scanning her surroundings, and spotted Naruto standing still, seemingly lost in thought. Hey Naruto, what are you doing just standing there? She shouted, her voice urgent. Don't you see? Sasuke is fighting alone in that dome. Go help him. Her words snapped Naruto out of his daze. He turned toward the glimmering ice dome, confusion crossing his face. What is that? He asked. It's the jutsu of that fake Hunter Nin. He trapped Sasuke inside and is fighting him alone, Sakura explained, her voice trembling with worry. Without wasting another second, Naruto jumped into the dome. He threw a kunai, deflecting a senbon that was about to strike Sasuke. Sasuke turned toward Naruto, frowning. I don't need your help. Naruto furrowed his brows. Your body says otherwise. He paused, eyeing Sasuke. Wait. Looks like you activated your Sharingan. That made Sasuke blink. He glanced at one of the ice mirrors and saw his reflection. His eye had morphed into a Sharingan, a single tomo swirling in the red iris. So that's why I could track those senbon earlier, Sasuke muttered. You can leave now, he said coldly. I can handle him with my Sharingan. Well, sorry to disappoint you, Naruto replied, but I'm not leaving. Then his eyes shifted across the dome, narrowing as he noticed something strange, reflections of Haku in every ice mirror, surrounding them. What's the meaning of this? Naruto asked, his voice tinged with pain and betrayal. It's exactly what it looks like, Haku replied calmly. I'm completing my mission. Naruto clenched his fists. Don't you get it? By helping Gato, you're robbing these people of their freedom. And why are you helping Zabuza? I'm only helping Zabuza achieve his dream. That's all I care about, Haku said in a flat tone. Naruto's voice rose. So all our conversations, our connection, it was fake? You were just spying on me for information? Though the mask covered Haku's face, a flicker of pain crossed his heart. But he pushed it down, his voice steady. We're wasting time. This battle ends when one of us gives up or dies. A sudden barrage of senbon needles launched from every direction, 360 degrees, slicing through the air like a deadly storm. Naruto gripped his power pole, spinning it with practiced ease, while Sasuke readied a kunai, his eyes sharp with Sharingan focus. Naruto moved effortlessly, dodging and deflecting the senbon. His body flowed like water, precise and confident. He had trained for this. A year ago, he had endured a brutal exercise, dodging a relentless rain of kunai and shuriken for 10 hours straight. That experience now paid off. But Sasuke wasn't as fortunate. Despite his Sharingan, several Sunban found their mark, piercing into his arms and legs. He winced but didn't fall. Then the barrage stopped. Naruto didn't waste a second. Seeing the opening, he extended his power pole and spun it in a wide circular arc. The staff grew longer as it moved, its spinning force smashing into the ice walls surrounding them. Crack! Crash! Mirrors shattered left and right, shards falling like snowflakes. Amid the destruction, Naruto managed to land a solid hit on Haku, sending him flying out of one of the broken mirrors. But Haku was quick to recover. He flipped mid-air, landed lightly on his feet, and vanished into a blur. In mere seconds, the ice dome reformed, the mirrors rebuilding themselves around Naruto and Sasuke like a trap resetting itself. Kakashi was struggling against Zabuza. With Naruto out of the fight, the demon of the mist had free rein to manipulate the fog to his advantage. Kakashi moved cautiously, every sense sharpened, narrowly dodging a deadly swing from Zabuza's massive executioner's blade. A massive blade suddenly cleaved through the mist. Kakashi narrowly dodged Zabuza's executioner's blade, its edge grazing his vest as he leapt back. "You should just give up, Kakashi," came Zabuza's voice from within the mist, low and mocking. "Without that Uzumaki brat and his wind-style jutsu, you're nothing. Seems like he's the superior one. Even with your precious Sharingan, shame you don't have any wind techniques at your disposal." "You're talking too much," Kakashi shot back coldly. His voice was sharp, clipped. "I don't need a genin's help to defeat you, especially his." Zabuza chuckled, the sound echoing eerily through the fog. "Interesting, that tone of yours," he mused. "Sounds like there's tension between you and the brat. If it came down to life or death, would you let him die?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on the kunai in both hands. "Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about." "But your voice betrays you," Zabuza pressed, amusement dripping from his words. "If you truly dislike him, why take him under your wing at all?" "It's none of your business," Kakashi growled. Another slash came through the mist. Fast, brutal. Kakashi dodged a vertical swing, but he wasn't fast enough this time. A second strike tore down across his chest, drawing blood and forcing a pained grunt from his lips. Kakashi staggered backward, a deep gash slicing across his chest as blood oozed from the wound. His breaths grew shallow, but his single visible eye remained sharp and defiant. "Seems the mighty Kakashi is about to fall," Zabuza taunted from within the suffocating mist. His tone dripped with cruel amusement. "Hand over the bridge builder, and perhaps I'll consider sparing your team. But don't mistake me, Hatake, no matter what, that Uzumaki brat won't leave here alive. He'll pay dearly for the humiliation he caused me." With Naruto finally landed a solid hit, his fist crashing against Haku's face. The impact shattered the porcelain mask, revealing one of Haku's eyes, calm, yet conflicted. Breathing hard, Naruto roared, "What's wrong with you? Weren't you the one who said only one of us would leave this fight alive?" Haku's gaze wavered for a moment, his voice quiet but firm. "It doesn't matter if we're enemies. I can't truly harm you, because you are my first friend." His words carried both pain and resolve. "But Zabuza is more important to me than my own life. From now on, even if it means hurting you, I will fight." Naruto's eyes widened, confusion flashing across his face as he barely dodged a flurry of Senbon needles. "Why?" he demanded, his voice cracking with both anger and frustration. "Why would you help someone like Zabuza?" The icy dome fell into a heavy silence, only the sound of their labored breathing filling the air. Outside, Zabuza also noticed the shift. A wicked grin crept across his face as he glanced at Kakashi. "Looks like Haku's dealt with your genin. Both of them defeated. A shame. I was hoping to kill the Uzumaki brat myself." Hearing those words, Kakashi's anger erupted, his visible eye blazing with fury. Inside the dome, the battle between Naruto and Haku raged on, fierce, fast, and deeply personal. They were enemies, but not by choice. Not because of hatred or revenge or any ancient feud. They were simply caught on opposite sides because of who they had chosen to stand beside. And yet, somewhere in the clash of fists and chakra, a strange bond had formed. Two young shinobi, two hearts that understood pain. One fought to protect the person who had saved him, Zabuza, willing to sacrifice everything, even his own life, to help his master achieve his dream. The other fought to protect a land he barely knew, Naruto, driven by an unshakable sense of justice, determined to free the people of this country from the grip of a tyrant named Gato, who had oppressed them for far too long. They didn't want to hurt each other, but they fought anyway, because sometimes, when dreams collide, there's no other way. I considered you my friend, Naruto roared, his voice trembling with anger. Tell me, did you ever see me as a friend? Or was I just another mission to you? Haku was breathing heavily, his mask completely shattered, bruises marking his pale face. Naruto was just as battered, panting, blood oozing from a wound on his hand, bruises darkening his own face. Standing to the side, Sasuke clenched his teeth, watching the fight unfold. He understood now Naruto was leagues ahead of him. Do you know what it feels like? Haku asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper. When no one wants anything to do with you? When no one even acknowledges you exist at all? The loneliness, the helplessness, the pain. The dome fell into a heavy silence. Outside, Sakura pressed her ear against the icy surface and could hear their voices clearly. Hearing Haku's question, both Naruto and Sasuke's expressions faltered, confusion flashing across their faces. Then, slowly, Naruto's eyes widened with realization. He understood the weight behind Haku's words. Sasuke, silent, felt the resonance of Haku's pain, knowing all too well the agony of loneliness and the hollow life of being truly alone. Haku lowered his gaze, his voice quiet but steady as he revealed his truth. I was born in the hidden mist, a place where those with bloodline abilities are treated as monsters, demons unworthy of life. My mother came from the Yuki clan. She carried a Kekkei Genkai, the power to create ice. My father never knew. One day, I accidentally manifested that power in front of my mother. She scolded me and begged me never to reveal it. But, Haku's voice wavered slightly. My father saw. He returned with villagers. They called me a demon. Together, they came to kill us. His expression darkened, the memory cutting deeper than any blade. My father murdered my mother before my eyes, and when he tried to turn the blade on me, I lost control. My bloodline awoke on its own. In that moment of panic, I killed them all, my father. Everyone. The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by the sound of Naruto's uneven breathing. For days, Haku continued, I wandered alone, starving, freezing in the snow. No one comforted me, no one cared. I was invisible, unwanted. His gaze softened slightly, almost warm despite the sadness lingering in his tone. But then Zabuza-sama found me. He gave me a purpose, a reason to exist, a life worth living. For that, I would gladly lay down my life for him without hesitation. Naruto slowly nodded, his fists clenched at his sides. I understand what you mean. Everything you told me, I've lived through it too. His voice trembled, but his eyes burned with conviction. 12 years ago, on the day I was born, the nine-tailed fox attacked our village. Countless lives were lost that night, and I lost my parents before I ever got the chance to know them. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened. Shock rippled across their faces. They had never known this truth. It had never even crossed their minds to wonder about the day Naruto was born. Naruto's voice hardened as he continued. To protect the village, the fourth Hokage gave his life and sealed the Kyuubi inside me. At that moment, both Sasuke and Sakura finally understood. A realization struck them with the weight of stone. You carry the nine tails within you, Haku whispered, the sadness in his voice cutting through the silence. Naruto nodded again. That's right. And because of that, for most of my life people hated me. No one saw me as a person. To them, I wasn't Naruto, I was the Kyuubi itself. A monster. A curse. He lowered his head, voice growing heavier. Every time they looked at me, they were reminded of what they lost that night. Some drowned in their grief, others in hatred. Some even tried to kill me, thinking they could destroy the fox if they destroyed me. But the truth is, if I had died back then, the Kyuubi would have been released, and it might have finished what it started years ago. His voice cracked despite his effort to sound strong. Because I carry the nine tails, most villagers won't sell me food. Parents tell their kids to stay away from me. Everywhere I went, there were always glares, the whispers, the loneliness. Naruto lifted his gaze, determination burning in his eyes despite the pain. All I ever wanted was for people to acknowledge me, to see me, not as the fox, not as a weapon, but as myself, as Naruto. He paused, taking in a shaky breath before adding in a softer tone. Maybe some people will never see me that way, but there are a few, just a few, who look at me and see the real me. And those people, they're the ones who keep me going. It seems we are similar in many ways without even knowing it, Haku said softly, a gentle smile touching his lips. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were both conflicted about their teammate, Naruto. They didn't know that he carried the nine tails sealed within him. Even though they were aware of how harshly the village treated Naruto, they never questioned it. What was even more surprising was that despite all the hardships he had endured, Naruto still dreamed of becoming Hokage. But the question remained, did his teammates truly see him as Naruto, the boy, or only as the Kyuubi sealed inside him?